a heterogeneous region, mega diverse, and with broad areas to overcome a contradiction. Its ability to generate excess food to fight against food insecurity. To face this reality calls for a new generation of policies that foster sustainable development, social inclusion, and resilience, having science, technology, and innovation as the determining factors to ensure deep and long-lasting changes. Greater rural connectivity and basically, we must bring together youngsters, women, and vulnerable groups. The role of ICA, a renewed cooperation. From the renewed rurality, we must set the foundation for productive and sustainable intensification and a climatically smart agriculture that builds bridges between the rural and urban sectors. A system of hemispheric innovation which is innovative, based on digital technologies that strengthen decision-making in real time and act in response to the needs of countries through a network of offices throughout the continent. It is vital to achieve those goals. From ICA, with partners and allies, we build a new strategy based on South-South cooperation that aims at the generation of shared public assets based on three strategic dimensions. One, a look from the Americas to the world, building bridges to other continents. Two, building consensus for collective actions in facing the greater responsibilities of agriculture and climate crisis. Three, an open doors ICA that builds strategic partnerships with the stakeholders, the private sector, academia, civil society organizations. We must support the transformation of our agricultural sector that gives new dynamics to rural areas. This is time for a new continental partnership. It is time for a renewed agriculture that is part of the solution and an instrument for sustainable development and world and peace. Once again, we must ask, what do you see when you see the Americas? Good morning. Welcome to the home of sustainable agriculture of the Americas. ICA is a carbon neutral organization recognized by the Ministry of the Environment and Energy of Costa Rica based on our commitment with the global climate action goals, sustainability and environmental sustainability. This effort joins the efforts made at the Institute in the framework of the Blue Flag program of the Costa Rican government that has been underway for 6 years, making efficient use of water, fuel, and electricity. In coherence with this, actions have been taken to reduce the amount of paper used at this meeting. And people that are not part of the meeting, we have been asking them to work through teleworking and to use efficient transportation routes for the transfer of participants. Additionally, as part of the actions to contribute to the environment, express our commitment to revert the process of deforestation. The Institute, ever since last year, has been driving a tree plantings effort. We have planted more than 10,850 trees in the continent of the Americas, and we hope to continue this year. These actions lead us to raise greater environmental awareness among our partners and be responsible for our emissions and contribute to the mitigation of greenhouse gases. From ICA, we assume our responsibility to collaborate fighting against climate change and contribute to the reduction of our carbon footprint. Thank you very much.
Good morning. For the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, ICA, it is a pleasure to receive you in presence and virtual in this, your House of the Sustainable Agriculture of the Americas. Therefore, we warm welcome in the occasion of the 4th edition of the Regional Dialogues for Water, Latin America and the Caribbean 2024. So the World Forum of Water 2024 event organized by the Economic Commission for Latin America and Caribbean, ICLAC, in cooperation with the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, ICA. Therefore, we greet senior authorities that will chair this event. Mrs. Doris Gutierrez, appointed from the Presidents of the Republic of Honduras, country that has the pro tempore presidents of the Community of Latin American States and the Caribbean, ICLAC. CELAC, I'm sorry. Mr. Arnoldo Andre Tinoco, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica. Mr. José Manuel Salazar Sirinar, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC. Honorable Mr. Manuel Otero, Director General of the Inter-American Institute of Cooperation for Agriculture, ICA. We are also honored to greet the Mr. Victor Carvajal, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of the Republic of Costa Rica, the honorable members, vice ministers of the different departments of the Americas, as well as the members of the honorable diplomatic body created in Costa Rica, honorable representatives of the international organizations, national authorities of high level, members of the private sector, members of the academia and of social civility, officers of the organizer organizations, and everybody that follow us through the social media. Be welcome. So let's begin the inauguration ceremony of this event with the words of Mr. José Manuel Salazar Sirinar, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. It is a great honor for me to give a warm welcome to this fourth edition of the Regional Dialogues for Water, Latin America and the Caribbean 2024 towards the Global Forum of Water 2024. Personally, it is a great pleasure for me to be in my country and to be in the House of Sustainable Agriculture of the Americas. First of all, I would like to greet and thank the participation in this official inauguration ceremony to Mr. Andre Tinoco, Chancellor of the Republic of Costa Rica, Mrs. Doris Gutierrez, from the Presidency of Honduras, and the pro tempore presidency of ECLAC, Mr. Manuel Otero, Director General of AICA. I also greet the distinguished chancellors, ministers, vice ministers, ambassadors, governmental representatives, civil society members, academia members, and private sector members that are here in presence in these wonderful facilities of our brother institution, AICA, as well as to everyone that follows us virtually. I also want to recognize the members of the regional group of experts on water resources in Latin America and the Caribbean that, along with the CLAC, have made possible this event. Absolutely vital, highlighting the ongoing support of the IDB, the Latin American Caribbean Bank, CAF, the Organization of American States, the Conference of Directions of Authorities, American Authorities for Water, the UNESCO, the PAHO, and the Fund of the United Nations for Children, UNICEF, the Secretary of the Water Agreement of the United Nations, as well as the German, French, and Dutch cooperations. And to each one of you, our appreciation. This meeting provides the opportunity to discuss topics all together, to discuss all together the challenges the region is facing in order to ensure the human right to water and sanitation. Right, recognized in 2010 in the General Assembly of the United Nations, as well as to achieve an efficient management of a resource of many uses. but more and more scarce. Water is not only essential for life, but also to achieve sustainable development in our countries. Therefore, we try to share experiences, but particularly to propose concrete actions and to reinforce commitments acquired in the regional and in global environment to ensure availability of water and the sustainable management and sanitation for everybody on a context of several crises on cascade and of climate change. This encounter contributes to let us be ready for the global forum that will be held in Indonesia. Our region will be able to submit a joint position as a result of the regional process of the Americas that is being successfully led by IDB and where ICLAC has the pleasure to cooperate, compiling the final report. In this context, I would like to remind the historic result we got in the previous management in the meeting held in Santiago, Chile, February 2023. I removed the agreement in relation to the regional agenda of action for water. As you know, this document summarizes the main commitments and course of actions agreed by the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean in order to progress and speed up effective process in the implementation of SDG 6 during the second half of the decade of action for water of the United Nations 2018 to 2028. Our regional agenda of action for water is aligned and reinforce our treaties, agreements, and similar strategies at the regional agreement of Escazú that defends the rights to information and environmental justice, gender strategy of Montevideo that calls us to close inequalities associated to the lack of access to water, and the Samoa pathway to take care of the water risk faced by small island states of the Caribbean, among others. This regional agenda is a call to action to organize the technical, political, and financial resources available and for the region in order to promote a sustainable and fair water transition with four pillars of actions to ensure the human right to water, to save water and safe sanitation, to eliminate water poverty, to reduce overexploitation and water conflicts, and to promote the innovation and circular economy on water. It is important to remember that the regional agenda is part of the global agenda of action for water adopted in the Conference of Water of the United Nations held in New York, March 2023. A historical meeting that did not occur since 1977. In that meeting, we defend the robust democratic governance of water based in technical capacity building for decision-making purposes. We also emphasize in some vital changes in water management. First, to have a crossover approach in order to increase resilience to climate change and to mitigate the impact of disasters. Number two, to adopt new business models and to organize public and private partnerships to fund this transition. And number three, to harmonize political processes for decision-making purposes around water resources. In spite of these agendas and the efforts of our countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, 2 out of 10 people do not have access to safe water safely managed, and 5 out of 10 do not have sanitation, managed sanitation safely. In access to water, we see structural inequalities because the most vulnerable quintile of income has a 25% less access to safe water than the quintile of higher income. These vulnerable homes can pay twice more of their income for the services of sanitation and safe water. At the same time, along with marked differences of access between rural and urban areas, the current demographic growth of the region is concentrated in urban regions that suffer from water stress. An important thing is to speed up the actions necessary for production, maintenance, and operation of infrastructure and to close the gaps of access to water services. ECLAC has considered that to make universal the coverage of water, and for the 2030, the country should invest 1.3% of their GDP for 10 years. And this will create 3.8 possibilities of positions and jobs. Our region is also facing the impact, the proportionate threat of climate impact. We know that extreme events associated to climate change seriously affect the water systems, food systems, energy systems, causing disturbances in human activities, affecting, deepening inequalities, and making migration more acute. In particular, the frequent intensity of disasters related to water, such as storms, flooding, droughts, have more and more consequences that negatively affect the human settlements, economy, and ecosystems. It also deteriorates the water infrastructure and affects productive processes and stable access to water and sanitation. The last 3 decades, disasters associated to water represented 88% of the total of these events, 77% of the economic cost reported, and 89% of people affected. We are also seeing how our glaciers are being affected, and rivers and waters are getting dried. While there are more land in the populated areas with more economic activity, we should not forget in our region the importance of water for transportation and international trade. Based on 3 examples, the difficult scenario of Panama Canal operations, so the reduction of capacity of transportation through the Amazon rivers 50% during the driest month of 2023, that's forced to use small boats and increase the cost of transportation between 25 and 50%. And the situation of the Paraná River, the second largest river in South America, in the lowest level since 1944, forcing many exporters of grains to use land transportation that produces 5 times more emissions than water transportation. In COP28 of climate change, we submit our document, Economy of Climate Change in Latin America and the Caribbean, 2023. Among other things, we indicated that the investment in climate action may generate environmental benefits, economic benefits, and social economics, and we estimate some of them. Internationally determined contributions, the countries of the region identify water as one of the priority sectors for climate action. In ECLAC, we consider that only to fulfill the adaptation measures related to water to 2030 in the nationally determined contributions, it is necessary to invest 0.7% of the regional GDP in order to strengthen the existing infrastructure on water and sanitation, almost 0.3 to improve control of river and air floods, and 0.1 in irrigation and infrastructure. These actions are literally vital because, for example, 2023 was registered as the year with the highest historical temperatures, exceeding the threshold agreed of 1.5 degrees. And this last week, we are seeing this in this country and probably in Central America. The heat and the temperatures are of record order, of record nature. Also, it is recognized that the wastewaters are a growing threat for health and for the environment, and they generate almost as many greenhouse emissions as the industry of aviation. However, with the right policies, wastewater treated on the approach of circular economy will be a very important resource, providing energy, providing more than 10 times the water provided by the current capacity of salinization, and compensating more than 10% of the world use of fertilizers. Also, because of the low water efficiency, the economic growth is not decoupling from the water consumption in our region, unlike the situation in the OECD countries. So the evaluation of each water drop and the promotion of the reuse and treatment particularly in the sector of water, safe water and sanitation, represents an important opportunity of transformation recovery. In ICLAC, we have estimated that it is profitable to invest in circular treatments of wastewater treatment and to recover methane to generate energy of self-consumption in the small places with a benefit of $1.3 per each dollar invested. Friends, as we can see, water is vital for any human activity. Therefore, and in spite of the difficulties imposed by the regional and world crisis, the right management of water is urgent. It is a strategic sector, dynamizer of the sustainable development, a source of more equity, a solution of adaptation in the case of climate crisis, an essential facilitator of peace all of us wish to experience. We should not forget the conflict dimension around water. A core challenge in water management is to strengthen governance and institutionality. Water authorities do not reach the ministerial level, and responsibilities of sectors are diverse. Both authorities and managers have many attributions all over the water cycle, and frequently they have overlapped competences at the institutional level. Institutional strengthening and capacity building of authorities, managers, regulators, and water promoters is vital in order to progress to solve the water problems I have been mentioning and explaining in that regard. In ICLAC, we support the countries with Observatory for Sustainability of Water and the construction of a regional community to address these challenges on a jointly manner. Finally, I would like to reinforce our call to a joint action, a hemispherical initiative, water and agriculture, that enables to generate real space for water management in this sector. Is a big example to follow. Conclude here wishing you a fruitful dialogue that promotes a sustainable water transition in Latin America and the Caribbean with proposals for action that are new, that include all sectors and representatives from society. Thank you again, Director, dear friend Manuel Otero, and the professional team for welcoming here in this fourth edition and to the members of the group of experts in water resources of Latin America and the Caribbean that coordinate in order to join efforts with this common objective. Thank you very much. Have a fruitful journey. Thank you. Now, let's listen to the words of Mr. Manuel Otero, Director General of the Inter-American Institute of Cooperation on Agriculture. Good morning, everybody. I express my satisfaction and the joy to welcome you in our house, the House of Sustainable Agriculture of the Americas. First of all, I would like to mention the Chancellor, Mr. André Tinoco, and want to thank him for this country that has accepted AICA for almost 82 years now. We are older than OAS, older than FAO. I learned that we do not mention the age, but in this case, we are proud of it because we consider a resilient institution that needed to experience many crises, crisis on agriculture, development, but we are here with more strength and convinced that the challenges are serious, particularly those related to water. Mrs. Doris Gutierrez, presidential appointed from the Republic of Honduras. Thank you for the possibility to work in your country. As I was commenting with you to the technologic bonus, coffee bonus, with the partnership with the Secretary Laura Sauces and with the Governor of Honduras that we will inaugurate soon. Dear friend, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, with the CLAC, we have built a partnership with a roadmap with the topics clearly identified, where waters has an important place. We know that we are allies, partners, friends, and friends never fail each other. So we need to progress with concrete matters. I also read the ministers, vice ministers, members of the honorable diplomatic body, representative of international organizations, everybody. In the short words, I was lucky to participate in the third edition of the Regional Water uh, last year, and I was able to perceive the seriousness the countries consider this water aspect and the action for water. It is just action for sustainable development and action for life, because here we are seeing the viability of the planet. Since we are an institution committed with development, agricultural development, rural development, the first thing I want to say is that our continent is the main net exporter of agricultural products and food in the world. This is a huge responsibility, because on our shoulders, on the shoulders of farmers, of the institutionality, the responsibility to implement these topics of food safety and sustainability, environmental sustainability is on their shoulders. Probably many other things are being done, but I can assure you that there is a transformation process of agriculture that we have already seen, where we include technology, where the farmers assume consciousness, are aware that they must change, they have to change. I insist to the point, they are changing, taking the innovation science on a broad sense, with a manufacturer as an input to generate policies and for agriculture to be at the service of the environment and transform many of the threats in opportunities. We have a backbone, which are the 17 million of farmers in rural areas. As we used to say in Ica, when a farmer leaves rural areas for different reasons, because of a lack of profitability, because the climate crisis affects them and they need to move to urban areas, the problem the problem worsens. That's why they need to have policies in the long run, policies that need to be intersectoral policies that in many cases need to come from bottom to top, for the local stakeholders be the protagonist of their own transformation, and where our continent needs to be a continent that from agriculture, the continent promotes peace, because peace is a core issue. We differentiate in that from other regions of the world, where war conflicts are installed and remain, where there are innocent victims, displaced people. So I insist with the concept that our continent can hopefully through agriculture be reaffirmed as a continent for peace. We have a mandate, and the mandate is to work in our water and agriculture platform, but we also have a platform for soil recovery, which is very important. We work in climate action, in funding aspects. Agriculture is not just producing more. We need to produce more and better. And we need to recognize that our farmers are the guardians of biodiversity. They are the custodians of rural territories. And where the levels of profitability, maybe because of errors of our own and also the errors from others, are more and more, we need to ensure that our farmers, by adopting good practices, by being trained, remain in their places. Water is core. It is a priority established by the Ministers of Agriculture within the strategy of technical cooperation of AICA, and particularly through partnerships. That is why everything that means to facilitate dialogue, to exchange, to share knowledge, to implement innovative solutions by working all together. From there, this is the importance of the partnership with ICLAC, with IDB, with the World Bank, with the University of Nebraska, with CAF, with CATIE. Nobody can be left behind. And this is the time for us to act in order to revert some of the issues that limit the sustainable development. And from from the humble manner, we reiterate our commitment to act, to generate consensus, and hopefully to bring to rural areas and to have links with human centers. Thank you. This is your house. Have a nice day.
A continuación, nos honra con
We will now be honored with the words of Her Excellency Doris Gutierrez, the President designated by the President of Honduras that currently holds the pro tempore chair of CELAC. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and the three gentlemen that are with us here at the head table. And we also see women heading such important activities, as is our president. It is Xiomara Castro, first woman to be president of our country in 200 years, the first woman, and presiding the Central American Integration System, SICA, as well as CELAC. Honors which I believe women worldwide have certainly won, because we are a majority of the population, and we are the ones that in the most asymmetric conditions. When I was listening to my colleagues sharing such a thorough diagnosis, well, congratulations to our friend from ECLAC for that diagnosis that is dramatic, but that points at where we must head to. A strong applause to him for such important content. We do not need further diagnosis. He has everything there. What we have to do now is act. Sometimes we're very good with consultants and diagnostics and all those things, but in practice, we do not really go where we should go. I would also like to congratulate IICA because I do see a new approach here, focusing on sustainable development, agriculture based on our own resources, technology that reaches producers. So I believe that you have turned things around. The IICA I met many years ago is now much more focused on reality. I would like to congratulate IICA for that beautiful video that precisely shows us the needs of our countries. So thank you for having illustrated us in that manner. And they certainly deserve an applause. Lastly, to not extend this much, when we were talking about water and all of those things, I recalled that in 1986, I worked on a water program quite a few years ago, a few days ago. Right. I worked in several communities, but water, that is where I realized and I learned that water is the most important element to mobilize everything. I worked in 3 different communities. I do not remember the names, but one was called El Pedernal, the other one was called, I don't remember, but these were 3 communities where women would get up at 1 o'clock in the morning to go stand in line at the only well that existed, waiting for the well to fill up. Just imagine that. Just imagine. And the well would finally start filling up about 5 o'clock in the morning. By 10 o'clock, it was empty. Each woman would go back home with 2 buckets of water. Why? Because the best managers of water are precisely we women. Men were not going to stand in line. No, it was women. The women of the villages that would go fetch the water. I felt a lot of pressure because I really did not believe it. And I was amazed to see all those women standing there in line. So we proposed I worked with CARE back then. I don't know if you have ever heard of CARE, but anyway. So we proposed, okay, we have come here to propose building a water gravity system. And they said, oh, yes, oh, yes. When are you coming? Next week. Okay, fine. You're really going to come? Because sometimes people don't believe us. And yes, I said we would come. And we did come with the CARE car, with SANA, the National Water System. And when we arrived, there were 500 people around the well. I am a politician, and we politicians, I mean, to move 100 people, we really have to move. And there were 500. And they saw us arriving to come fix a water problem. 500 people waiting. Sometimes we have to beg them, well, listen, please come. No. It was a partnership, as you were saying. Without partnerships, it is very difficult to work on such a big difficulty as this. Which was the partnership, the National Water System, SANA, CARE, and NGO, driven by a U.S. agency, and the community itself. And that is the name, it's a SANA CARE community. So they said, okay, tell us what we have to do. We told them what they had to do. We went to see the water basin. Before, I could climb the mountains back then, not any longer. But because aside from the water program, we had the water basin conservation efforts. Otherwise, we could not do it. You would not believe in me, but those people, in a matter of 2 months, had their water system set up. Why? The entire community moved. They provided the hand labor, local materials. SANA provided the engineers, the technical experts, et cetera, et cetera. CARE provided materials and pipes and all of that. And the day we inaugurated the system, those that were crying were the women out of sheer excitement when they would open the faucet. They could not believe that it had really become a reality. So in this sense, I would like us to recognize the role of women in water matters. These are very humble women. It is not that we are vulnerable. No, we have been abused of. No, women are strong. Just giving life to a child, that is energy that many men would not have. So, and I apologize, but well, anyway. I would like us to remember those women. Let us think about them. They are heroines. They were the first ones there in front line. Needless to mention their fight for land, because all this matter of agriculture, et cetera, has to do with the land distribution. Because land in general is not well distributed. After that, I worked with a farmers' organization fighting for land, and those that were up in the front line were us women. I was there with them. We were up there right in front because, well, we like to work and do things, and the women were there with their children, and with many of them were pregnant, and older ladies were all there up in the front, and the men came behind. Now, what is the problem? Well, generally, when land is allocated, it is not allocated to women. It is mostly to men. And the women were the ones that had to confront everything else. So all this thing of water and food, we have to see it in a holistic, circular manner. All that circular, holistic work. You're talking about the circular economy, circular agriculture. Well, This goes through a better distribution of resources. Yes, it does. If we are not going to be giving water to those uh, that cannot pay for it, I mean, we have to look for ways to store water when the huge amounts of water that come that end up getting lost everywhere, wasted. We have a water collection system, but those are very costly for a home. They put up the tanks and all of that. But I believe that ICA, as as an entity with that technical responsibility, should help find a solution to see how we can restore water rainfall, which is the most important source of water we have, because droughts are tremendous. Right here in San Jose, when I used to come, before to San Jose, I would dress warmly. But now, I mean, we see climate change and it is very hot here today. So we're talking about water, we're talking about land, of forests, of food, of income distribution, land. This is not something easy to resolve, and we cannot see it in isolation. So I am very impressed when I look at all these people, the ministers, the directors general, the technical experts, even myself, that I am supposedly pro tempore chair, whom I am representing today. I never imagined that. I came from a very poor family. I was raised by my single mother and my grandmother, two very humble women. And here we are, all of us, all fancy, all dressed up. We should not only think of politics, because we have, yes, we have all kinds of politicians and politics, but and they promise and promise and never put into practice. Now let me wrap up before I bore you. I liked what you said there, that policies must be built bottom up with the participation of all the most affected individuals that are involved right from the beginning in this water matter. People have been involved. Why? Because they see a basic need being met and satisfied. So I urge you all, so that we are all more proactive, much more linked to people's needs. Let us take answers that are within reach. And with that, we can feel better with ourselves, with our people that voted for us. But we are not here to serve ourselves. We are here to serve others. And all of this will take us where? To find a harmony and peace that is not just a discourse, an actual peace. As a Jesuit friend of mine was saying, if you want peace, let us work in favor of justice. Thank you very much, and we are very happy to be here with you. To end the opening ceremony, we would like to invite His Excellency Arnoldo André Tinoco, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cult of Costa Rica. Good morning, Your Excellency Doris Gutierrez, designated by the President of Honduras, Honorable Jose Manuel Salazar Sinirach, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, Honorable Manuel Otero, Director General of the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, IICA. I understand that Her Excellency Yamaina Tewani, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Panama, is also with us in this meeting, virtually, excuse me. Your Excellencies, ministers and vice ministers of the states that are with us today, senior authorities of the Costa Rican government, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, heads of mission credited to the government, honorable ladies and gentlemen, representatives of international organizations, special guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address you and to warmly welcome you to Costa Rica, on occasion of the 4th edition of the Regional Water Dialogues in Latin America and the Caribbean 2024. Allow me to express my sincere appreciation to the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, IICA, for its kind hospitality by welcoming us at its facilities, as well as to ECLAC for selecting Costa Rica to host these important dialogues. In face of the common challenges we face as a region, it is crucial to foster an exchange of experiences that leads to the compliance with the sustainable goal number 6, to seek universal access to drinking water and sanitation and adequate services, as well as to improve the water quality worldwide. Here we are to learn from technical experiences and the different initiatives that will be presented during these dialogues. We are aware of the vulnerability of our region, especially regarding climate change and water crises. That is why it is important to work to manage and reduce the risks related to natural phenomena by strengthening our early warning systems, response, mitigation, adaptation, and rehabilitation in the face of disasters related to water. Additionally, we should advance in knowledge and innovation through the exchange of data, good practices, and lessons learned in public-private partnerships. The availability of water information, which is accurate information, is fundamental for informed decision-making and for the design of effective water management decisions. Integrated water management is essential for sustainable administration of water, and in turn, this will ensure us food security for our region and for the world. Friends all, it is very important to consider that all these actions call for sources of sustainable funding, and therefore, it is fundamental to explore the funds available at a multilateral level and assess the mechanisms proposed, particularly during the discussions of the 10th Water Forum that will take place next May in Bali. We cannot forget the matter of governance and international cooperation. We need to strengthen our capacities and technologies to transfer technology in the water sector, utilizing modalities of cooperation such as South-South and the triangular cooperation. Despite the challenges we face, I trust that these dialogues will allow us to reach consensus and develop ideas and projects that push Latin America and the Caribbean towards an equitable development, inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. Thank you. With this, we end this segment, the opening ceremony. We would like to invite the audience to accompany us to go down the steps of this building for the inauguration of the panel of ECLAC. And then we will go to the garden across from CIMAG, the Center for Interpretation of Tomorrow, and you will be guided by the EDECAMP staff here. And then we will go for a coffee break. After that, we would like to ask you to come back to continue with the program. Thank you all very much. Have a very good day.
El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe, para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos. El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos. El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos. El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe, para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos. El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe, para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos.
Dos, dos, dos. Hola, hola. Hola, sí. Uno, dos, tres, dos, tres, dos, dos. Hola, sí. Aló. Hola, hola, hola. Se oye súper bien, David. Buenísimo, buenísimo. Todo lo bueno. Hola, hola. Ok, ok. Listo.
El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos. El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos.
¿No está funcionando ahora? Sí. Ah, sí.
Lo apago un momentico, se lo colocando.
¿Qué pasó? Ah,
Vayan tomando asiento, por favor. Por favor, dejen de dialogar, que tenemos que empezar. el
Let
diálogo.
us cease our dialogue for the time being so that we begin our big dialogue of the day.
The conference is now in session. Please be seated. La conferencia ha comenzado. Por favor, ocupe su asiento.
Bueno,
Okay.
buenos días a todos.
Good morning,
Los que nos
everybody.
acompañan en virtual, buenas tardes.
Good
Soy Carlos
afternoon.
Miguel,
I'm
controlo la
Carlos
división de
Miguel. I'm
recursos
responsible
naturales
of the Natural
y
Resources
la dinámica
Division. I will explain a
de
little bit the
este
dynamic for
primer
these
diálogo
3 days
agua.
with these
Lo
dialogues.
primero que quería decir es que
Water.
Manuel
First thing is
Otero
that Manuel
venía
Otero
hablando de la
made me tell us when he
de
talked
ICA,
about the age of AICA and just
y
mentioning
acabamos
that
de
in ICLAC we
celebrado
just
aniversario
concluded
75
our 75 anniversary for the productive development and inclusive and sustainable development. We're not as old as ICA, but we are more or less on the way. On behalf of the Natural Resources Division of ECLAC, first of all, I want to thank AICA and the partners of this event. Wonderful to be here in Costa Rica in this facility. And without them, we would never been able to organize these dialogues here. I would like to give you some priorities that we have in ECLAC for these dialogues. First one, of course, is that we have the opportunity. So we have seen the assessment. The Vice President of Honduras mentioned this. We have got diagnosis. The idea is to have a dialogue on problematic things, as we used to say in ICLAC, in finding the house of the solutions. So trying to respond to the key questions on how we can find possible solutions on the basis of our experiences. First goal of this dialogue is evident, is to bring a regional message from Latin America and the Caribbean to the next World Forum on Water that will be held and from 1825 May in Bali. Nice place. If you can go, I hope you will send the results of this dialogue and the priorities of the region. I would like to remind you this, of this one is water for prosperity, for shared prosperity. I love the word shared because when I studied economy a long time ago, water was free because it was unlimited. And nowadays it is scarce with growing restrictions related to climate change. And any prosperity element will be associated to the water availability, and it has to be shared because it has multiple users, multiple stakeholders. Therefore, if there is no solution, a complex solution to complex problems with all the stakeholders involved, we will gonna have a growing conflictivity. So one of the important elements is to thinking in this water for prosperity, for shared prosperity, in order to discuss on this multi-stakeholder format any side of water management. The other element for us is to progress in the volunteer commitments of the Regional Agenda of Water Action from 2022, which is focused in this SDG 6. So I want to make a connection here because here we have people from different areas of the public institutions, but also from the private sector, from civil society, and from the academia. The Agenda 2030 is an agenda that was created on an indivisible manner. So any SDG is integrated. So the result of this forum, I would like to take them to the Regional Forum of Sustainable Development of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean that we're going to be held in Santiago, Chile, from April 15th to 18th. There we're going to discuss, unfortunately, human beings, when we talk about working on an integral manner, the first thing to do is to divide each other. So start separating SDGs. I'm going to work on this and you're going to work on that. So this year we're going to analyze not all the SDGs of the 2030 agenda, but some of them that I believe closely related to the water agenda. First one is related to poverty. The second one, zero hunger. So what better place on ICA to have this discussion and to take this, to bring this topics to the regional discussion. But this year, we're going to discuss also the SDG 13 on climate change. We have seen the pressure in terms of impact of this climate change, but the national contributions determined in mitigation and adaptation matters, the water sector is included. So therefore, we're gonna need to make a lot of connections in terms of impact, adaptation, and construction of resiliency. There is another SDG, the SDG 16, peace, justice, and robust institutions. Again, water. If water is not well managed, it's going to be a source of conflict within the countries, inside the countries, but also among countries. It is interesting that we're going to have sessions on shared management of international waters, as we will see. And the last one, which is important for water, is partnerships to achieve objectives. Precisely, the partnership with ICA and NECLAC is one example, but in creating the water agenda, partnerships are going to be vital because of this multi-stakeholder feature of this management. The event is going to be structured according to the thematic areas, priority areas of the regional agenda for water. And perfectly know the agenda. There are going to be 8 sessions. First day, the agenda is going to be quite busy with a lot of interventions and stakeholders sometimes. So the struggle against time is gonna also attempt the dialogue. I guess the dialogue, but the spaces of coffee break, lunchtime will let us to continue this dialogue. So first session, water, agriculture, and ecosystems. We're gonna discuss management of water resource connected to restrictions and challenges of the agricultural and ecosystem challenge. Diverse region where the biologic wealth is a source of resources, economic resources, but the management and share use is important, as well as the connection through bioeconomy and research associated to biodiversity are going to be vital. Innovative solutions, new technologies, how this can help to increase agricultural productivity of the region are going to be elements we're going to discuss. Following with these productivity topics, we're going to go to water and productive development and how this connects to productive and commercial aspects. And the third session will take us to cross-border waters and management and cooperation for peace. In several of these sessions, we're going to have partners. First one with the FAO, this one with the Water Convention of the United Nations of our brother Economic Commission on Europe, the ECLAC sister of five, and with the Inter-American Bank. In Europe, there's a convention with a long name, Convention of Water, but it's Convention for Protection and Use of Cross-Border Water Courses and International Waters. This convention is open to any country. Panama is the first one in Latin America that joins the convention. This convention, you need to see this convention, and it has a protocol on water and health. Interesting for you to read. This session number 4, by the end of this afternoon, if we can do the dialogues, we'll see the look of Latin America for the next World Water Forum. This is important. As you know, there are consultations by different sub-regions led by the Inter-American Bank. Therefore, we can start the integration process of these consultations from the problem South America, Central America, Caribbean, and the United States. And they are very important. There are very important stakeholders, the Inter-American Bank as well as OAS. Day number 2, we're gonna talk about water, health, and equity. There, we're gonna talk some important topics associated to the social role of social inclusion and conventions with the social agenda of water. In fact, one of the topics is related to the struggle to disease associated to water contamination. And then the protocol on Europe is an element to take into account. PAHO and UNICEF are our partners. PAHO, colleagues from PAHO need to correct me, but PAHO is another institution, historical institution in Latin America, created before the World Health Organization. So we have many historical celebrations or anniversaries. And finally, under the framework of ECLAC project and networks and observatory for water sustainability, some of the aspects related to climate and the water transition that we need in the region. We will conclude the day with the opportunities of circular economy in the sanitation sector. ECLAC has a strong agenda on circular economy. This is one of the main axes we have in ECLAC for the development of the region. It is not a productive sector because we apply circular economy to any productive sector, but this is the focus we are contributing from ECLAC. So to greet the cooperation, German, French, and Spanish cooperation. And day number 3, probably the most relaxed day. We have less sessions. We're going to be tired from the dialogues, but I have been told that there's going to be extracurricular activities, more fun activities to continue. So we're going to move to the last session related to water value evaluation. It is interesting topic because of what I said at the beginning. Water is not a free asset now, and anything related to evaluation costs associated to its production, distribution, equity topics are closely related. There we have the initiative Water Evaluation from the Netherlands Kingdom and Water Partnership that have been with us to organize these sessions. Sessions are dialogue sessions. Probably we're not going to have enough time for questions from the audience, but the panelists will have a series of questions they have received, and they will answer those questions. So we're not going to have PowerPoint presentations. So it's not a conference after the other one, but they will answer those questions with minutes established. We will need to respect the times. Also, because many people are following virtually, there's going to be a QR with questions for people that are on a virtual mode. We hope if time enable us to show the answers to the questions in the room. Anyway, both the results from dialogues and the answers to questions, virtual or in presence, will help us to compile a report. This report, we're going to give a role of the document produced in ICLAC to this report. I would like to strengthen it because it's going to be useful not only for the forums I mentioned, the Regional Forum on Sustainable Development or the Global Agenda on Water. In ICLAC, we are the secretary of Forum of the Ministers of Housing and Urbanism. So water and sanitation topics are permanently a topic on the agenda. Therefore, what we discuss here could be taken to the forum. We also support the Conference of Ministers of Mining from the Americas, where the water topic is a topic that is always present in the discussions associated to social and environmental conflicts. Therefore, I'm interested in seeing what comes from here to put in this agenda. As we have indicated before, we take the Regional Conference of Women, and there the inequality aspects or topics could be included. And finally, many topics mentioned by the Vice President of Honduras associated to participation and access to information related to water aspects can be taken to the Conference of the Parties of the Escazú Agreement. So we have an agenda that could be useful for this discussion, for the international discussion, but also for other similar related forums. I want to conclude thanking ICLAC team, particularly the unit of water and energy, Sylvia, Elizabeth, and the others, because without them, this event wouldn't be possible from ICLAC. Without due to recognize our first keynote speaker, because in some sessions we're going to have some keynote speaker to launch the discussion. Mr. Manuel Otero, floor is yours. So I'm very proud to welcome you here. I was asked to reduce my presentation. I'm the one that knows not too much about water, but I have the responsibility to lead AICA. So I'm going to talk about the Water and Agriculture Hemispheric Initiative. I'm going to begin with a confession. The confession is that the work of the Director General is simplified when we have a mandate. The problem is when we do not have a mandate, because the human nature makes us to invent things. The Minister of Agriculture from the Americas reunited October 3 to 5 last year told us, Director General, gentlemen from AICA, you have to work in water and agriculture matters. We worked on that before, but now the mandate is more robust. In that ministerial meeting, I would like to say that there were 25 ministers of agriculture, 2 presidents of the Republic, the president from Guyana, Irfan Ali, and the president from Panama, Nito Cortizo, 2 Nobel Prizes, Dr. Michael Kremer, and now in the University of Chicago, working with topics of science and innovation, digital technologies, and Dr. Ratan Lal, sort of our guru in topics of sustainable development. There was also the CEO of the World Food Prize. I'm saying this really proud because the ministers were in this meeting. We So how probably the most important person of COP28, the Minister Al-Mehiri. So there was a lot of important people. So they, in that resolution, they told us first to recognize the strategic importance of water and agriculture topics. This needs to be translated into public policies on a more efficient management of water resources. Told us that we need to do this with the public and private sector, with donor agencies, with other strategic partners, and to work on a series of lines that I will explain now in a while. I underline the character of this initiative, which is to build capacities to promote strategic public-private, to promote public and private strategies, partnerships. And the countries recognizing that the leading role being a global topic that needs a sectoral focus. In our cases, through the Ministry of Agriculture, I would like to emphasize the role of the private sector. In AICA, we work more and more with the private sector because we know that they are those who risk with their investments. They are the owners of the land in many cases, knowing that there is a problem of land access. But the public and private partnerships are vital. So AICA is working on a sustained manner in public and private partnerships. AICA's work in water and agriculture matters comes from long time ago. Therefore, we have quite a stock of actions of technical cooperation before this mandate. The mandate ratifies and instructs me or instructs us, the AICA colleagues, on a way that we need to deepen. I'm going to mention something evident. Why is this important? The first thing we say is that without water, there's no agriculture, and without agriculture, there's no food safety. I'm expressing the concern here because we have 256 million people in Latin America that have some level of food and security. So we need to intensify and improve on a sustainable manner of agriculture. When we analyze poverty matters in the rural areas, we have the poverty groups that have not found opportunities in many cases because of extensive agricultural systems. So sooner or later, they move to urban places, and this affects or worsens the problems. I also admit that agriculture is responsible of 23% of greenhouse gases. It means that there are other sectors that are equally responsible or even more. In any case, water is here as a vital topic. And the search of this regenerative agriculture and this productive intensification, which has to be sustainable and which is very important. There is a yellow light, and it means that the progress of the productivity is lowering, and this is even more noticeable in the countries of the tropical belt, where the future of the mankind is, and the future of mankind is in the belt of tropical countries. And here, as I said in my first words at the beginning, our continent is the main supplier of raw material in the world. We are those with the biggest quantity of natural resources, so we have a particular responsibility to make a transformation of our agri-food systems. From my point of view, this is happening, maybe not at the pace and speed required, but for this tango, need to be danced and to be applied by each continent. I am convinced that our continent is doing the homework. Therefore, we need public policies, long-term public policies from bottom to top, but also from top to bottom with a clear intersectoral focus, because we believe this is vital. And the hemispherical action has to be on a joint manner, and it is urgent. We are evidently seeing significant progress in drought aspects, desertification, and as an Argentinian person, although I consider a citizen of the Americas, the recent situation than the last summertime as a result of La Niña in Argentina impacted in 2% in the GDP. But Uruguay was about losing water. So I know the problems in Chile, the Central American Rhine corridor. 2 or 3 years ago, the situation with the summer harvest in Paraguay. So this is a more and more serious aspect that we need to face through a coordinated action of the governments with the private sector, with of the international organization, the centers of excellence, universities, because this is quite complicated. These losses are considered as direct losses for the Mercosur countries that, according to the estimates, very close to reality. We are talking about $30 billion. And this affects countries that have structural crisis and that are highly, with high debts, with a lot of debts. So the point is that besides producing food, our agriculture must turn into a big water producer. And to do so, we need to use innovative, absolutely innovative technologies. It is true that we are facing a new border of knowledge with new technologies. We cannot delay these new technologies. They will contribute to strengthen the transformation of agri-food systems where the use of water is vital. In our case, we see the glass half full. So as agriculture must be part of the solution, it must seriously face the water use. So in this initiative, Water and Agriculture Initiative, we are working in 4 lines, in 4 dimensions. First one is production and storage of water. We need to strengthen the capacities of the countries to design, to implement plans, programs, and projects of production and storage of water for agriculture. This is common sense, and just some countries or some regions is just starting, and we have challenges that are mentioned there. We need to recover 270 million of land hectares. AICA has a strong program called Live Source, Live Lands, where the Dr. Ratanal is one of our most important references to restore 20 million of forest hectares and bushes in Latin America and the Caribbean, and of course, the production and storage of water is vital. Second line is related to efficiency in the use of water. We know that efficiency is low, maybe 50, 60%. We need to correct this immediately. And to do so, we need to search and apply efficient irrigation technologies through the public and private collaboration. In our website, I don't know if Fernando will comment this, but we have a first list, a preliminary list of technologies that need to be at the service of this improvement of efficiency using water. Education and training are vital as well. I always said that when I joined AICA some decades ago, I'm not going to say how many, there were a lot of engineers in water resources management. Probably there is a colleague here that belonged to that generation. And all this has disappeared now. I believe we need to recover this water culture, and that the universities need to train professionals again. Professionals with these characteristics, otherwise things are going to be really difficult. And the adoption of integral focus that internalize the use of water along with other sustainable management practices. I believe that the Executive Secretary, Jose Manuel, mentioned water governance. We need to make an equitable assignment of water resources in order to ensure a fair distribution of water. If we think on 2050, if we think that we need to increase food production by 70%, for a population that has reached 10 million of people, we need to redistribute the water use, and we need to think in other techniques, in other approaches, in other food production models. And for that, we need to be already prepared. Considering the water basin as management unit, ICA is closely related to CATIE for historical reasons, and I'm sure that CATIE has done works in that line, and to always consider the social, economic, and environmental dimensions, all of them integrated. This is a challenge. And line number 4, please. So to give an impulse to investments, the public and private cooperation partnership of investment in the countries. Last Thursday in the same room, we had the coordinator for topics Latin American projects of the World Bank, Mr. Diego Arias, and he said that the levels of investment per hectare for Latin American agriculture are not low. They are around $500 per hectare, but maybe these investments need to be reallocated and to give more importance to water matters. In any case, we need to work to increase the initiatives, the programs, the projects of integrated management. And all this by recognizing that one organization itself cannot face this type of problems. And in that regard, in ICA, we are aware about our limitations, and nobody can be left behind, nobody can be forgotten. So in times of crisis, cooperation through a set of organizations is an obligation. And we recognize the leadership of ICLAC in many aspects, IDB, of course, CAF as well, World Bank, also, and the University of Nebraska through Water for Photovoltaic and other institutions. And it is time to work on a coordinated manner. And to do so, ICA is willing to, so according to the objectives that will be defined or redefined, ICA is willing to act with this new modality, which is an imperative now. And I want to thank you and tell you that we are willing to work on this way of shared actions. And I want to thank you for being today here. And any difficult questions are for Fernando Schwanke over there, not for me. Thank you very much.
I would like to invite a series of colleagues, particularly our new moderator, Mónica Rodríguez from ECLAC. Thank you, Carlos. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening to those of you that may be connected virtually. I believe this is a very interesting session now. Basically, it is important that we are here at ICA because of the importance of water in agriculture. Particularly in the region, this is very important. There are many, many opportunities to recover water, precisely to improve efficiency in water usage. So in this session, we will precisely examine the main experiences of several of our countries so that we can learn amongst ourselves what it means to improve water management and usage in agriculture. Let us start with what we have called the high-level panel. We have three guests. I would like to invite Mr. Victor Carvajal Porras, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of Costa Rica, to come to the forward. Ms. Renata Bueno Miranda, Secretary of Innovation, Sustainable Development, Irrigation, and Cooperativism of the Ministry of Agriculture, Brazil. Ms. Rosana Polascri, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of IFAD. Mr. Nick Kenner Estrada Orozco, Vice Minister of Rural Economic Development, Guatemala. And lastly, Mr. Franz Rojas, Director of Water and Sanitation, CAF. As Carlos was saying, this session will basically cover a series of questions and answers. We will pose a series of questions to the panelists. They will have about 8 minutes each to respond. But before we begin, I would like to share with you the QR code so that you can participate both here in the meeting room as well as those online. The idea is to respond to some of the questions on the importance of the subject matters to be covered in this session. So without further ado, well, thank you all very much, particularly the panelists that are here with us. Allow me to begin with the Minister of Agriculture of Costa Rica, Agriculture and Livestock, Victor Carvajal. We have a series of questions for you on the strategy for the agriculture sector for 2023-2032 here in Costa Rica. We know emphasis being given to the responsible utilization of natural resources for agricultural purposes. And there are several policies that say they foster good practices in agriculture precisely for sustainable and responsible use of natural resources. Could you speak briefly to what this is about? What instruments do you use? What do you expect through those policies? Well, good morning, good afternoon, all of those that are here and those that are watching us through the different digital means. We really believe that when we talk about water crisis and the limited availability of water resources, we see the agricultural sector as an indispensable actor to find a solution. A simple scenario, a grower that has a farm and that has a water, basically there's a reservation in the area, so the water resources are available over time. And there is a spring on that property. We see how producers can guarantee the water availability in the future by preserving part of the forest or reforesting if this part of the property has already been utilized. There are two things here. We have to generate the possibility to take advantage of the resource under protection, but also we must manage the resource to compensate the producer for the area that they cannot utilize to grow, for example. They are preserving this through environmental services and a carbon capture effort, or that we recognize something to that person or was facilitate access to different needs, as could be funding, for example, in line with a producer that is making an effort to preserve natural resources. So we believe in the need to generate the necessary conditions for responsible management, but at the ministry we have some institutions that are responsible for irrigation and water distribution, like Senara, and we are working on projects to fund and to with another rural institution to make water available to the producers that do not have these springs on their farms, and irrigation systems funded by INDER, and thus we can take development to these regions to ensure there is water for their development. We see producers as an indispensable factor to bring sustainability to crops and to the entire area, because once protected, there are many beneficiaries and positive externalities that we must capture to pass some of them on to producers. We're also working on a very important project where cabello is a key element, basically at the Bajura Water Project, as we have called it. This is for lowlands. This is taking water from the Caribbean to the Pacific through an irrigation system covering thousands of kilometers crossing the country. And this is in the Central American dry corridor that Don Manuel Otero was mentioning. And this is one of the areas that have a significant risk, and we must provide water for potable water as well as for irrigation. Thank you, Minister. We have so much to learn from Costa Rica. This is a very interesting experience, dating back many years. So I am sure there are many lessons that we can draw for other countries of the region. Thank you. Well, if you allow me to interrupt you, allow me to add something. In this particular point, I believe that we have much to learn from other countries too, because where we are located, and if we go to Panama or Nicaragua or Guatemala, we are not necessarily familiar with water shortage like the one we are experiencing currently. And whereas there are other countries that have already gone through what we are experiencing today, they already did so years ago. So we must learn from those that have led this utilization of water resources, countries like Chile, for example, Paraguay, Uruguay. Don Manuel was mentioning the case of Argentina also. And this is a situation that for those of us in the tropics, we are not familiar really with water shortage. We are used to, in fact, dealing with we're used to fighting against the impact of excess water. So this part is something new. So we have a lot to learn from our colleagues. Well, you can count on ECLAC in whatever may be necessary. I understand that the next presentation, I forgot to mention that we have two presentations via video. One is by Laura Suazo, Secretary of State of Agriculture and Livestock of Honduras. This is the video we will watch now. Ms. Suazo will speak about integrated water resource management in the Honduran municipalities, particularly those in the Central American Dry Corridor. Ms. Suazo is currently pro tempore chair of CAC, and in that sense, she can refer to a strategy, a sub-regional strategy regarding water resource management and irrigation for agriculture. She has experience in irrigation project management for vulnerable producers and growers. So we will wait for Ms. Suazo.
Soy Laura Suazo.
I am Laura Suazo, Secretary of Agriculture and Livestock of Honduras. I would like to thank ECLAC for the invitation to participate in this conversation on such an important subject matter as is water. First of all, water for life, water for individuals, for human consumption. The first element in nutritional and food security, water is to ensure production also, to continue with that life. What are the main challenges in the municipalities of Honduras? One of the big challenges of integrated water resource management in municipalities in this Honduran dry corridor has to do with aspects that are, first of all, adequate management of these resources, putting individuals, producers, growers, first of all, the people that live in the dry corridor, aside from the weather conditions, the drought and the less amount of rainfall, also has to do with socioeconomic conditions of poverty. In the dry corridor, we have created an initiative to return extension services the area. Last year we have about 5 months working in 66 municipalities where we have been able to create this service. The work particularly is focused on storage and harvesting water, ensuring obviously to have potable water. And we work in combination with the municipal secretariats and the water councils in the area. In the case of agriculture, the challenge is even greater, particularly because we must continue working, releasing varieties that are adapted or tolerant to drought and now tolerant to high temperatures. Most countries in CAC have developed our visions and actions from the country stance. With this question, allow me to propose internally a review of what else we can do for the integrated water resource management from a shared view. Something we are doing is working jointly, particularly in restoration. One of the actions is the creation of agroclimatic water groups, national working groups, including the health sector, the forestry sector, the natural resource and environment sector, agriculture, and we have an initiative that is this AFOLU project that also includes land use and management. This is a common example that will help us analyze how we can adapt and respond to climate change, and that goes beyond the restoration of productive ecosystems, moving towards management and ensure food security, food sovereignty that we seek.
Particularmente en el caso nuestro.
Particularly in our case, and based on a new state policy for the agri-food sector for the next 20 years, we have recognized that irrigation is fundamental, and therefore we are working on a national master irrigation plan, which is an update in order to replicate positive experiences from irrigation districts, as is the case of Comayagua. And with an irrigation district, and the entire area was able to develop as an area for national consumption and agro exports. We are trying to replicate this at a national level, but at the same time, we are developing the foundation of a draft law that we will take to Congress very soon, so that from the national budget, a portion be destined to this objective every year, linking it to a substantive project management as our non-reimbursable funds and grants and other funding methods for our producers, as well as for a national effort through a line of credit at user-friendly rates and for periods that are timely for us to develop agriculture and for producers to also develop. In conclusion, these matters are so important that they should be part of our agenda and our policies in our daily work. We have made significant progress in water resource management. We are yet seeing much more to implement. We need to develop projects and massive programs countrywide that depend on funds. And therefore, we must take this matter to the political level, to the legal level, and to the organizational grassroots effort to not only guarantee water for human food, but also to protect the water basins, the rivers, and the water resource producing areas. This is work that amongst us all we can do if we continue to work united in favor of agriculture, and in this case, by water. We would like to thank the Secretary of State of Agriculture and Livestock of Honduras, Laura Suazo, for her video, recalling that Honduras holds the pro tempore chair of CELAC this year. And it will also be in charge of implementing the food, nutrition and food security program for 2030. It covers many of the aspects that we are covering at this session on water, agriculture, and ecosystems. Now I would like to offer the floor to Ms. Renata Bueno Miranda, Secretary of Innovation, Sustainable Development, Irrigation, and Cooperativism from the Ministry of Agriculture, Brazil. The Secretary will speak in Portuguese. So I will ask in question. The BCE, the Basic Agriculture Program from the Ministry of Agriculture, Brazil, has more than 30 years of existence. It is a very important program, very well known in Latin America. I would say this is a benchmark program. And they have a section covering water and agriculture, covering practical activities like soil recovery, reforestation, storage of water, and efficiency and the use of agriculture, of water in agriculture. Could you refer to that program and what lessons the Latin American countries could draw from that policy and Brazilian program? Well, of course. Yes, thank you, Monica. I will speak in Portuguese if you do not mind, because my Spanish is terrible. To start with, I would like to thank my dear friend Manuel Lutero for the invitation. I would also like to thank Jose Manuel for his participation, a dear friend of mine. And I cannot go without thanking the words and the presence of Doris Gutierrez here with us. I discovered I am here thanks to her, Manuel. You know what? Because thanks to women like her and everything that she represented today, we can split up this table, Monica. So in her name, on her behalf, I thank all women for their presence. I congratulate you. We cannot forget, I always say at events that when I talk about water, that in all cultures, all the way from the oldest, water has always been related to women, so much so that the goddesses that represent water are female goddesses, not gods. These are closely related to life, and we cannot forget we are water beings. We spend 9 months in the amniotic liquid, and above all, we must recall this connection we have with water and with women, the representatives of water. So I thank Doris for her words and for all the steps she has taken that have allowed us to work forward. I hope that my daughters and your daughters can not only walk, but also run in an environment of greater equality. Equality is a very important word in this subject matter because equality is one phase of sustainability. When we talk about sustainability, we speak about equality, gender equality. Dialogue here is fundamental, and therefore, thank you very much for this opportunity. I also take advantage to thank and congratulate my friends that are here, all of them. Schwanke, Guido, Margarita, Gabriel, so many friends. This is a wonderful event. Congratulations. Monica, it is a pleasure to share Brazil's experience. Brazil, we know, is huge, 850 million hectares, more than 500 million in forests, 12% of the fresh water in the world. But the larger it is, the larger the responsibility. And we have a story here to tell, a long story that we mention regarding that responsibility of Brazil in water. 50 years ago, not long ago, our generation saw that. We were importers of food products. And we changed the situation because Brazil, let us recall, tropical forests, there are acid, low fertility soils also, So we had to transform those soils that before were considered useless, and now they are fertile soils. So we had to make all the adaptation of genetics, both in agriculture as well as on animal husbandry also, so that we could be the third or fourth largest food exporter of the world. So, Monica, I will respond to your question. That happened thanks to the first big experience would like to share. All of that happened thanks to science. Science is fundamental. All countries must value local science, must value and share the science that has been developed, that has been created, because based on that, then we can transform the realities. And that is what basically turned our country into a major food exporter. Basically, dry soils are now considered the agricultural frontier. So that is the first point. 50 years of history talking about adaptation. Well, when we say today that we are ahead of the dilemma on climate change, we always face that. But if each country looks at its history and its development, and they see that in certain areas they already had to overcome a challenge that at the time was considered impossible to overcome, or that frontier was not good for agriculture or for livestock or what have you. We had to take advantage of that knowledge that society had developed in our different countries. That is where the foundation of knowledge is. So 50 years of working in Brazil with adaptation processes, well, 14 years ago, after more than 30 years of scientific history in adaptation, we launched what we call the ALCE plan. This is low carbon agriculture. This is a commitment. This is based on science and technology. And aside from being adaptive, are also forward-looking. So we must be very proud of that. We are countries that have a strong settlement effort after all these social processes that have been so complex and that we have experienced in previous centuries. But we must be very proud of being the new world 500 years ago, and we are still a new world with when a Latin American country launched the most long-lasting low carbon program in the world. No other country in the world has done that. So we hold that history. This was launched at COP19 in 2010 by President Lula back then. And we set out a series of goals of mitigating 170 million tons. Now we are in the second phase from 2020 to 2030 with more than 1 billion tons of carbon to be mitigated. 6 different technologies. Now we have, in fact, 8, but allow me to highlight, Manuel, my dear friend, one of them. I would like to highlight one of them, which is the foundation of the discussion of our dear friend Ratan Lau. Direct sowing and recovery of degraded lands. And it is important to talk about this because when we refer to water and climate, we cannot forget that everything begins in the soil. We cannot separate this from climate. We as human beings have invented the idea of ownership. We invented the story of countries. These are human inventions. Oh, everything is territory. It is all part of Earth. But we cannot do that up in the sky or up in heaven. If we do not unite our forces to change climate together, we will not be able to make a difference. If just one country meets all its goals, the same, they will suffer the climate impact. So we have to work together, and that is Brazil's commitment. When we see the territory, techniques as direct sowing, bringing in organic matter into soil. So if you increase organic matter in the soil, you're capturing carbon, you're improving soil biology, you are improving the hydrological cycle completely, because basically water helps the soil, improves the infiltration of water. And when we talk about the recovery of degraded areas, we're talking about the territory that plays an important role, a social role. This is a productive area, an area where we come close to people in the rural areas, and we reduce the departure of people from rural areas going to the urban areas. Additionally, in the ABC plan, we refer to inputs, waste management, forests. And let me go to the second point, Monica, very important, science. First, and secondly, basically, these must be economically viable options. It is fundamental that we have strategies to attract funds, but in order for that to be sustainable over time, the practices, the technologies have to be sustainable. They have to be viable. And this is one of the factors of success of the ABC plan. The ABC plan, by bringing in these technologies, includes the rent for producers. That is why they want to invest, because when producers transform their territory and their reality through those practices, their productivity and their income will be even better. So the third point, which is also fundamental, is to share experiences through incentive policies. Mr. Minister, you just mentioned these are very important: science, economically sustainable, and the third point, which is incentive policies. This could be a payment for environmental services, and we need to talk about that so much more, on the value of environmental assets. But in Brazil, we have a long-time experience of rural credit, and this linked to sustainable practices. The more interest producers have to adopt sustainable practices, well, the credits will be more affordable, as well as technical assistance. And we have management assistance. We help them by taking knowledge to the field. There are still many challenges ahead of us, Monica. There are still many questions. And this brings us to a situation here. So in this sense, I would like to congratulate ICA for the role, Manuel, you are playing. In your last presentation, you talked about the commitment of all of us around in this room. And I congratulate you, because we need to accelerate transition from the city to the rural areas to ensure food security, water security, energy. We are the only economic sector that does magic of all the economic sectors. The agriculture sector is the only one capable of capturing solar energy, and with this, we reduce other sources. We have this machine called photosynthesis, and we participate in the photosynthesis machine. We capture that atmospheric carbon and we bring it to the soil to produce food stuff. This is sensational. That is why, together, and I will wrap up with this, to not extend myself any further, I would like to invite you to a fundamental dialogue that we need to move forward when we talk about food production and agriculture. Food security is fundamental. We cannot talk about climate if we were hungry. Hunger speaks louder. We need to ensure food security. Without that, agriculture could talk about net emissions because we are the only economic sector that can emit and the only one that can capture. So we need to talk about a balanced fair in all of this. We need to know how much we preserve in Brazil. We are committed to the forest code, and each owner protects a minimum of 20% of their property. The social public commitment is regulated by law. So we need to put that on the scale. Agri-food systems cannot be considered a damage to society. So we will leave fossil fuels to aside and remember that food systems need to solve the problem. They are vulnerable but can be solved. I thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you. I am at your service. I do not want to wrap up without highlighting that here we have our colleagues from the National Water Agency, an exceptional institution in Brazil that are in charge of all that, the management as to the use of surface water, managing water. They're fundamental partners in all of this. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Renata. I believe your message was clear, and that Brazil is a leader in many areas and regionally as well. And any technology that try to ensure for the security along with water security and the progress in climate action. I'd like to invite Rosana Polastre, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean from IFAD. Rosana, we would like to know a little bit about the experience of IFAD in Latin America and the Caribbean and anything related to efficient management of water resources. We know IFAD has many projects here, so we'd like you to tell us a little bit about what of them go in that direction and what experiences can we extract to share with the region. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It is an honor for me to be here. I used to participate in many AICA events because I am based in Rome. I used to participate through Zoom or Teams, but this time, since I have an official visit to Costa Rica, this is the opportunity for me to be in person here, something that we needed to do, have been needed to do for a while. Thank you, Manuel. And IFAD is the International Fund for Agricultural Development. I know many of you know we are an agency of the United Nations, a specialized agency. We are the only agency that fund investment projects. And we have this special mandate, which is a mandate to reduce rural poverty that differentiates us from many other international funding for development agencies. In IFAD, 13% at the global level, 13% of investments go for water management. But in the case of Latin America, we exceed more than 50% of our portfolio, funding portfolio actions that are related to water resources management. But I would like to add to the sentence or to the commitment of water resource management access. Through projects we fund, we aim to ensure the access to water resources on a sustainable manner, but also on a resilient manner that gets to small producers, more than small producers at a small scale, because they are not small. Our most important examples, I believe, after listening the minister speaking about the need to know how other regions in Latin America have faced the scarce water management. The first example I would mention is the work we are carrying out for more than 40 years in Brazil. In Brazil, we work our funding mainly dedicated to Northeast Brazil, to semi-arid. When I visited there for the first time, my question is semi-arid or arid? Because after all this climate change issue, we see that this is serious. So in the projects we have in Brazil, we have a very large portfolio. We work in aspects related to water management, related to use of irrigation, water capture, agricultural productive practices, and tanks that are more friendly in using the water resources. And following Renata's words, it is amazing because we are, with the projects that we fund are focused on the producer. Our goal with our director is to reach at least 40% of beneficiary targeting, and they have to be women. In the case of Brazil, we exceed 65%, and mainly in the groups we work, those are women groups in water capture, water management companies, and cisterns. And it's not only the morality of what we are doing, because Brazil is, as Renata said, a country with great progress in the technological aspect, and they have a policy on use of technology for water resources management. But we look for funding models that have strategic partnerships, as mentioned in the introduction. In the case of Brazil, we have being the accredited agency that we work with the Green Climate Fund and with the Development Bank. So we are aware that funding requirements are much more than IFAD could provide. So for us to be what we call an entity that raise funds, we need to partner with other funders and also with the countries and the national banks, where sometimes there are resources that can be used to fund projects. This is the model we have in Brazil, much more innovative financial model. We do not work directly with sovereign debt, but with national development banks. We access to the Green Climate Fund, and 60% of our portfolio, in Brazil, excuse me, the whole portfolio has a water resources management approach. And the other important example is in the dry corridor. We have a long history that we could share with the minister through South-South cooperation or knowledge management. We have been successfully working in water resources management and also in access. This funding that we provide, these funds that we provide go in line small scale farmers business plans. And in many cases, because upon request of the countries and governments, these business plans that we fund are in line from responsible management of water resources, as well as in some cases with some grants, because we need to admit that this transition to the use and access needs to be done in an accelerated manner. And because of climate change nowadays, the challenges are being too big, and without the compensation, without the support of governments, with a public policy, with a concrete public policy, it is going to be really difficult to succeed having this, getting this responsible access. Thank you, Rosana. Thank you for giving us IFAD view and something important, such important as funding. I would like to emphasize here that the idea of the dialogues is not only to inform about the experiences, but also to set new partnerships, new alliances, so that all of us can take advantage or to know about the experiences and then to talk about how to progress in setting new alliances in the region from these experiences. Now, I have Mr. Nick Kennedy Estrada Orozco, Vice Minister of Rural Economic Development from Guatemala. Mr. Deputy Minister or Vice Minister, we have some questions for you. Questions that are related to the challenges in Guatemala and the efficient management of water resources. We know the country has the current commitment to have 45,000 hectares under irrigation. Could you tell us a little bit how do you plan to reach that goal, and what do you consider the strategic partners of Guatemala could be in this case? Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I do believe, as mentioned in the government plan of Dr. Bernardo Arévalo and the Minister of Agriculture, Manuel Estrada, we have the goal of having 45,000 hectares incorporated to irrigation. I remember when the first draft was submitted to the president, and we believe the capacity we have is reaching 23,000 hectares. And he says, no way, I want 45,000 hectares. And this is the goal for the coming years. If we consider that for the last 20 years, Guatemala, we have only included 17,000 hectares to the irrigation sector with the government funds through trust that will end this year. So in Guatemala, we're not going to have any other financial management tool that let us to include these areas. So because of that, we first analyzed the challenges, which is the question at the beginning. In Guatemala, 80% of water resource that we have is dedicated to agriculture. Out of this, 80% have three major challenges. First, we have an occasional fixed distribution of agriculture in Guatemala. Agriculture in Guatemala depends on the rain cycle, which takes 3 to 6 months in a year. So the implication of this is that we cannot be competitive in a productive manner because we depend on only 3 to 6 months of rain. And this part, along with the climate variability that we have in the rainy season, as well as in the seasons where we do not have access to surface water, El Niño and La Niña phenomenon worsen the situation. And the other problem is the special distribution. Because of the characteristics in Guatemala, the territory there are territories with an excess of surface water, and in other territories, we only have rain for 3 months. This implies that we cannot be competitive at the level of the local market as well as the international level. To do so, we developed the analysis of irrigation potential in Guatemala. And with that, we were able to design 3 areas of intervention in Guatemala, areas with the irrigation potential. We call irrigation potential to those areas with water deficit. In Guatemala, we have three priority areas. The central part of Guatemala, including the semi-arid region, as well as the central area in the country and the Altiplano. This is known as the dry corridor of the country. We consider this as a high irrigation potential area and high priority region for irrigation. The other one is in the northern of the country, Petén, Quiché, Alta Verapaz, Coban. And we have as a second priority area where the water deficit is not as intense as in the middle part. And the third priority region is the southern coast. This area has a high water deficit. However, for the past 25 years, the irrigation investment has been prioritized in this territory. And this is a region where the private companies are the ones that have invested the most in irrigation. So we consider now that this is the time to invest in rural sector farmers. So their resources are aimed to get to this population. We hope we'll define this in the coming years. A barrier that we mainly have is governance. We have 29 irrigation districts. Out of them, 25 are functional, but they were built in the 80s and 90s. But there were no such a big conflict, social conflicts as we have now. As we have seen, that it is difficult to build large irrigation infrastructure if we do not solve the local governance issue first. We need to work on this. We are already working on this. The president has signed an agrarian agreement with farmers' entities. So these social conflicts or the governance aspects could be addressed in a better manner. And the other thing is that the government, through the ministry, does not have the capacity to intervene on irrigation so far. The little investment in infrastructure with the government funds has been very little or almost nil for the past 25 years. We have tried to address these challenges that have implied these 45,000 hectares prioritized. And the second week in April, we're going to launch the National Irrigation Policy, which has a tool that we have designed from the ministry, which is the National Irrigation Infrastructure Plan. That includes the investment in these 45,000 hectares, prioritizing the territories I've mentioned. The investment there is quite large. We have seen that although we have a unit cost per irrigation infrastructure, the irrigation and water access is a matter of social justice. We're not interested in the cost needed to get to the indigenous people, particularly in the central part of Guatemala, where most of the groups are settled. I do not mean that we will forget the other territories, but we consider we need to prioritize the sector that has been less prioritized for the last 40 years in the country, and that's why we have focused our investment for them in the coming years. We are also developing a national plan on rural credit through the guarantee funds. One of the options we are including there is that the National Bank can include the credit access for mini irrigation, micro irrigation, or large irrigation structure, particularly to harvest rainwater. Besides the contribution the government can make to include this infrastructure at the national level. Well, what do we hope from cooperation? The president, the minister, in their speeches have emphasized that cooperation is vital for us in order to achieve the goals that we have specified for the coming 4 years. As the previous panel mentioned, we already have the plans and policies, and now we need the support to implement those plans. To implement those plans, we have territories prioritize agreements signed with indigenous institutions. We have the support of the central government to receive funds to implement projects, but the area we would like to implement is not easy. So therefore, we need the support of the cooperation, both for design and planning in irrigation, implementation of irrigation infrastructure, plan execution, and particularly that institutions like this, where we are here, led us to unify the communities, private companies, and government to have a joint investment in specific territories and population. We have some support, for example, from AICA with the CREA program. Although it is about to end, this CREA program has led us to support the possibility to plan irrigation in some territories. We believe we can constitute groups of designers in 65 municipalities on the Central Corridor area. With that, we have the support of several cooperation from the government to have working groups to plan at the field level all these irrigation systems. One of our weaknesses is that now that we have the intention to invest in irrigation, we do not have project design. Irrigation has the characteristics that it is a specialized science in design. This year, and the ministry 2 months ago, we finished all the projects for this year. Next year, we do not have projects to invest. So now what we need is the support to design projects that we will implement in the following year in these territories. We're working on this, and we hope for June we will have planned at least 10,000 hectares that could add to the investment of the coming years. The planning does not stop here. The idea is to continue planning to leave a good project portfolio, but to invest in these projects in specialized places. We have works identified for dams, and we want the access to irrigation and mini irrigation. We are aware that we could not forget the irrigation of family agriculture. This is going to be based in reservoirs to include backyard irrigation. So this is in the area of nutritional aspects, but within the policy and irrigation infrastructure plan, we plan to invest in mini irrigations, large reservoirs, and large dams that we have planned for the coming years. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Minister. Your assessment is clear enough, and this repeats in many countries of the region. So that are progressing in the same direction. The importance of irrigation, family agriculture, I believe it is vital. Now we have the intervention of Mr. Mario Lubetkin, representative for Latin America and the Caribbean from FAO, on a video that was sent. Mr. Lubetkin will talk about the strategic role of water for sustainable functioning of food systems and the main actions from FAO to comply with the SDG 6. Distinguished participants, special greetings and appreciation to my friend of ECLAC, Secretary Jose Manuel Salazar, and Director General AICA Onerotero, for the invitation to participate in this 4th edition of Regional Dialogues on Water in Latin America and the Caribbean 2024, highlighting the relationship between water, agriculture, and systems. It is an honor for FAO to participate in this encounter to highlight the vital importance of integrated management of water resources, as well as the need of an efficient use of water to promote sustainable agriculture. This topic becomes quite important because of the growing challenge we face because of the human pressure on forest, changes in land use, and the impact of climate change. Water is one of the most valuable resources in the world. You know that it is an essential basis for agriculture. More than 95% of food are produced in the land through the use of soils and water. Agriculture represents 72% of world extractions of safe water, being a limited natural resource that needs to be used efficiently to avoid deteriorating it and to preserve it. We can say that water is food and food is water. According to our last estimates, it is evident that in 2021 and 2022, we made advances in reducing hunger in Latin America and the Caribbean. However, the progress made are far from the goals established in the Agenda 2030. In 2022, 6.5% of population in Latin America and Caribbean suffer from hunger. That represented 2,400,000 people, less than in 2021, but the situation is still serious. Hunger continues affecting more than 43 million people in our region. Also, Latin America is one of the regions, the most affected regions because of climate change. The effects are multiplying the frequency and intensity of droughts and floods in many countries that 3/4 of adverse events are related to water. On the other hand, in the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, the availability of water is highly personal, and the distribution, special distribution, is unequal. According to the Joint Program of Monitoring of Water Supply, sanitation and hygiene of WHO and UNICEF, 161 million people in the region, I mean 25% of the population, do not have a basic water of safe water managed on a safety manner. These gaps are evident in the rural areas where 24 million people do not have access to hygiene facilities and access to safe water, generating a direct impact in case of malnutrition. We also need to consider that health and the condition of water are closely related with the soil health. So important to consider interactions of soil and water under the integrated basic management. In the Conference of Water held by UN in March 2023 from FAO, we have committed our technical support for water management for agriculture and food security, as well as for other objectives of development, sustainable development. We're providing technical assistance in developing national roadmaps, as well as documents aimed to promote the collective action and coordination among different sectors for management and governance of water resources. We're strengthening a global dialogue on the trend of condition of water for an integrated management of droughts and in the development of digital tools for the decision-making purposes in planning of crops, including irrigation systems. We are also working in creating portal data water as a center of integrated services for information related to water that nourishes from information already available in different portals and in the existing platforms in the region, from FAO as custodian agency of goals related to the most efficient use of water resources and reduction of water stress. From SDG 6, we are supporting the countries to improve the management capacities as well as information analysis to develop policies under the water for soil for water. We have promoted good practices to manage soil and water. Likewise, the adoption of approaches transforming approaches to respond to the impact of this scarcity of water and drought from the approach of integrated management of basins. And finally, we promote the strategy that allow country members to move resources to support the efficient use and sustainable use of water of agri-food systems based in information related to opportunities and the potential of irrigation and the use of digital solutions for farmers to plan the irrigation cycle. Our region is on a privileged position in relation to water resources, a relative abundance compared to the population. However, this advantage does not guarantee a future. It is necessary to adopt transformational approaches to use water on a sustainable manner in agriculture, integrating innovation, local knowledge, and the inclusion of most vulnerable communities. There's no food safety without water safety, and this is a conclusion that we repeat and will systematically repeat as a call to reinforce the intersectional coordination for an efficient and coherent management of water resources. Thank you very much. Great success. We thank the message of Mr. Lubetkin, representative for Latin American and Caribbean for FAO. To conclude this high-level panel, I invite Mr. Franz Rojas, Director of Water Sanitation from CAF. Mr. Rojas.
We know the region has a big potential to examine the irrigation areas without necessarily increasing water extraction. Of course, considering the transition towards more efficient irrigation systems, more sustainable. We know that CAF has some estimates on the irrigation investment requirements for agriculture in the region. With this research, do you think would be the main barriers that appear in the countries of the region to access funding in favor of sustainable irrigation? And what could you suggest could be done differently. Thank you, Monica. ECLAC and ICA for the invitation. No doubt, we would like to congratulate you for this initiative. We are at a very important turning point for the region, particularly because we are in post-pandemic times. The region has been most affected worldwide regarding food insecurity. And that, on one hand, is due to the reduction in the purchasing power, but also to an increase in poverty, as we have seen in different studies of ECLAC, for example, showing an increase between 13 and 15 million more people. We are over 200 million people, poor people in the world. So we have to, we need a paradigm shift here through important fundamental projects. The region, and this has been said, I will not repeat, there are many opportunities. We have estimated that approximately 1/3 of the irrigable land is really being irrigated. We have 2/3 of a potential, about some 90 million overall. We are at a bit less than 30 million hectares with irrigation in the region. We believe we can reach up to 90. But that obviously will require efficient management, not only of water resources, but also a series of policies, supporting policies. And we coincide when we say that the region is one of opportunities, a region of solutions. But we also understand that this is a region where water is distributed in an asymmetrical manner, so we need adequate policies. And for this, we need to understand that in irrigation and agriculture, we have two management models that coexist. On one hand, family or small-scale irrigation that exists in many of our countries. Basically, this is indigenous or a peasant agriculture, where the financing model or funding model has to be very different from that to promote agro-exporting large-scale irrigation. We have experiences with both, and in both we have gathered many experiences. For example, in family agriculture, we have been supporting now for several years in Bolivia a series of irrigation projects that have to do with the bottom-up that we have talked about, basically starting from the indigenous proposals that go up into the municipalities, and these have led to small family agriculture projects. And for example, I am very proud to inform that last week at the CAF Directory Steering Committee, we approved the largest credit irrigation credit program, basically $240 million. This is the largest operation related to irrigation in any country like Bolivia, because this has to correspond to drought and to support family agriculture, which is fundamental in the case of Bolivia. But at the same time, we have intensive irrigation we have supported through projects, and this calls for a different management model. In many cases, with the support of the state and by fostering a public-private partnership solutions on CAF, we can support both sides. On one hand, we can support the state to provide certain support or subsidies, as well as the private sector through corporate credits, as we have been doing, for example, in Peru, in several examples. So we believe that in that manner, by focusing on family agriculture irrigation, where the state plays a fundamental role, and on the other hand, these 3P models with combined finance, the unblended finances of credit, basically they can leverage other types of credit, is the way we will advance. Based on the figure you mentioned, when we talk about the $56 million, this is what we see in plans, agricultural plans in 13 different countries, and we saw that by gathering these national irrigation plans from 13 countries, we could reach that figure, and the figure could be even greater. So how to implement this increase in investment? And I believe this is fundamental This paradigm shift has to do with the repositioning of water irrigation in the countries. And this is nothing negligible. In all visits we make to the different countries, oftentimes we come across a very high political willingness of the technical experts and even of vice ministers and ministers of agriculture, in fact. But then that ends up not translating into funding because there are other priorities in the country, and we understand this in a post-pandemic world, but we understand that water irrigation and agriculture are fundamental to revert that poverty. In a presentation earlier by Manuel, we heard that that without water there is no agriculture, and that is true. Without water there is no agricultural development, and without agricultural development there's no rural development. And if we want to move forward and revert this poverty, we need a fundamental driver here by supporting agriculture, particularly irrigation. And irrigation has to be done carefully. There are several studies that indicate that if we continue to encourage gravity or flooding irrigation, well, then we estimate that 20% of what is currently irrigated by gravity will have to become the secano agriculture again. We need to foster sustainable agriculture, which is part of sustainable agriculture. We have to promote technified irrigation, and in these projects that are 3-5 hectares and that have to do with small farmers, we are promoting drip irrigation or spraying irrigation. And if they can, everybody else can. And by bringing in innovation in funding, we can move forward. So my final recommendations, well, it is important to position irrigation and water and agriculture on the public agenda. We are making our part. We are doing our part. We have pledged that in 2023 through 2026, we will approve basically $4 billion in water security programs to ensure that water is a driver of sustainable development. That is important to work on, and we must all support this position of water and agriculture. The second thing that the Vice Minister, in fact, just mentioned, of the Vice Minister of Agriculture of Guatemala, if we want to move forward, we need good planning. We need pre-investment. Something we have also seen is that when we want to join an irrigation project with different countries, we see they have no studies, no designs, and that takes 2 or 3 years until things start being built. So we need to bring in pre-investment. At CAF, we have a non-reimbursable facility sufficient for the needs of the region, but that represents the efforts of CAF. We have committed $24 million in non-reimbursable funds to support the countries to have their own designs. But we also need the countries themselves to continue co-responsibly with the design so that when we come with co-investment projects, we have sufficient reinvestment and planning. A third point has to do with governance that has also been mentioned, or institutional agreements or arrangements. We see that in the water resource sector is quite fragmented, and this is something we need to work on significantly. Because if we continue to be fragmented among different institutions that have to do with water management, well, the search for consensus and agreement will be much more complicated. That is why we believe this has to be translated into modern water resource laws that can ensure this cohesion. And lastly, for everything we have said, that we must go from this context when we talk about bankable projects. At CAF, we are discussing hand in hand with the World Water Council, which, by the way, will be at the World Water Forum. And we will work on a task force there to precisely discuss what a bankable project really means, because this is not just a matter of financial and economic profitability. There are environmental and social elements that have to be added as well as others. And there must be more resources available for the sector. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the panelists. I believe this has been a very interesting panel. I would like to highlight that amongst us all, I believe we have talked a lot about including water for agriculture and food security on the public agenda. Oftentimes, we are all spread out, water over here, agriculture over there. So this integration, this coordination is mandatory. Governance, local governance is also important. This arose several times during the presentations. We need to build the policies bottom up because this also involves the communities. And lastly, we see the difficulties for investment and funding. We need different sources, public-private partnerships, but at the same time, international cooperation, climate fund, et cetera, et cetera. So we have to find a way to show the impact of the policy in water management and agriculture and the impact this has on development. And as of that, open up different sources of funding. With this, we end this panel. I would like to invite, to thank our panelists. A round of applause for them. Thank you very much. And I would like to invite my dear friend from MIICA, Fernando Schwanke, for the next panel. Thank you all. Good morning. Almost good afternoon. Good news. After this panel, we're going for lunch. You are all invited to have lunch with us. We will have lunch at the auditoriums across the parking lot. We had scheduled lunch for 1 o'clock, but it is 20 minutes, so we will postpone it until about 1:20, 1:30 to complete panel number 2 that will deal with solutions to guarantee water security in agricultural livestock production in Latin America and the Caribbean, governance, innovation, and investment. For this panel, we will have José Miguel Celedón, the National Water Director from the Ministry of the Environment of Costa Rica. José Miguel, please. Ms. Mónica Rodriguez, the Economic Affairs Officer, Agricultural Development Division, ECLAC, Ms. Tania Amur, Advisor, the Regional Director of IUCN, Mr. Héctor Manuel Arias, Director of Sustainability and Strengthening at CONASA, Mexico. From Mexico, welcome. Mr. Christopher Neal, researcher, professor at the University of Nebraska, Director of the Water for Food Institute, and Ms. Alba Lavona, a specialist expert in water resources at ECLAC. These are the panelists for this session. Please do not forget to look at the QR code here, because you can pose your questions there. You can follow the event. So anyone that has any question or what have you, please present this through the QR code. Allow me to begin. I will offer the floor to José Miguel Celedón, National Water Director at MINAI. The Water Directorate at Costa Rica has the tough task of managing and protecting water resources, and as part of this, granting concessions for its utilization. In this context, which are the main challenges you face at the time of fairly distributing water for the different uses? How do you ensure the protection of that resource and in turn, the availability of this resource to foster agricultural activities? 7 minutes. Jose Miguel, please. Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank ECLAC and ICA for allowing me to be here at this group hosted by Costa Rica. The water resource management itself, sustainable management, has complexities in itself. When we think that we are seeing conditions that, as we heard about a moment ago, this would lead us to think that increasing climate variability is that the challenges are even greater. I have heard us all talk about a vision, an integrated water resource management effort, and we must examine this. We see that in Latin America, we are at 37%. Basically, it is 6.1 to reach this SDG number 6. As Mr. Otero was just saying, who spoke at the next to last group, there are logical areas where we would think that all countries should make decisions, despite being so difficult. Those challenges need to be addressed. We're not talking about just allocating water resources. We need to have an appropriate way. If there is no coordination and harmonization among sectors, it is very difficult because there's a significant competition for water resources. We are in charge of agriculture, small producers in the highlands, where there are fewer resources, and they already compete against the potable water, so it is very complex. Sustainable funding, Costa Rica has 2 economic instruments that produce more than 6 billion colones, $10 million per year, that cannot be invested because of budgetary and fiscal reasons. We would love to do that, so we need these, we need to cover these or close these gaps, and we need the political willingness to do so. The institutional structure, well, one way or another, we have the fiscal area that undermines the institutional structure for efficient control and management. In Costa Rica, we are betting a bit to enter into a more oversight and control aspect instead of paper-based efforts. We want to be in the field to facilitate the processes and ensure a sustainable resource management. I have been involved in this for more than 30 years. We have obsolete and overlapping legal framework. It is incredible to see that this continues to exist. The legislative and executive branches have to really work on overcoming these gaps. And in general, another challenge is integrated management itself. This is not a discourse. We need to practice this. Put it into practice at the highest level possible. And if my vision is comprehensive and I bring in all the different sectors, well, then I know that water is not only for human consumption, because this is a human right, but we must ensure food security also. So I need to have that vision to protect water resources. We're still talking about abundant resources, but this discourse could kill us if we see the seasonality of the resource. We have more frequent droughts, like for extended periods, more intense droughts. So we have to change our way of seeing this. And the fundamental challenge here is to get the political commitment. I was mentioning to our colleague from CAF a moment ago that political will of going from discourse into practice is easy. Basically address the needs and move forward in areas that, although Latin American and Caribbean countries have been moving forward at different paces, there's still more homework to do. And as Mr. Otero said, it sounds quite logical. We have water storage, efficiency today and yesterday. Governance continues to be an issue. Reaching agreements. Basically, we must receive guidance by the directors and ministers to work with water, and I end with funding. And I reiterate, Costa Rica is the best example with the resources that come from the producers themselves, that come from water users themselves. We need to invest those resources in the basin where they are generated. And we fully understand that this has to be so because we are part of a country. We do not work in isolation. But if we want to work on the investment in water, we must release the resources to invest this. This is a tremendous element on our agenda. Thank you. There's 1 minute to my favor. Thank you, Jose Miguel. Excellent explanation that shows all the challenges that our countries are facing. So thank you very much for your excellent explanation. Now allow me to offer the floor to Monica Rodriguez, Economic Affairs Officer at ECLAC. The connection between water security and food security is very complex and multifaceted. As the world population continues to grow and climate change exacerbates the shortage and variability of water, simultaneously guaranteeing sustainability of water resources and food production becomes ever more critical. So in this context, how can public policies address efficiently the independence between water security and food security to guarantee sustainable access to both resources? Basically, this is a PhD thesis in 7 minutes. Well, thank you, Fernando. I would like to begin by sharing some information that Mario Lubecki mentioned briefly. This is well known that food production will have to increase in almost 50% by 2050 just to comply with the additional demand of from population growth. Now, this 50% increase will come mostly from developing nations and countries or economies in transition. And Latin America and the Caribbean will play a very important role in all of this increase in food production. We consider the efficiency in the water resource usage. Countries basically have a value added in agriculture per cubic meter of water extracted for water much lower than the average worldwide. In Latin America, that is about 27 cents of a dollar per cubic meter, and the world average is about 60-some, more than twofold. So thinking that if we do not change anything, the pressure on the water is going to increase. It will grow more than proportional. We would have to increase production more than 50%, and this comes from water from countries that do not use water as efficiently. So the pressure on the resource will increase by 2050. And the same happens with the agricultural frontier. We already have calculations, and in the case of land, the land resource, for this increase, given the agricultural frontier does not grow, to achieve this increase, arable land must increase about 100 million hectares. So most of the increase will have to come necessarily from a significant increase in productivity. And normally when we talk about agricultural productivity, we think of agriculture of land, of work, and we do not think of water productivity as much, right? But this is a factor that will also have to increase in productivity. That is, we will have to, the calculations, at least for the sector, for all sectors, mention that agricultural productivity and the growth rate of agricultural productivity will have to grow threefold as compared to the last 10 years. And we're not talking here of significant changes. We're simply talking about meeting the additional demand for food of a growing population. So necessarily, we will have to invest a lot in technology. This is part of the subject matter of this panel. There is no time to talk about all technologies that we could include to simultaneously increase, because I believe this is important. We must increase productivity of the land factor, the labor factor, and the water factor. I would like to mention two, though, because at ECLAC we are working on those two areas currently, and there are lessons and important experiences to share. The first of these has to do with digitalization. This is an area where we work a lot with ICA, and it has many lines, tracks to it. Agriculture can be used for many things, but one of those areas it can be used in is precisely to have a smarter irrigation and smarter use of water resources in dryland irrigation. We really do not know how water reserves are used. And that is one of the areas where digitalization could be of great help by generating data, first of all, to know how we plan in the long term, to know how much water agriculture will require in 2050 and where that water is needed. And for that, we need to plan. So we need data. Digitalization is one of the tools that can help us in this sense and in many more. For example, using not just water, but also fertilizers in a smarter manner based on the needs of the plants and the crops themselves. The second area I would like to highlight, I only have 2 more minutes to go, agroecological transition. This is another area we have been working on at ECLAC, and when we talk about agroecology, we think that this is 0 or 100, agroecological or none. But there really is a whole range of possibilities therein where agriculture can advance gradually. It is not that I will become organic overnight or agroecological overnight. No, there are many phases. And among these phases, in fact, the first one that has to do with better use of resources is agriculture production, and that already has an impact on water management. It already has an impact on land management, soil management, and their ability to retain water, and it has an impact on the agroforestry surface and the integration of agroforestry and agriculture. So in this last minute, I would like to bring your attention to the possibilities of technologies to move forward simultaneously in these 3 areas of productivity of land, of labor, because we need to move to this structural change where producers have a better income and can work on value-added activities and productivity of water resources. Thank you. Thank you, Monica. I believe that things are starting to converge, and this makes me very happy. Monica mentioned a lot of science and things that are much more productive, as well as Renata that talked about the foundation of science, the National Bioinputs Program in Brazil, where they show they have many more products under biological database registers than chemical. And this is a significant change in agricultural production in Brazil. So I believe there are many things converging here, coming together, and this is the path to follow. Now, let us speak to Tania Amor, advisor of the regional director of IUCN. And according to estimates of ECLAC, Tania, demographic projections of Latin America and the Caribbean show a population increase in a sustainable manner up to the year 2056. This necessarily means greater consumption of food products and the need to foster our agricultural production. So from the stance of IUCN, how can we ensure water sustainability for agriculture without having a negative impact on ecosystems?
On the other hand, how the health of our ecosystems contributes to an increase of water available for agriculture and does not suppose an increase in competency of uses for water. Tanya, floor is yours. Thanks very much for the invitation, first of all. And on behalf of the regional director, Ursula Parrilla, who unfortunately, because of agenda issues, was not able to be here with us. I would like to share with you, on behalf of IUCN, International Union for Nature Conservancy, some reflections, particularly messages. First of all, I would like so when we are effectively talking, and it has been mentioned already, about the increase of the request for food and reduction in the water offer, I also believe that we need to think that this will affect not only agriculture, but the industry, population, services, and so on. But also, there's a second element mentioned, but I believe that we need to bring in our heads that this is a double crisis, climatic and biodiversity crisis that we have. Agriculture also affects, largely affects soil contamination, water, and there are data for this, and it is one of the three main threats for biodiversity according to the species red list. Here we need to think not only as an agricultural crisis, a climate crisis, biodiversity crisis, and for example, we need to take into account the Global Biodiversity Framework signed at the end of 2022. If you see the goals, there are many that deals with managing agriculture. So talking about the partnerships, we need to revisit the lens we work with. The first message is, so I really like what Monica mentioned. I believe we need to work towards institutionalization of productivity in agricultural measurement in terms of water unit. Also, besides unit by land. So this is the part B, and this is what our colleague from CAF mentioned when he talked about the project. What is the profitability or the productivity of crops in terms of water? We have not incorporated this into our minds, although it already exists. I start talking about elements related to the second question, and this is it. When we talk about agricultural ecosystem, they are not independent. They are part of landscapes that depend on forests, that depend on protected areas, and likewise, they have an influence in these other ecosystems. My second message is that definitely we need to think or we need to adopt an approach of restoration and conservation at the landscape level. Why? Because if we talk about water security, we need to identify what are the water flows and the needs for the industry, for agriculture, for the population, and for the ecologic functions. So IUCN has been working hard on this topic in Guatemala, in Costa Rica. For example, we have areas like the northern region in Costa Rica where as the Vice Minister said, where there's a lot of water and little infiltration, therefore there are serious risk to disaster, any altiplano or in the dry corridor in Guatemala. We have areas where we have identified how much territory, 30%, could be, so where irrigation could be integrated without affecting the other uses. This type of analysis, and this is science, those are data that we need to model. And there is the possibility to do so, but we have to. My other message is that we need to change the paradigm. We need to think on planning at the basin level, at the level of municipality, at the level of departments, that integrates not only the use, planning in the use of land, but planning in the use of water as well. And this is a key variable that will let us to guide investments. Finally, in relation to how there are many progresses, and I agree with our guest from Brazil who mentioned the existing knowledge. The IUCN, for example, is working, and the solutions based on nature, and among this, we include the ecosystem-based adaptation measures, which is oriented to climate change. That has 5 criteria that combine the social vulnerability part, the impacts to climate change, the health of ecosystems, and governance. And it is interesting because according to the specific landscape, it is possible to use variables that are not universal because they are culturally and socially adapted to landscapes. For example, in Guatemala, we use water-based flow, erosion control, production diversification, water recharge, and they identify specific measures that belong to each reality, and generating, for example, in the case of Ecuador, and in case of yield of 30% in systems of corn, maybe my last message is that there are necessary enabling conditions. Some of them are intersectoral policies mentioned already, and I would like to emphasize that the experience here in the region of the Central American Innovation System between CCID and with the umbrella initiative that led to face the restoration traffic, not to plant trees, but for preservation of ecosystem systems by combining sectors, or when we talk about the effective governance in the region, there are basin groups, climate groups, basin committees that make decisions based on information for the distribution, access, and conservation of water. There are many much things to say, many more. There is many more to say, but we need to take into account this because all these situations already exist. Thank you. Thanks to you, Tania Amor. And I want to say that the director mentioned in his presentation that within the website, Water and Agriculture, we have a technologies repository for the countries. And the idea is that we have the best technologies. Maybe these technologies of forest recovery and landscape recovery may go there because this should be something to get to the countries. But really good presentation, and thank you very much. Thank you for respecting the time. Tania is the minute that Jose Miguel left, so we're okay, no problem. And now let's listen to Mr. Hector Manuel Arias, Thank you for having accepted our invitation. He is the Director of Sustainability and Strengthening of CONASA Mexico. And the question for him, in your experience, what are the key points for the transformation of arid zones into productive units? Examples of impact in terms of increase of productive surface initiatives from that you promote the rural areas of Mexico from CONASA and in other regions and in other areas of the region. For example, Brazil has a semi-arid, quite a large region. So cases of success, you are recognized. Thank you, Dr. Diego Montenegro, ICA representative in Mexico, for the invitation. I want to make a presentation of using of your patience, and I will take the minutes others will leave. So I believe the two topics. The first one in Mexico is governance. I believe everywhere, but I would like to emphasize in our experiences, and I would like to talk about other solutions that we applied in CONASA to face another problem, which is attention to drought. This is what we do. I completely agree with the Bruno Commission that says that the world water crisis is a governance crisis, not of scarcity. And this is something that I would like to state here. I will remember the legal framework and institutional framework of water. It is the legal framework of water is the law of national waters, which is included into the National Water Commission, CONAGUA, which is the authority in that regard. However, indicators, and I'm not talking about of aquifers overexploited and surface contaminated surface water bodies, they do not show significant progress. It's the opposite. In 2004, we tried to democratize water through the participation of water users by basin and what we call a basin council. The idea was to fulfill the basic objectives, which is to increase or to restore the water bodies that are the source of supply per basin out of this 663 basins that are administered. Unfortunately, 20 years later, we have not seen any improvement in governance with the participation of society. Part of this is related to the officers that try not to share the authority with users. And let me show you this. The goal is for basin to formulate an action plan. This action plan must be promoted to have it by consensus, concentrated with water users. The problem is that the basins are quite complex and different sizes, and this implies several logistic aspects. Next point is to execute an action plan, and the last one to provide the follow-up to see what works, and if it doesn't, try to improve it. Problems that I see along with other groups is that there are 4 basic problems. The first one is political capacity. There is a deficient participation of users. I mean, there is a lack of existence of protocols for decision-making purposes. How, for example, the environmental component, there are no, it does not exist in the basin councils. How are we going to make decisions? I'm using this as an example. So it leads to conflict because of water. The environmental sector is requesting his water part, and we have to use it. We don't care about what they think. This is a conflict. The other one is there's no enough communication protocols among users, and this produces information inequality among decision makers. The third point The basin councils do not have the capacity to capture data, to process them, and to make decisions by communicating it, to have a real communication with users, including authorities. So that causes another problem where the technical capacity. How am I going to know if water users are not exceeding the limits of the aquifer or the water body? And this occurs, ends in inequalities and problems. And the fourth thing is the absence or the insufficiency of protocols for collection, management, and planning of financial resources. At least in the case of the Northeast basin in Mexico, water productivity is around of cents of US dollars per cubic meter, but the water productivity in the industrial sector is around of hundreds of thousands of dollars per cubic meter. So it is not possible that we cannot make a real reallocation between the different users to improve the water distribution. So evidently, we need a legal framework for decision-making purposes. The proposal some groups have, including some environmental associations, is that we need an operational structure with a technical component, a geologist, a communications area that will take care of communication to analyze information, process it, and distribute it. And the administrative suggestion that is related to the rules. What are the rules, the standards to be used for money collection and distribution? This is a statement. If we can do so, we will have an environment suitable for execution based on a legal infrastructure, designed with manuals about the policies, a procedure for decision-making and dispute settlement, which is the most important part, that have the technical credibility through a technical body that knows what are the water balances that change on a yearly basis. So we need to do the adaptations. We need to train water users about their rights and how this has to be taken to the negotiation group and to have for specific aspects and financial viability. With this, we will have a basin council with an organizational structure, train staff with high credibility, particularly among users that could support the authority in water assignment and distribution. This is the first part of the two problems I see. The other one is the attention to drought in arid zones. My country has 64% of arid and semi-arid areas. So we're talking about 2 million of square kilometers. So you can imagine the magnitude. What are the problems? First, in the arid areas, the precipitation is it is wrongly distributed. It is not something consistent. 2 out of 10 years we may have water. The rest we have water below the average. So it causes conflict situations. If we add this to the aspects of capacity from users as well as from the authorities, this is complicated. Natural causes is the drought, but the human causes, when managing resources, we manage vegetation if we overexploit vegetation or if we extract too much. We have problems with vegetation, and this involves different productivity. If we do not manage soils very well, we have erosion, sedimentation, and things that will reduce the capacity of our natural systems. If we do not manage water appropriately, we're going to have little waters with more critical problems. My apologies for taking more time than allowed, but I would like to highlight the part at the field level. The approaches for the attention to drought are three. One, to find crops of low water demand. Two, the land management on-site and outside site. And the third one, the estimation of the rain. When we talk about low water demand crops, we are promoting the existence of crops, for example, the frontier nopal of high productivity, native pasturage that are adapted to the conditions and can support more tension. And as I mentioned here, native species. Next solution insight. Let's call it nature-based solutions. How to manage water with literal practices of race. So there is, we have some 20 practices on a manual for solutions of problems at the field level. The other problem is outside the site, out of sight. So there, what we do in CONASA is storage works that led to bring low-level producers. I'm not talking about the big dams. We are talking about small dams. In order to keep water for human consumption, as you can see, or just to have water for cattle purposes. This is with some 12,000 small hydraulic dams we are having in the country, and that CONASA has done through time. The third one is the estimation of rain. This is done by a Mexican company, which is the application of an agent that can add their humidity or moisture and let water to run in larger quantities. This is a nuclear agent, and it is basically done in some cloud formation. We're doing this with the Mexican Army, where you will see military planes. This is the result. In this red polygon, which represents 2 million hectares, more or less, the yellow line is the route of planes. So we can see on the lower part the stimulation and how we generate the cloud, if the cloud grows. So those are two cases, data from 2021. This let us see where the soil moisture is through satellite images and the results. When you talk about results, you say the estimate of rain is like magic, nobody knows. I agree, but I would like to show physical evidences here. Images from the indicator of NDVI, vegetation indicator. I don't care if it rains, if it looks like magic or not. I want to see how the polygon looks like, the one in red. At the beginning, in the upper part, how it evolves till getting to the lower part. The coastal region has the most production in Mexico, and the region that feeds the basin is in dark green, and the values on the graphic, 0.3 is the VI drought indicator, and 0.6 a condition of good moisture. We have here up to 0.8, and we can see in the colors of the image. This is a solution. These solutions are scientific solutions, and they are cheap in the long run. This is what we do in order to, in an attempt to solve the problems of water. I also want to mention the effects in the dams. The blue line is a dam of some 14 million of cubic meters, the biggest dam, the wettest dam. By a mistake, we made this stimulation elsewhere, and it came up to here. But basically, it shows that there is a positive effect in our projects of rain stimulation. My apologies for taking more time. I was really excited. Thank you. Yes, the truth is, Hector, that we will need to have much more time to listen to the experts, because here we have people with a lot of information that will be valid for all of us. Unfortunately, we do not have this time. But now let's continue with my friend Christopher Neal. Is the director of the Water for Food Institute from the University of Nebraska. And the question, Christopher, is Water Institute for Agriculture has a lot of recognition on how to efficiently use water in agriculture using technologies, innovative technologies that you have developed or have enhanced. What could you say is the most important thing countries should do in an attempt to control the water crisis? Thank you, Fernando, and thanks for the invitation to participate. I believe that the main thing in the future will be water storage. Excuse me for my Spanish. In order to mitigate the effect of climate change, the droughts and flooding. So we will need to store water. And it does not mean dams and reservoirs. There are nature solutions, as we saw, as we have mentioned today. Also to store water in the soil. There's a solution. Each basin is different, so we need to carry out an analysis basin by basin, not only of the physical situation of the basin, but also the multiple uses of water inside the basin: agriculture, municipality, industrial, recreation, nature. All this needs to be considered in this analysis. For example, there are basins that depend on the accumulation of snow during winter, at winter time in Central Asia and the Indian countries and the Rocky Mountains in the USA. And what we have seen is that the hydrogram is changing. We have more precipitation as rain at the beginning of winter time, and then we have rain over in the snow that causes floodings. So we need to create structures to store water to mitigate flooding situations, because water is running when we do not need it. So this needs to be considered. And of course, the previous presentations mentioned governance. This is very important. See what happens in the Colorado River system in the United States. After 20 years of drought, with business as usual, we saw that the two main reservoirs were almost in zero, so in a couple of years ago. So we not only need to have the infrastructure to store water, but we need to have a different management of water in the future. We cannot continue working as we are doing now with the changes. So talking about technology, our institute was founded in 2010 with the mission, which is to develop scientific and political research in order to use water to produce food more efficiently. So we worked with different groups, private initiative, state governments, country governments, NGOs. We are open to these associations because this is how we can fulfill our mission through associations, even the one that was mentioned today, ICA, CLAC, IDB, and so on. Water use in agriculture. With regard to technologies, and I remember with other speakers that talk about the rehabilitation and technification, we particularly use the detection, the remote detection, based on satellite and drones to inform models, models of water balance in the basins, use of water for irrigation purposes, to inform irrigation scheduling, water management in agriculture, how to do this more efficiently, using models that depend on remote sensing, information on the vegetation growth, the growth of crops, and so on. Another speaker mentioned the change of paradigm. I agree with this person. In agriculture of high productivity in different countries, for example, we see in Nebraska, which is an example of 3.5 million of hectares under irrigation in a sustainable manner. This is because of governance of underground water and also because of other physical factors. But we need to change the paradigm of not producing for maximum productivity or harvesting, but to produce for the maximum optimization of the inputs and money in the pocket of the farmer. It does not mean maximum harvesting, not necessarily. So we need to analyze this carefully. I'll stop here, and I'm going to give 30 seconds for the other speakers because I see everybody is hungry.
Thank you, Christopher. Well, we from the Water and Agriculture Initiative, we have sought the University of Nebraska due to all its planning in groundwater activities and planning of use of fertilizers. As Tania was mentioning, to not affect water resources either. So they are an important partner for us to move these technologies to the different countries. And there is so much more work there to do. Okay, we are headed towards the end of our panel. The specialist in water resources from ECLAC, Ms. Alba Yavona, who will explain how nature-based solutions contribute to an increased water resource security and how we can drive or accelerate the implementation of nature-based solutions at the agricultural level. Alba? Yes, thank you, Fernando. I have run out of minutes, but I am the last one, and since everybody has already shared the ideas, basically I have nothing much more to say. Well, if we think of definition of nature-based solutions, the definition given by the IUC and also directly mentions water and food security. Because in the end, we're talking about actions, projects, management efforts that seek, among other objectives, precisely that. It makes all sense, thinking that water security is not just having water today, but having water available sustainably over time. And for that, to protect ecosystems is fundamental. So now at a more technical level, to see how nature-based solutions can improve water security and ensure availability of water for agriculture really depends on the solution. There's a multitude of solutions and actions, obviously. This could be the conservation of ecosystems, the conservation of wetlands. The way to increase water availability would be through filtering of the wetlands and the storage sites themselves. So there are examples of forestry restoration through native species and see how we can eliminate a lot of the runoff or maintain humidity and retain water moisture in the soil thanks to this type of action. There are also agricultural practices, conservation agriculture. It was mentioned by Ms. Renata of how to increase storage capacity of water in the soil if we increase the amount of organic matter or carbon. And this has a repercussion on less frequent irrigation or using less amount of water. There are many of these solutions, limited time. At ECLAC, we are developing a document that will be published this year on typology of nature-based solutions to increase the availability of water precisely for agriculture. Land work, barriers, for example, to ensure the recharge of aquifers. We can create wetlands built in the agricultural land itself to try or to treat water that could be used for irrigation, provided the legislation of the country may allow for this. The second part of the question, which is even more interesting in my opinion, or less theoretical, and that is how to encourage using these solutions. In agriculture, well, we have to ensure that everybody is aware of the existence of these solutions. Large and small growers must be aware of its existence. If they do not know it, they will not apply it. So what we have to disclose or disseminate is the goodness of these solutions. We have to demonstrate through indicators how much we will increase the amount of water available for irrigation, or how much less I will have to irrigate because I have water already accumulated in soil. So we have to see how these solutions in the end are profitable. I don't remember who mentioned that, but if the solutions are not economically viable, they will not be applied either, much less in the agricultural world. So we can calculate how much less energy I will use, for example, to irrigate, and what my savings will be after all, or how much I will have to pay for water wherever I have to pay for it. And I would like to highlight here that nature-based solutions could open up to new markets, or in fact could allow us to remain in the markets we are already in, because before we mentioned that we were exporters of products, agricultural products, and products that go to Europe or the United States. And I am sure you know that what is happening right now in Europe with the demonstrations of farmers now, because they have to comply with the new policies of the common area, with has the Green Pact agreements to comply with the 2030 agenda. One of the claims of these farmers is that those that are not Europeans has to comply with the same standards in order to export their products or take their products to Europe. So we are not foreign to this. And nature-based solutions could also be a way of showing that we are complying with those standards that are being demanded, with certain certifications that are either arriving to Latin American producers to demonstrate water management plans, biodiversity management plans, and the protection of part of their agricultural lands. I'm almost finishing. That would be another point. And lastly, I believe there is a very good example in Chile, and that is that we can encourage the development of this type of solutions through legislation or regulations. The irrigation development law, which is a law that has to do with private investment, was amended in August 2023 to include this type of solution. And there will be bonuses thanks to that. So I end. Those are the ideas I wanted to share. Thank you very much. Now we can go off to lunch. No, we have 1 more minute to go. No, honestly, thank you all very much. I was invited to be the moderator of the panel, but as a forest engineer, well, I would love to speak about everything I experienced in a water basin management project 30 years ago, where we worked precisely on what we are discussing right now, and it is very interesting. And on the protection of water sources in my property to test this in practice, but I do not have time for that. Thank you all for this. This has been a spectacular panel we have had here. Okay, off to lunch. Thank you.
Para ir a la zona donde va a ser el almuerzo, por favor, déjense guiar.
You can follow our EDECAM. We have 1 hour scheduled for lunch, so let us be back at
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Bienvenidos a esta
Welcome to
segunda
the
sesión
second session
titulada Agua,
entitled Water and
Productivo.
Productive Development.
Quiero agradecerles a
I
todos
want to
los que
thank
están
everybody
presentes
for
y
being
aquellos
here,
que de
particularly
forma
those
eficiente ya están en la
who
sala.
efficiently
En breve llegarán.
arrive on time after lunch, or the others will join us as soon as possible. But I'm happy to welcome more than 400 people that have been asking questions in Zoom. They have told me the chat has been full of comments and there's messages for you. Everything you have answered, what you have included, put in the chat box, we're not going to be lost. Now, it will be included in the report of this event. We are very happy because this is a real multi-stakeholder event. The purpose of this particular session will highlight the centrality of water management and solutions for a more sustainable manner in different productive sectors. So if you see, you can see a QR, so make your votes, please. In 90 minutes or a little bit less, we will see if we can retrieve some time. We're going to see concrete examples on how to combat the water scarcity, or in other cases, excesses that prevent or may interrupt many productive processes. In ICLAC, three big sectors to promote transformation have been identified. Within them, we include renewable energies, but also agri-food systems and the healthcare sector that strategically depend on the safe water and sanitation service. So without further ado, I would like you to go right away with the energy case. Using the presence of the Vice Ministry of Energy in Costa Rica, Mr. Ronnie Rodriguez, the Deputy Minister of Energy, our head, and Mrs. Ryan Quiroga, of the Chief of the Water, Energy, and Biodiversity Unit. And now, Mr. Sergio Roman, Coordinator of Works and Projects of the Deputy Director General for Irrigation, Natural Path, and Rural Infrastructures of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food, MAPA from Spain, will take the floor. And then, there we move to the agri-food system. Then we're going to listen Mrs. Ana Carolina Argolo Nascimento, Director President of the National Agency for Water and Basic Sanitation of Brazil. And she will also talk about water in the sanitation sector. And Mrs. Blanca Antizar was not able to make it to be here. I think she is Consulting Director, Europe, Africa, and Latin America regions, but she was kind enough to leave the answers to the questions asked to her. So, Mr. Ángel Ureña, Coordination Manager of the Interinstitutional Commission of the Hydrographic Basin of the Panama Canal Authority. Thank you all for being here. Okay, Mr. Deputy Minister, Costa Rica has achieved an impressive level of dependency on renewable energies, but we know that the last year, because of the drought, there have been an impact on the generation of energy from water. Could you share what the strategies you are using to adapt to this situation are in order to increase resiliency or sustainability of the sources of water energy? Thanks, dear Sylvia. Greetings to the panel. Ryan, I remember when we started talking about this project, this activity. Thanks for coming to Costa Rica. Be welcome. The government authorities, the representatives of national and international institutions, be welcome. And I wish you great success these 3 days you're going to be here. And of course, our appreciation to ECLAC and ICA for accepting us in their home. So, to talk about water stress, in our country, we were trying, and we continue doing this, to monitor what happens with. So here we talk about climate variability. So we do not dare to talk about climate change yet. Our scientists enter into a debate if this is altered or not. But what is true is that the events of El Niño, La Niña phenomena are more extreme, more intense, and unpredictable, and they have not so easy to quantify recurrency. And we move to the case of Costa Rica, 70%, more or less, depending on the season of the year, depending on the matrix, on the hydropower matrix. You can imagine the variation. So I will give you examples for you to see the climate variability because of variations regarding the water resource. 2022 and 2023, we exported 10% of energy. We're able to produce 100% of renewable energy, including hydropower, eolic energy, and others. And we were able to export 10% of the energy fully renewable to the region. So we were 110% renewable. It looks nice, but in 2024, our estimates are telling us that we're gonna be 90% renewable. So there was a reduction of 10% just with one climate element. So imagine the effect in the water resource availability for human consumption. Imagine this for agriculture and for the tourism sector, but also in the lack of water resource. This lack puts us on a problem in relation to the firefighters. So systems, and going back to the question of electric generation, they have the particularity that forces us to use this, to start seeing this as an adaptation and transformation system. We do not talk about mitigation, but adaptation to climate change. It takes us to understand that we need different systems. The prediction models change, as well as the energy matrix. We need to reinforce with more geothermal energy, which is independent from the climate system. We need to think in solar energy, in the models of interaction of intermittent variables, and something that seems in isolation, which is the availability of water resource, forces us to make a full transformation in an integrated planning of energy. It does not include electricity only. We need to immediately think in fuels. We need to think in bioenergy. We need to make a full integration of the elements because it begins with water, and we know that this is not going to change. This is going to be more intense, more unpredictable, and more difficult to be quantified in our model. So the solution is aimed to the diversification, adaptation, and transformation in the way we manage the water resource. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Just a second question for clarification purposes. You mentioned a reduction of 10%. If the previous year you were exporting, now you are 90%. Is this percentage, is Costa Rica in capacity to supply this percentage with the other sources of energy, solar energy, geothermal energy, or are you considering to import hydrocarbons? Because this is very important. Costa Rica has a strong image at the Latin American level of the commitment with the green agenda, green economy. This is a small follow-up question. Thank you. This question helps me to comment something that impacted people. When we started in the administration, there was a lot of encouragement about the 100%, 110% of renewable energy. When I start analyzing the energy balance, not only, and I include the other sources of energy, not only electricity, but the fuels as well. The OECD data says that Costa Rica is 50% renewable and 50% based on fuels derived from oil. We said Costa Rica is not so clean in emissions. Costa Rica is not as clean as that, but how? We are on a second energy transition. Here we talk about the second, which is the process of this carbon accumulation. When I integrate and I say, and let me give you an example. The landscape was solved by Costa Rica. No deforestation, no change in the agricultural border in food production. we have an important vertical coverage that captures CO2. The scientist says this, we're running out of this. We cannot use forests for more capture because they will get the natural cycles of emissions and capture. So I solved the electricity 100% renewable. I'll answer your question in a while. What do we have? So what we have to do to move towards electrification of transportation? It doesn't matter if it is private or if it is a cargo vehicle. I was on an inauguration of a sugar mill, and they charge 40 tons, 250 kilometers, and the owner says, I have saved 25 tons of diesel. Just for you to imagine the meaning of this. Our energy matrix, so we expanded and we talk not only about the electricity, it's not 10%, it is 50%. And we put it in this perspective to be a little bit more honest with the topic worldwide. In 14 years, the composition of fuels or oil derived or issues has not varied. It's still 80% of the integrated matrix in the world. In other words, we're issuing more, emitting more. So when we do this, the electric part, we said, okay, let's add more geothermal energy. There are a series of new projects right now, solar and eolic projects, but the topic goes beyond that. It is about generating enough quantity with the renewable sources to solve not only the electric part, but also the increase because of transportation, electrification of the industry, change of oils, and so to use biofuel for burning fuel, so using natural gas. This is important. This year, we're gonna produce energy with oil sources. This is only used as a support for the system because of economic aspect. It is cheaper to have a thermal source from diesel than a hydroelectric plant, and it is used as a backup. But that's the situation. So I complicate it a little bit more because it is not 10%, it's 50%. This in order to be transparent with the situation worldwide. Thank you. Thank you for these reflections, Deputy Minister, because it connects to the different challenges many countries of the region face in order to make a real transition in the energy matrix. That's why I would like to take advantage to ask Mrs. Quiroga to tell us about the proposal from ICLAC in this matter and how energy transition can promote a productive development considering sustainable water management, and hopefully to ask you if you can give us concrete examples about the industries, the new development models, and which ones relate to water, the green thing. Okay.
Well, thank you. Yes. We are at a point in time when we are simultaneously driving at ECLAC energy and water transition towards simultaneous pillars of efficiency, efficacy, universal access, according to SDGs 6 and 7. And we have developed models and estimates at ECLAC saying what the cost is of moving forward in both transitions, around 1.3 points of the regional GDP throughout a 10-15-year scenario. We will be able to achieve this water and energy transition. These are difficult points in time, as the executive secretary said, because of the cascade. There are limited that there are fiscal limitations, and we need to work in partnership with communities and with other stakeholders, as the delegate of Honduras indicated. Thank you for that. Energy transition in Latin America, we have a power grid, which, as the Vice Minister of Costa Rica was just saying, which is a mixture. In electricity, we have around 67% of the power grid throughout the region. This is based on renewable energy, not necessarily clean. And a very important part of that, almost 60%, comes from hydropower. That is why it is historically important to have water to feed renewable energy in our region. Significant progress has been made also with solar and wind. Green hydrogen, of course, this is at the project level, and this also allows us to look forward to the gradual replacement of fossil fuels. However, to say that economic growth in the region has demanded that the primary energy supply has been multiplied 2.4-fold over the last 10 years and will accelerate even more in the future. In this process, there's a transformation of sources, and the importance of water and hydropower will continue to be vital. But based on climate variability and droughts, and there we see the difficulties of maintaining that model into the future. So the proposed water transition to greater savings and to modify the development model in the region through energy and water transition is a very important element because it brings about new value chains, new green jobs. It transforms the industries and services towards sustainability, towards equality, as is in all the documents you have, and as you can follow through all the QR codes on our publications. The engineering, the expertise, the natural resources we have readily available, like lithium and the copper and water and human capabilities we have, can serve as a starting point for a different development model where value added can be withheld and used for citizens in Latin American and Caribbean countries. Thank you. Another follow-up question for you too. We know you are heading several energy outlook programs for Latin America. How do you think this fair transition can reduce the pressure on water use? Because worldwide, we know that 90% of the energy requires intensive water. And perhaps you can share some thoughts of these advances in hydropower in the longer term. Thank you. Okay, basically, our outlook is about to be published this year. And it says that by 2030, 2050, there will be an absolute increase in electric power. But its participation in the power grid itself will be less. Basically, right now, it is at about half of the electric power supply. And by 2050, we expect that it may reduce to about 33, about 1/3. So in this sense, in that dynamic growth, it will be replaced by solar, wind, hydrogen, and other clean sources, reducing thus the pressure on the reservoirs and demand for water required to produce electricity in our countries. So in this sense, there will be a continuous growth of demand, but within the sources, there will be a transformation. And this is based on the long-term energy plans from the countries. We are not modeling blindly, but instead based on the plans the countries have developed and published, and we have incorporated this in the regional outlook, because that is what we usually do at ECLAC and regionally. So energy efficiency, the other major source, which is very important, has been a very old discussion, increasing energy efficiency just as water efficiency. But over the last 2 or 3 years, it has gained momentum after being off the chart in previous years. The truth is there are technical and non-technical losses, as well as inefficiency and among end users in certain sectors that do not follow the situation that the net importing countries as fossil fuels have, nor those that demand more on local renewable energy. Energy efficiency, instead of growing over time, our studies show it is flat, or in fact, energy efficiency is decreasing, with the exception of the logistics and transportation sector, the only ones that show that in the region, due to economic value added, are consuming less energy over the last 30 years. That is the old source to reduce pressure on water resources by the energy sector. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Quiroga. An applause, yes, very good. Now talking about water pressure, I would like to address Dr. Angel Ureña. Without going any further, he is in the neighbor country where the Panama Canal is involved in a water crisis never before seen in history due to the lengthy dry season. On the news, we have seen, we have heard about a 50% reduction in daily passage of vessels, like to last October, and there has been a reduction in the cargo carried and increase in rates. And in the El País newspaper, they talked about losses of $500 to $700 million. I want to ask Dr. Angel if this is correct. So the question is, how has this impacted financial sustainability of the Panama Canal Authority? And even more important, how can we understand the measures that are being made to protect the basin? Thank you very much. Yes, it is very important to clarify a lot of the concepts that are popping up in different media. The Panama Canal has not stopped operating throughout time. Definitely, we have been affected by a reduction in the rainfall regime due to El Niño in this case. However, adequate measures have been taken to continue to manage the water resources in a more efficient manner with two main functions. First, to supply potable water for potabilization and for the population. About 55% of the population of Panama that drinks water that is produced in the Panama Canal water basin. And secondly, for the operation of the canal. Those are the two water priorities coming from the canal basin, for the population and for operation. Should there be anything additional, the Panama Canal Authority also produces hydropower when there are resources available, and for other uses also that occur during within the basin. That first of all. Secondly, the Canal Authority has set a budget of $4.7 billion for 2024, of which we foresee to return or to give back to the state 2.4 for this year, 2024. That is a 2.7% increase as compared to 2023. But the situation is as follows. Although we have had a reduction in transit in tonnage, 5% reduction in transit, just imagine. Excuse me, 7% in transit and about 5% in tonnage. In 2023, January 1st, 2023, and an adjustment was made to the rates paid by vessels that use the canal. And this has helped us amortize that loss and give the resources the country requires. And we foresee this will happen again because this is ever more permanent. We see El Niños and the dry seasons over the last 10 years. We have had 5 years when the rainfall regime has significantly dropped, way below what we had in a normal year traditionally. And the steps are being taken and studies are being undertaken for new water storage systems. including not only for the operation of the canal, but also to supply water to the population at large. This is a project that has been underway for quite some years now. We need to have a new system of dams that will allow us to have enough water for for operational purposes. And there's a situation here with this population, the people, the citizens that need that water from the basin. In the basin, we have been working, and this is a priority for the canal ever since the authority was established after the Panama Canal came back to Panamanian hands December 31st, 1999. And this has been one of our priorities, to be able to establish a management system, both interinstitutional as well as with the communities within the basin. As the doctor said, I am the manager of the Canal Interinstitutional Commission. What does this mean? I have to work with institutions that have some type of responsibility in that territory, with the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Health, all those that have any type of responsibility or function within the basin. And with the communities also, there are local committees. A series of basin committees have been created where the population is the one that leads the process. And with the authorities, they define the priorities for a given area. And this is organized by sub-basin. We are not talking about political limits or municipalities. No, this is at a sub-basin level. The authorities determine how to communicate with the relevant authorities and with the Panama Canal Authority. Additionally, we have an environmental economic incentive program where we foster activities in agroforestry and sustainable cattle raising in the area. We need to change some of these processes, better aligning them with the water resource usage. And we have to work with communities because they traditionally have protected that resource. So this is a significant change in agriculture to give them the ability to produce in a more sustainable manner. And that has been underway since 2009. We have certified carbon bonds from those agroforestry, cattle raising activities in the canal area. We have, well, this is a bit of more evidence of a service being provided. This is not just a service for water, but also for carbon, and we have shown this through our projects. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ureña. Now, the next question arises, since you have been talking about this more open collaboration and knowing that what happens in the Panama Canal affects many of us or all of us in the region because of the amount of international trade that goes through the canal. Has the authorities sought collaboration with the private sector? And what experiences have you had in that sense? Well, this year was the perfect storm. We saw the situation in the Suez with the climate change also, as well as in the Panama Canal. We have a global situation that is affecting the logistics system. And we hope that this is finally solved very soon. But going back to this question, at the Panama Canal, we cannot determine processes that include private enterprise within the operation itself. And that is part of the political constitution of our country. Exclusively, the Panama Canal is the only one responsible for that waterway. So we cannot enter into those processes. And the other thing I would like to say is that this year, perhaps about a month ago, the first the environmental sustainability officer of the Panama Canal was appointed under the sub-administration, which aside from being summit administrator is now also responsible for sustainability officer and decarbonization. And this means a series of initiatives and investments that will take place precisely to continue fostering sustainable development in the water basin, but also all the processes that lead to decarbonization of the Panama Canal operations. This is a new technology, and this opens a gap in an activity which is very important, as is logistics, as is shipping. There is no technology yet that is 100% zero emissions. But what we currently have is, well, we are seeing how we can bring this into the operation. We are purchasing hybrid different tugboats. We are changing our ground vehicles for electric vehicles, and we are considering electricity with zero emissions, perhaps solar or other types of energy. And there's another situation which also corresponds to our customers. The industry is going towards alternative fuels. Alternative fuels that are currently under study are green hydrogen, ammonia, and methanol. They will need water, a lot of energy, and that definitely will have to be seen through the companies that are specialized in that area and that can provide that service and that could use areas near the canal, but we're not talking about operation, but instead a different value added to the route. Thank you, Mr. Ureña, for sharing with us the measures you are taking at ACP in this context that we know has also affected shipping, for example, in Paraná and the Amazon, and by a reduction of trade in these areas, there's an increase in the food prices. So with this, I ask for an applause for Mr. Ureña before we move on. Trade, transportation, food, and water stress, well, all of this leads to greater prices. Sergio Roman is joining us, and I would like to pose the following question. The observatory in Spain mentioned the deterioration of water supply as one of the most significant risks for companies in this year, 2024, especially affecting farmers and producers. So we would like to ask, how are you addressing this serious issue of limited water resource availability, and how are you working on water recovery or anything else that you would like to share for the Latin American and Caribbean region? Well, thank you very much, first of all. ECLAC and ICA for having invited the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food of Spain to these regional water dialogues to share our experience, which, as we have said, we have been working on. Allow me to put the context of Spain first, the situation, so that you can see the importance of irrigation and how we best utilize each drop of water. Spain has about 50 million hectares geographically, about 10 times the size of Costa Rica. 16 million approximately are arable. And of those, 3.8 million are under irrigation. We are #1 in surface in the European Union as to irrigation is concerned. And that surface has to be fed with water. And in parallel, there are 48 million inhabitants that when they want to open the faucet 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, they want water to come out of the tap. So, and this year we're talking about 366 days. So just imagine the importance for us, what you were just mentioning, that availability of water resources. Yes, the geographic situation of Spain, well, despite having certain climate variability, agricultural production occurs in areas where rainfall does not even reach 200, 400 millimeters per year. So throughout history, The Ministry of Agriculture I represent has undertaken a series of projects related to the improvement and optimization of those resources. One activity that took us for 20 years to modernize 1,500,000 hectares has been the modernization of irrigation, which has consisted basically of tubing the surface water, avoiding losses by evaporation or infiltration. And in quantifications made between 2009 and 2018, over those 10 years, we have proven that there was a 2.6% reduction in water consumption, but there was an increase in 11.6% in the irrigation's surface. So just with that measure, there was an improvement and the possibility to have more surface with the irrigation. In parallel, well, the irrigation systems, 55% of those 3.8 million hectares I mentioned are under localized irrigation, positioning us as number one in the world in drip irrigation. So we are in a situation in which, as I was saying, due to our geographic position and resulting from climate change, extreme droughts are ever more frequent. In Spain, they used to occur every so often, several years. Now we have it every year and sometimes twice a year. So we are in the situation that Mr. Otero mentioned this morning, where we have to produce more and better in a sustainable manner, so that the investments in the portfolio with European funds as well as internal funds work by my ministry in Spain have a cross-cutting component that seeks, otherwise we cannot fund those actions. We must work on water and energy efficiency. We know we will not have any more water than we have because precipitation will not increase it. So what we must do is preserve or improve the use of our resources or look for new sources. That is why all projects that will be funded now, we can group them in three major typologies, one of which is infrastructure, construction, water reservoirs built by the communities, not large reservoirs, but just accumulation ponds, basically, that have the problem of geographic location and the possibilities of depth. That must lead, that must be located in given places. Another typology is those that, as Monica mentioned this morning, those things that have to do with digitalization. Significant money is being invested in my country to actions that combine both aerial photography and with field sensors in the production sites and weather stations, so that all of this together with remote sensing at the hydrant system, the big data gathered there can represent a decision-making tool to better decide when to apply irrigation depending on the condition of the crop and the weather conditions that occur. So there is a significant savings in water there. And the last line of action, seeking water efficiency, could say it generates a new resource, and that is non-conventional water. And when I talked about non-conventional water, these salinized waters, desalted waters, because, this is very costly, and for the producers and farmers, it represents a cost they cannot pay. And regenerated waters, those that come from applying circular economies to the waters, and that are being used ever more frequently, leading to a lesser pressure on conventional water resources, an aquifer recharging, and allowing it to use a water volume that was not foreseen in the past. And according to the legislation of each country, depending on the parameters, this would presuppose an efficient solution and would improve the use of these water resources. That last point is very interesting regarding reutilization of wastewater. One last question, very straightforward. What challenges do you have to incorporate these waters and potential lessons for our region? Because we know that Spain is quite a pioneer in reutilization. Well, very briefly, we could say that lessons learned, challenges, or the conditions to consider are, first of all, the investment, logically. Yes, a wastewater purification plant considers primary and secondary treatment, and to apply that circular economy, we need to have a tertiary treatment that can adjust the water to the objective I have sought. Basically, we, aside from building the station, a future project would need to include the community also. On the other hand, we have seasonality, although this is a new form of water flow. It is not continuous. It depends on volume and how the wastewater plant is filled. We have to think of the salt and the sodium contained in those waters, although the parameters are very well outlined. And on the other hand, we have the nitrogen content. We must clearly understand what crops this would be applied to. Those are some of the things to consider in order for the implementation to be successful. Thank you, Mr. De Roman. An applause for you. Thank you.
Certainly, the investment in the sector is something essential that appears this morning. Now, I would like to give the floor to our next panelist, Mrs. Argolo. Considering the context from Brazil that has experienced a significant expansion in establishing partnerships, public-private partnerships in the sanitation sector, we would like to ask you about best practices that could be extracted from this experience for the benefit of other countries in the region that are currently trying to attract private investment in order to improve and optimize their water and service. Thank you. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure, a great pleasure to participate in this panel. And I would like to thank the invitation of ECLAC and also to the government of Costa Rica and AICA for the hospitality. To answer the question, I would like to show some data from the Brazilian scenario. First, in Brazil, most of that is related to the service related to the population, the poorest population. These families do not have access to services most of the time, and there are also regional differences in the coverage of the services. Something else is that the services located in the peripheral of big cities, in rural areas, and these communities in the territory, the communities that are disseminated all over the territory. Finally, the universalization of water supply services, sanitation is part of the agenda in order to reduce regional inequalities and social inequalities in Brazil and most of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. And information of the participation of the private sector in sanitation. The number of contracts with the private sector in Brazil increased from 103 in 2013 to 178 in 2023. 850 municipalities served. This total, out of this total, 78% of this is done through full concessions. In spite of representing 12% of the contracts, the public and private partnerships that show 9% of private investment represented 9% of investment in 2021. From 2013 to 2023, full concessions and public and private partnerships grew 90%, from 90% to 90% and 91% respectively. Important effort for a better participation from the private sector. increase in investments in order to satisfy the budgetary needs to deal with such a big challenge. The participation of the private sector in sanitation, particularly through public and private partnerships, appears as an opportunity to address the challenges and to promote the development of the sector, which is so vital. In Brazil, the legal framework of sanitation establishes that for 2033, 99% of the population, of Brazilian population, must have access to treated water and 90% to collection and wastewater treatment. Based on history of our country, where the public sector was predominant, so the expansion and the participation of the private sector became vital for the development and the extension of services and the cross-cutting of sanitation. Our current regulation foresees mechanism for this to be made to be viable, to optimize the services. The legal framework of sanitation in Brazil considers four important aspects. The major ones. The first one is the regionalization of the services to ensure the economies of scale. I mean, that the provision of services be owned by the municipality. Another important aspect is the competition for the market with requirements of various standard to join the market as a way to look for the economic efficiency. Number three, harmonization of the regulations, which is between 90 national and binational authorities, and finally the establishment of clear objectives in the contracts of access to resources. I must indicate that a framework of the sector is trying to reduce the risk, particularly regulatory matters regarding planning and institutional policies. Besides the risk of crisis in supply, water scarcity, this new regulatory framework also establishes a robust legal base for concessions, basic sanitation, promoting this way public and private partnerships. In conclusion, I would like to mention some common challenges between Brazil and other Latin American countries. And according to our perception, first to raise the coverage in rural areas, to assess the availability of water and to find look for an efficient use, to improve the quality of water, to ensure water security, to increase the need for investment in systems and treatment of wastewater with alternative solutions for the non-nationals, to establish a program in order to reduce the losses and to strengthen the mechanisms, the regulatory mechanisms. Thank you, Mrs. Argolo. The truth is that the new legal framework of basic sanitation in Brazil has strengthened the legal security of private investment in the sector and has you have already responded to the next question that I have for you, because Brazil is huge and our diversity and the rest of the countries of the region is serious, but you gave us several elements. Interesting elements for good implementation of these concessions, public and private partnerships. But just to add a little bit more, you mentioned economies of scale, the competition for the market, and clear objectives. Out of this, which ones do you are the things the other countries should pay more attention to or to use as the first step in the sector? So in your experience, something that you say, you do not need to neglect this particular point. I believe that the big challenges we have, I'm going to give some context in this scenario. I believe it's the regulatory harmonization. As I have said, There are more than 90 entities that establish the rules on a big country. And in this context, all this is very important because creating reference standards for the sector is important. These standards reduce the heterogeneity of the regulations in the sector. This reduction attracts investment, attracts the private sector, and this creates an environment of legal security for the country. So legal security for the private sector become part of these concessions, and also to assure the quality of the service provision. So to ensure the quality and to ensure the achievement of the goal, which is 2033 to have 99%. So we are on the right track. So therefore, we have many challenges to achieve this objective. Thank you very much for your answer. Round of hands for her, please. Now, we will quickly show you the video message left by Mrs. Blanca Antizar. We asked her about technological gaps in managing water resources in the region, strategies for our countries to attract funding in order to adopt innovations, in order to adopt technologies. And we asked her about cost and barriers of entry in the sector. So please, could you pass the video, 7-minute video, so she respects the time allowed for the panelists. Thank you. Good afternoon. Today, we are here to talk about the water resources management in Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to start by saying that when we talk about water security, we talk about little water, too much water, or contaminated water. In relation to little water, the technological gaps are related to the reduction of water. So we need to turn the reduction of losses into reality. This not only preserves water, but it also recovers income for future investments. The lack of accurate data and the distribution networks make difficult to make decisions. The current estimates are approximate because of the lack of sensors and appropriate monitoring systems. The investment in the monitoring technology to identify losses and to ensure the quality of water is essential. Imagine to detect escapes or implementing smart counters. Future opportunities to consider include the expansion of water networks and the rehabilitation of pipelines and the installation in the water networks. External funding will be vital for these projects. Digitalization is also essential for efficient water management. We need to consider that the data centers that have the models of AI that are vital for the implementation of digitalization need an important amount of water for operation and cooling. Therefore, technological expansion there's no question that this will increase the water demand. If there is a lot of water, the main technological gaps are related to the management of excess of water in cities, which is more and more challenging. 90% of the population in the region living in urban areas and a strong growth, a demographic growth. The traditional response has been to build drainage channels more bigger to evacuate the water of the city during the tropical storm. This is an expensive solution, but it can also affect the natural environment and quality of water. The Chinese architect Mr. Yu proposes in 2003 sponges to deal with phenomena such as flooding. In the region, we see in Chile and Mexico ongoing solutions that are pro the concept of a sponge city structure, green and blue, and solutions, nature-based solutions may provide a sustainable solution with the creation of the green spaces. The objective is to retain water locally in cities. Imagine the creation of artificial urban wetlands that filter and retain water and also treat them to eliminate possible contaminants such as hydrocarbons or heavy metals before releasing it, or the use of porous pavement that let water to filter in the soil instead of accumulating in the surface that could be used as technologies and in situ. The creation of green roofs, thanks to the installation of this for runoff, or the design of rain gardens that collect and store locally rainwater. Therefore, let's think in combining conventional solutions when appropriate with more natural and sustainable approaches. With regard to water too much contaminated, the main technological gaps are related to the quality of water and the treatment of wastewater, and those are crucial challenges that occur in informal communities. We need more affordable solutions, decentralized and low cost. Informal communities face high cost to build normal sewers. The lack of economies of scale because of the dissemination of houses complicates the situation. Sanitation in situ, for example, biodigesters tanks may be an appropriate solution to in this kind of context. Other solutions are the condominium sewerage that may reduce the time of construction and cost of investment between 30 and 60%. There are successful examples in this region, such as the case of Celeste in Brazil. Besides the domestic use, the agricultural sector represents 5 and 18% of the GDP in 20 countries of the region require large amounts of water. The recurrent droughts worsen because of climate change affect the availability of water. Technology can help to predict and mitigate the impact of these events using, for example, precision irrigation or the use of innovative technologies that combine data collected from meteorologic sensors, plants, and soil to understand and identify the main parameters that affect the ideal performance of plants. The reuse of water may perform an important role in this scenario. If we see Europe, the agricultural sector represents some 50% of the total consumption of water. Last June, a specific regulation on reuse of water was implemented. This regulation establishes minimum standards to assure the water quality of this water recovery and the use in agricultural uses. But in Europe, this is still low. Although more than 40,000 cubic meters of wastewater are annually treated, only 2.4% are additionally treated for reuse in agriculture. Therefore, there is still a long way to go in Europe and as well as in this region. If we think on the industry sector, the mining industry in Latin America and the Caribbean is on a strategic position to adopt innovative projects of desalting. For example, Chile and Argentina have a significant mining industry, and they are surrounded by the ocean. The desalination offers a viable solution to provide water to mining operations in arid regions. In Chile, for example, Bechtel has been involved in constructing 3 of the biggest desalinator plants that represent an important percentage of the capacity of desalination of the country, but this requires investment. In this regard, the funding of water and sanitation projects is still a big challenge in the region. There are different strategies to consider. For example, to state an approach and innovative funding. because the international attention is focusing on opportunities of concessions and public and private partnerships, or PPP. We have seen that the regulatory project of sanitation in Brazil has generated interest in concession projects. Another alternative may be the diversification of sources, and the international support in loans is still vital. We see that IDB, CAF, and the World Bank are the financial institutions of development that are more active in terms of providing money these last years. It is clear that to face the big challenges we're facing in the water sector nowadays, we need and we have to innovate. We need to innovate right from the beginning, considering inclusion aspect as well as innovation aspects in technologies and use, education at all levels, application of innovative business models that take into account a circular economy and that led us to adopt solutions, digital solutions as well. The application of institutional models aim to facilitate the economic attention in investments and the efficiency in operations for the startups to be integrated in an appropriate manner. With regard to benefits, to adopt innovative solutions like digitalization could help us to reduce the losses of water, to optimize operational costs, and to improve the operational efficiency. Green solutions based on nature can help us not only to decarbonize the sector, but also to manage on a more sustainable manner water security. With regard to costs and challenges, investments are needed for startups. We need to incentivize the creation of more startups in the region with the capacity to develop systems, appropriate systems, low cost and decentralized to provide for the provision of water and sanitation, but also to sustain the industrial processes, including agriculture and production of food, biodiversity, and our well-being. We need innovation ecosystems appropriate and adapted to each region to design and execute projects that could be funded. New financial instruments in the market to provide public and private funding. Digitalization will play an important role, and to do so, we need the viable data updated and available for the regulators and the different stakeholders. We need more training, more investment in the right training of our labor that help us to accelerate the adoption of innovation. We also need a better governance and accountability as entry barriers for entrepreneurs. For sure, the main barrier for innovation are the regulations and the public conservation, because the rules of recruitment in the public sector normally do not consider innovation. This may affect the arrival of entrepreneurs. We need more cooperation with any stakeholder to overcome cultural barriers between sectors and administrative ones. They are vital. And finally, it is vital to educate society in relation to the benefits to include innovative strategies. Public acceptance and confidence in new practices are key for a quick adoption and implementation, successful implementation. Therefore, innovation requires legislative changes, more flexible systems aim to adapt the changing needs and to make good use of new technologies. In conclusion, the collaboration between public and private sector, along with the adoption of innovative solutions, can let us to close these gaps and to ensure a sustainable water future for everybody. Although this is just a part of the solution to the problems that are so complex, problems we are dealing with. Thanks for your attention. Thank you, Mrs. Blanca Artizar, for sending this video message. I believe it's summarized in many other points some of the core messages. I believe we can close this session and is to highlight the need to move and to articulate investments, public and private investments, in order to water security, the data monitoring, regulation, training topics. We're going to continue talking tomorrow in session number 6 on water security under the framework of the ROSA project. Because of time reasons, I would like to quickly close to move to the panel about the cross-border water. So without a final round of for our panelists. I want to thank you for your attention. Let's continue.
Bueno, seguimos.
Ok, vale. Bueno, buenas tardes a
Good
todos.
afternoon, everybody.
Sé que estamos un poco
I know we're a little bit late because
Bueno,
we
yo les pido que
had
aclaren
lunch already, but
por
please make an effort.
tenemos dos sesiones que
We
pasan.
have two sessions to go. This is one
Me han dejado
half
mi
hour,
tarea de
and I had the task
con
to work
las
with
excelentes
the
personalidades que tenemos.
excellent personalities we have here and online
Tratar de hacer de esta
to
una sesión
try
lo
to
más
make this a participatory
participativa
session as possible.
posible y que ustedes puedan
And
también
you
hacer dos
can
sesiones de preguntas.
have two sessions of questions, one in the high political level and the other one in the high level and technical level, high technical level. Well, the coordinators of this session, the OAS and the agreement of water, we divided the session. In Colombia, we said that this is a break, but a break with purpose. This is transboundary basins, and when we talk about borders and border ecosystems, there are two important and pertinent components, the diplomatic and political component and the technical component. When we talk about transboundary basins, there's no decision country without the technical endorsement. So in this session, there's going to be a lot of panelists, but the idea is to replicate or to show you what could be a panel, a diplomatic panel, and then one with technical sessions. I'm going to moderate the diplomatic session with people over here, and people from the Inter-American panel will lead the technical session with experts the same category that our diplomats. And then we're going to have a closing session of the agreement of water on the framework of the experience they have. Without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to our two main speakers that we're going to have from the diplomatic panel. The first one is the excellent appointed president from Honduras, Doris Gutierrez. You hear her already. I give her the floor for her to tell us how Trifinio is an example of a unique example of cooperation, unique in the world, unique for Central America, and a good experience for Latin America, and to encourage us to cooperation in gendered aspects. So you have the floor.
Hola. Hola.
No? Okay.
A ver cómo hacemos para que no nos
Let me
durmamos.
see what we can do to avoid falling asleep, because it is kind of a heavy hour after lunch.
Bueno, eso de
Well,
exponente diplomático
a
como que no me
diplomatic
gusta mucho,
speaker
¿verdad?
does not concern me a lot, because
A veces la diplomacia
through
pasa
the
porque así como en
diplomacy
el cielo, ¿verdad?
happens as in heaven. It's difficult to ground it. First, let me tell you that
El plan trifinio
the
es
Trifinio Plan is a plan.
proviene de un
It comes from an international treaty.
Entonces,
So, an
internacional,
international treaty, at least in my country, has equal value or better value than the Constitution of the Republic. So it means that no matter the administration in the power, the Trifinio Plan remains, because
para que desaparezca,
for the Trifinio Plan to disappear, the treaty needed to be denounced and to be closed or canceled. So this Trifinio Plan was generated 37 years ago. Imagine that. As a result of the Esquipulas agreements and the guerrilla and all the situation that affected our countries a lot, countries in Central America. Now, here we talked about that transboundary. What does this mean? That there are several borders participating in the process. In this case, Central America, there are three countries located at the north. I mean, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. How many people from Guatemala do we have here? One. So he is transboundary, is a colleague from Guatemala. And how many people from El Salvador do we have here? So another transboundary here. Two. And from Honduras, how many? I'm the first one, not too many. So this plan, the three countries participated in the plan. What is the advantage? There is an articulation between the three countries. There are many common elements. Among them, the environmental wealth, water resources, flora, fauna, and the population of the whole area is a little bit more than 1 million people. The advantage of this transboundary plan is that we are 45 municipalities. From Guatemala, 15 from Guatemala, 8 from El Salvador, and 22 from Honduras, right? 22 municipalities. So there's 45, you say, but there's just a few in this territory, easy. But this is where diplomacy enters into the game. We need to negotiate between the three countries. One example of this is when a corporation arrives. Recently, we got a corporation from Central American. 2 years ago, that was done 3 years ago, but they have not given the money. It's difficult for them to give us the money. So, says $3 million for the Trifinio plan. After a meeting where Andres and some of us present there, we were very happy. $3 million. Good. But what happened? That as good individual people, each one wants 1 million for Guatemala, 1 million for El Salvador, 1 million for Honduras. This is where diplomacy entered into the game. And we started seeing what we could do. So we reached an agreement among ourselves. But the bank says, so what is your project? What is yours and what is yours? Well, we want a regional project. This is where things become complicated. because we needed to sit together again and we left leave a little bit the project. So project of each country will be managed by each country body has to have influence in the whole region. So in our case, we decided to have some experimental areas of in agricultural matters. But there, we needed the participation of friends and young people from the three countries. Those from Guatemala decided, I mean, so nowadays you don't need international cooperation likes regional projects. So please invent your trifinios yourselves.
And with that, you can get money. That is not easy. Well, why do they like this? Because first of all, this is a collective action among all three countries. In second place, there are several components involved here, not just one component, but instead they themselves agree, okay, IDB will do this and the other one will do that and the other. So there is a comprehensive assistance provided to the region. And the other advantage is that we have to meet only yes or yes. All three countries have to meet to plan together. That's the only way out. Please stand so that everybody can meet you. She is the tri-national secretary for all three countries. How about that? Young girl, agronomist. She's not quite 40, right? Although very soon. So those of you that want to congratulate her, her birthday is in June. Boy, when you get to 40, time flies. Well, that is another point. To appoint the tri-national, some countries, for example, we did it first in rotation, but others do it according to the government in force. We did not do it. President Castro said, Doris, you will be in charge of Trifinio. I had no idea of what on earth that was, because Trifinio had existed for several years and we had never heard about it. She told me, it's a treaty, so you start studying and find out what it is. Okay, and I did. So we had to appoint a tri-national secretary representing Honduras, and we had to negotiate. That is why we need diplomacy, because the tri-national secretary is elected by all three presidents, Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador, and there were only men so far. Oh, see. And aside from that, the 45 mayors we were working with, all males too. And the tri-national secretary, 2 men and 1 woman. Now we are 2 women and 1 man. We have made progress. So my colleague said, okay, go propose curriculum to propose 3 candidates. And I said, okay, we will propose 3. So we did. And they interviewed the candidates and they selected the best person. Not necessarily the one from the same party or from anything. No, the person that met the best met requirements. So they said, okay, if your country is in agreement, let us do it. And we told the engineer, we elected Engineer Alice for this. And she here is dealing, quote and unquote, with technical experts in all 3 countries. Most of the technical experts are male in Honduras. Basically, now we almost have 50% as technical staff. When we started, it was only 20%. It is what? How much is it now? Okay. It was 25 and now we are 48. You are to blame. Yes, congratulations. With you, we are almost half and half. So the UN people said on the International Women's Day, said with visible women, the change is possible. Do you believe that? That's what they say. So now we have seen the change in the area because women now are very good, very active. I'm not saying that the men are not, but anyway, I'm not saying they are. No, there are too many technical experts here. But anyway, those are things actual things that we find, we come across in treaties or agreements. There's another Trifinio area down south Uruguay, and I don't know, Brazil and someone else? Yes, I would imagine they also have a similar situation as us. And lastly, allow me to say that when we came, just since with all the mayors as men, we said we have to train women even though they are not women mayors. So we worked with mayors from all parties, and we'd never asked them what party they were from. Mayors are important because they are part of the consultative committee, and that is very important. They're the participation of senior authorities for governance purposes, and that is one point that we always say is fashionable. But anyway, what we did say was, okay, let's start training women. And over this time, we have trained more than 900 women in all municipalities, all of them. In the 22 municipalities in our country, we have trained them regarding family farms, poultry, beauty, imagine things that are of interest to them, not just matters related to farming. And lastly, allow me to say that the other key point, aside from the organization and women's participation, is that for the first time, we were able to ensure that the vice presidents that were also men at that time approved the Trifinio Plan gender policy. And we got help from the UN and a series of other institutions. And I believe we did it. We did. I believe we did a good job. Quite a big meeting in Copan with the vice presidents present. So we found this very important because with the gender policy, we have received much more cooperation, right? Why? Because they have liked the way we work. This is not sectarial, it is not political, not partisan, and this is an equitable way of working. And I hope my friends from El Salvador do not complain, but they have 8 municipalities, but they want to work on equal conditions. And we have a wonderful reservation in the world, the trinational. It's not really a reserve, the trinational Monte Cristo reserve. It is a wonder in the world. And for the first time, we, headed by a woman, will present a management plan, a technical management plan, so technical, social, and economic for this trinational Monte Cristo Reserve. That is what I can tell you. We have made significant progress. We need diplomacy, but more than that, we need concrete actions and results. Thank you. Thank you, appointee. I would also like to thank you on behalf of all the organizers, because basically the appointee saw me wearing a suit and did not recognize me. We only come across her out in the field, and for her to leave the field is very difficult, and we have to give her an applause wearing a dress and come. This is the first time you travel, Madam Appointee, and on diplomacy, yes. We at OAS tried to work on behavior exercises, behavioral economics, and in diplomacy, we have come across many lines of the campaign between mother and son for him to eat more vegetables, and that is a very diplomatic way to do it. Numbers do not lie. Basically, numbers have shown that women play a very important role in diplomacy, and water diplomacy in particular. That is why the number of women heading international committees and negotiation groups are always greater. So thank you, Madam Appointee. Excuse me, let me turn my microphone on. I forgot to mention that I have my cheat sheet, but the motto is water for everyone. That is our motto. So in this sense, that is the direction we are taking, and that is why here, because we are interested in this matter, and this is what Trifinio is all about, water for everyone, and particularly women that are the ones that manage water at home. Thank you. Thank you, Madam. Continuing with our agenda, we have another woman also from the region. She has worked a lot in water resources. She is Her Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama, Janaina Tewane, who will speak via Zoom. I would like to ask the team to please connect her. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yes, ma'am. Yes, we can, Madam Minister. Well, thank you. Warm greetings. Congratulations to all those that have organized this event. And greetings to Ms. Doris Gutierrez, Special Presidential Appointee from Honduras. It is a pleasure to be here representing Panama. Is there any specific question, or may I just speak out? Yes, we do have a few basic questions. Perhaps you could tell us, Madam Minister, regarding cooperation in Panama regarding water resources and how you have gone about accessing the water agreement. Well, water is alpha and omega in our country. Panama is the only country in the world with a canal that is a shipping point, but that depends on fresh water for its operation. Panama Canal at this time does not depend on cross-boundary waters to operate in Panama. In fact, Panama has been very careful in this sense. Almost 30% of our fresh water is shared water, as opposed to countries of the Trifinio, where basically 80% of the water that they depend on, if I am not mistaken, I believe is only from one country, from depending on water that originates in one country and ends in another, and that leads to the need for collaboration in water diplomacy. Despite this, as I commented, we have part of a very interesting cross-boundary water agreement with our sister country, Costa Rica, and this has been fundamental to have that cooperation mechanism always founded on a legal instrument. Allow me perhaps to highlight that perhaps not as strongly as the Trifinio, but this is a legal instrument that is based on binational agreements between Costa Rica and Panama that mention water as an element of collaboration, and that the mechanisms were later developed that ended up with the creation of a binational commission dealing particularly with the Sixaola River. We share 4 rivers with Costa Rica, but Sixaola is the most important of them all for our water diplomacy, because there are 2 major elements here that you have mentioned, which are the political diplomatic level and the technical level. Under that concept, we have common projects, we have common infrastructure, basically the bridge over the Sixaola River. That is very interesting, because when the countries start to invest together in infrastructure, that has to do with the real development of water and the development of the communities that house this river. But the element I like to mention is the element of inclusion, not necessarily women, no, I mean local communities that are the ones that truly share this love for water that crosses through their territories. Oftentimes what happens is that cross-boundary cooperation in water matters are handled by a government, the minister, the president, without necessarily considering the communities, which is also a characteristic that we see in the Trifinio with the local authorities. But aside from giving space to the local authorities, we also give a lot of importance to the Afro descendants and the indigenous communities that are involved in protecting the water, the quality of the water of Sixaola River. Very recently, the cooperation has grown so much that we have started a dialogue among different civil protection organizations because we understand that a flood that could be predicted on the Costa Rican side can certainly help evacuate people in Panama because the river originates in Costa Rica. So I would like to highlight there's a very interesting shortfall in this mechanism. Although there is constant dialogue and senior level authority and meetings, and there's a very good relationship among the countries, it is missing a fundamental basic element regarding water management, and that is data, technical data exchange regarding the quantity and quality of that water. There is an important participation, as was mentioned, of the international community, growing interest of the international community regarding this mechanism of cooperation between our two countries. The Organization of American States, the European Union, a union basically has been providing funds for community development, but to protect the ecosystem also. So in this sense, I believe that our inspiration has been the very good relationship we have had with Costa Rica. And that same very good relationship has been the driver of this cooperation mechanism. And this is my personal view. Basically, the best it has is the inclusion and the management of the river at the local level that tends to be the driver of the effective water management, not just at the senior level. Yes, there is a very good political will between our two countries and our ministries of foreign affairs and our constituents to continue with the developing the common infrastructure, but the local community is the one that is empowered regarding the protection of water. So I would like to highlight Panama's participation as the first country that is part of the UN Convention that takes care or protects its cross-boundary waters. Thanks to our collaboration with Costa Rica, although our country does not necessarily depend mostly on a cross-boundary river for distribution of water internally, and additionally is not a country that has water conflict with our neighbors, Colombia. We have a very small river, the Jurado River, which is part of a jungle that is not inhabited and that the population does not rely on too much. So we do not have a conflict there, and we have good water management there because the river does not impact the population much. We understand that water, particularly nowadays, is one of the biggest assets of humanity, not only of Panama. And we also understand that the exemplary cooperation we have had with Costa Rica that goes beyond the convention itself is a very good example for other countries of the region, our neighbors, so that they can be part thereof. Water is a fundamental element for our economic engine, the Panama Canal. The country has the big responsibility of encouraging the best management of these water resources. And I would like to end by saying that there are examples in the region, in the southern part of the region, in our region, as in Colombia, the relationship with Colombia and Ecuador and their water. They have a binational commission that only deals with water basins. That is the example that we need to strengthen with Costa Rica so that we can together manage water basins and particularly together get together with our countries that share water. And we can turn this water into an element of peace. That is our experience with water management in general. I hope this can help to be replicated in other areas where there is some type of conflict due to rivers. And we know this exists in South America, in San Juan, in Salala, and the different Central American countries. So this type of cooperation could serve as an example for the future and an instrument to share best practices. Thank you, Madam Minister. An applause for her. Madam Minister, we would like to ask you if your agenda allows us for you to join us for the next 20 minutes until the question and answer session of this panel. And we would like to take advantage to thank Panama for joining the water agreement. This is a historical milestone for the region, and let us move forward with this. Now let us go down on the list, not necessarily in the same order, but we will now go to an interface where we say we bring science and politics together at the level of vice ministries. We have a high-level panel here, a senior-level panel, going down south, a presentation by Gerardo Amarilla, Vice Minister of the Environment, Uruguay, who will speak about good governance of cross-boundary basins and opportunities to strengthen cooperation in this subject matter. Go ahead. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you for the invitation, ECLAC and ICA. We have felt very welcome here in Costa Rica. My presentation is focused on what has to do with cross-border waters in cross-boundary waters in Uruguay. Strictest census, if we consider water basins, 100% of our waters are cross-boundary, linked to international basins. The La Plata Basin, the most important one in the region, in the Southern Cone, includes 5 different countries: Brazil, Paraguay, Bolivia, Argentina, and Uruguay. There is an intergovernmental committee created back in 1969 after an agreement among all 5 countries that has worked very well, and that evidently covers all matters of such an important basin: navigation, tourism, production, consumption, and lately we have included the environmental aspect as a very important element. We just mentioned that one of the river basins, Paraná, had a drought that we had never seen in the last 120 years. So we have a very important precedent in the region. That basin has led to a lot of work and cooperation among all 5 countries. Things that have to do with climate change. Basically, there are funds for adaptation to climate change, regionally, individually, among countries. As the president said, we got used to negotiating and trying to cooperate and see things not only as individual countries, but also as regions. We have some uniquenesses. There's the Rio Negro in our country that crosses the country. We can see this here. The Rio Negro crosses the entire country from east to west. And although it looks like it is within Uruguay, it really arises in Brazil and contributes to the Rio, to the different areas, and flows into Argentina, the La Plata River. We have many activities over there, but it's not just the sovereignty of a country, but we have shared areas with both neighbors. For the governance of cross-boundary waters, we need to have basic principles that are very important in mind. As I said, we have the Laguna making Rio de la Plata, Rio Uruguay, and Frente Marítimo, and we share Laguna Medellín, or freshwater reserve, which is very important there. Laguna Medellín, together with Laguna Los Patos, is the second largest lake in South America. And there we have big challenges due to a project, shipping project, and that is very important for the region and for the production of rice also. And fish harvesting, tourism, and a series of other activities in the area. To analyze cross-boundary waters, there are some principles that are very important to consider, and these have to do with the necessary responsibility in what resource management, a shared resource management, and the necessary participation, not only of governments, but also of civil society, of producers, of users of the river or of the basin, and the necessary transparency in information, which is so important. I have been involved in water for and environmental aspects for many years. All the conflicts related to the environment basically arise from the lack of transparency and information, and the lack of information. So rigid positions arise, mistrust arises, and conflicts arise that end up in huge storms. And then clear legal rules. For good governance, it is important to have clear legal rules that are so important to prevent conflicts and to solve them when they do arise. In Uruguay, we have those surface basins that I was mentioning, but what is most important has to do with a basin that we cannot see, but that is perhaps the most important, at least in Latin America, and that is the Guarani Aquifer. This is an underwater resource, underground resource, and let us see it over here. The Guarani Aquifer covers 4 countries. The Sao Paulo area in Brazil. It would be impossible to imagine the development of Sao Paulo if they did not have the Guarani Aquifer under them. Northern Uruguay, an important part of the Argentina's mountains, and the eastern part of Paraguay. This freshwater reserve, one of the most important on Earth, led the countries that share that resource, that are the countries of Mercosur, by the way, started in 2013 a project that precisely was the environmental protection and sustainable development of the Guarani Aquifer system, where we started to work with GIF, the World Bank, and the OAS, which was the executing body of the project. The project was very important for us because it helped us understand what the Guarani Aquifer was, how it worked, what the limits of it were. When he started to work in 2003, I arose from an NGO in civil society. We had no idea of what the boundaries were. In Argentina, I had no idea of where it started, where it ended. We did not know how much each country was using, and we had no idea of the water volume in that huge sponge, if we can call it that way, that was under the soil of all 4 countries. Well, we started to learn about that based on this project that lasted, as it said here, from 2003 through 2009. The project, meant understanding that this is a very important system that brought life and production to millions of people in its basin, that it also has an interaction. I am an attorney, but I have a strong relationship with surface waters. There's a very important link between the Guarani Aquifer and the La Plata Basin, which is on the surface. And of course, it has to do with food production. As we have been discussing today, we see the importance this has not only for our continent, but for the entire world. We are the food reserve for a good part of the planet. But there are also industrial activities, recreational activities, transportation, and the consumption and survival of millions of people. So here, we developed this document and this study, which is very important. It is someplace on the internet. And among all 4 countries, we defined a strategic plan of action for all 4 countries to work on the Guarani Aquifer with implementation measures, and a first project that had to do with the analysis of a cross-boundary, basically examination between Concordia, Salto, Itaipu, Rivera, Mirameto, 2 neighbors here. So we developed this pilot plan to work and do research in all 4 countries.
So technical from the 4 countries in elementary schools and high schools to understand how the aquifers was mentioned in the 4 countries. We work in education workshops now in social and environmental education along with the 4 countries. And the result was the main one, which is very important, the first treaty, the first international treaty of 4 countries on an underground water reserve. It's not the river, it's the river that joins us or that separates us. It's an international treaty on water that cannot be seen. So we affect one side of the border, we may be affecting the phreatic layer of the other side, or that we are on one side of the limit and we could affect the waters on the other side. I'm going to go quickly. The result of this project was the treaty, and we are also concluding the second project that is related to the implementation, the recommendations of the first project. We will initiate the third project this year to work on governance, on the development of the 4 countries in relation to integrated management of water resources that are shared. And I believe that this has been a long process, slow process, but we have gone through a good shape, a good rhythm. And it is an example that we can work on international cooperation of integrated management of water resources. Underground, in this case, the technical cooperation leaves an important wealth for the work of the countries in the academia and civil society, and also those who have political responsibilities, and the cooperation regarding transboundary waters. And with the river that we have, is not an option anymore, and it is an obligation for the countries, and we want to be responsible managing water for the future. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Minister Amarilla. And I would like to highlight the Guarani model and probably the maturity condition of the Plata Basin and transboundary basins, where the countries work for the countries, by the countries and for the region. If something can be highlighted from these projects since 25 years ago, is that the countries lead and they are the ones that set the best way they consider, and they define what are they going to talk. Sometimes it's quality of water, other times barbecue, but based on this, they lead, and we as international cooperation, we are around, and where we can help, we support, and where we cannot, we just look. Now, let's go to an island, a shared island, and the Caribbean, Dominican Republic, and we're going to listen the words of the Deputy Minister of Soils and Water, Ministry of the Environment, Mr. René Mateo. He will talk about the Española Island and the experience of the Dominican Republic. Go ahead, floor is yours. Good afternoon. I am here in this scenario to bring a message the Minister of Natural Resources from the Dominican Republic gave me, as well as the Ministry of the Economy and the Environment and Development of the Dominican Republic. I asked the organizers to let me include a presentation I written to beat Hector from Mexico in relation to the speed. But the message was clear from the Dominican government to deliver this message without any distortion. The best way is by writing it. Okay, first thing is the vision that we have as a country. This is a current topic, quite delicate between the two countries. As Dominican Republic, we are aware about the need to ensure the availability of water and its sustainable management through the implementation of integrated management of water resources at all levels through transboundary cooperation between the two countries. We are convinced of the triple dimension of water as human right and natural resource, and particularly as an economic resource generating wealth. We are aware about the importance of the transboundary rivers. Unlike Uruguay, we have 97 basins, water basins in the country, and we only share with the Haiti Republic 4 of them. And in developing this presentation, I'm going to try to respond, to answer the question sent for the forum. The transboundary aquifers of the Dominican Republic, we share a border of 390 kilometers along the island with 4 major basins. One is in controversy nowadays, which is the Masacre aquifers and basin that we Dominican call Dajabon, and Masacre the other in the other country. But we're talking about the same basin, the Altibonito aquifers and basins. Of interest of the organizers of this event, the lake zone. One is Enriquillo Lake, and the other one in Dominican Republic, and Sumatra Lake in Haiti, and the Pedernales aquifers and basin in the southern part of the island. This is an illustration of this 4 transboundary basins going from north to south, Masacre in the north, in the middle, Altibonito, the lake area, and the Pedernales aquifers. The Dajabon River, we're asked to mention this, is some 55 kilometers river. It is mainly located in the Dominican territory. And it has effluents known as Caputillo, another one, Rio Hens in Haiti, Arroyo Manatí, and the Dajao River. The Dajabon River Basin, we wanted to show this. This is part of the discussions we were having with the Republic of Haiti. It goes to the Manzanillo Lake, a complex system of wetlands protected by the Ramsar Agreement and the National System of Protected Areas in the Dominican Republic. So managing these waters is very important for both countries. The second basin, the Altibonito River, which is by far the main river in the island. In this case, is the other way around. 30% of the basin is in the national territory, in Dominican territory, and 70% in the Republic of Haiti. In fact, in this river, the Haiti Republic has their only dam called Perico. In institutional terms, both countries have established 4 treaties, one in 1929, revised in 1936, a revision protocol in 1936, and basic cooperation agreement in 1979, including the creation of a Mexican mission, Dominican Republic, and Haiti, among other important protocols, among other important trade protocols. One of the questions asked is how to share water. Well, the countries that share water bodies, as we saw this morning, must find ways and conciliation arrangements of availability and water demand in order to facilitate the shared use in an equitable and fair manner, assuming the border states the responsibility to take care and manage these resources on a rational manner with mutual respect to the sovereignty of both countries and with solidarity. The prevailing agreements in Dominican Republic and Haiti establish proportions for equitable use of transboundary waters, and they impose restrictions to works or water transfer from water basins that will drive the volume of water and affect the volume for any of the two countries. I include this image to quickly discuss it because this is one of the few examples in the world of good practices in managing of transboundary basins. This canal was built in 1950, has been part of a solution between the two countries. Both margins of the Masacre River or the Jabón River, there are these little yellow dots are direct intakes in the river. In a harmonious manner, for years, both farmers from the Dominican Republic and farmers from Haiti share this water downstream on a basis that is being stated today as a result of the discussions both countries are having. In this area of the downstream, in the Jabón River, there are some 24,000 land planted basically from rice. 10,000 belong to Haitian producers and 14,000 from the Dominican side. And for years, they have used this water without any conflict. As a result, because Haiti initiated the construction of a canal, this La Vigia had 2 decades without any operation, but farmers from both countries take water directly from the river. This may be affected because of the intention of this, the construction of this canal. So we have almost concluded the rehabilitation of this canal that have not been working for 2 decades as a way for us on the Dominican side to ensure that the farmers are just mentioned, if this work will dry the bed of the river, somehow the Dominican part will still receive water. I'm referring to the 14,000 tasks I just mentioned. How to share water with the peace and friendship and arbitration treaty that I just mentioned from 1929 in Article 10, for which the works affecting the flows of the course of the transboundary rivers. This provision recognizes the right of the both states to use water from this shared source on a fair, equitable manner in its own territory for irrigation or for any other use. That is why, in line with the good practices we talked about, the projects the country is trying to implement nowadays. We, as a country, we are willing, when the situation of the neighbor country, Haiti, led us to do, we are willing to discuss with them these projects. Very quickly, the Artibonito hydroelectric project is a project where the main river of the island, the idea is to generate energy, so water comes back to the river. Since it is stored in upstream, we prevent floodings. As somebody mentioned, that the construction of dams will help us to deal with the climate change. We store in the drying times, and we control floodings in case of an abundance of water. As part of the basin of this river, this is the only dam from the Haiti Republic that will favor them in terms of having a regulated volume of water. Also, this is another project we would like to discuss with our Haitian neighbors. This is a project on the Joca Dam, which is located in the Altibonito River as well, and it will allow the irrigation of more than 300 tasks in both sides of the two countries. Finally, in these two big projects we would like to discuss with Haiti, we include the project Don Miguel Dam. We want you to pay attention to this. If we build this dam, which is a small one, 30 million cubic meters, we can regulate the water from the Jabon Massacre River. This has made that Haiti tries to build this deviation, this canal, because this dam will allow us to regulate the volume at 4 cubic meters per second. The hydrologic studies of the country reveal that we can only assure a volume of 0.96 cubic meters per second. This little dam would take this volume to 4 cubic meters per second because the river or the basin of the Jabon River has two times of rain, one on April. Right now, the volume does not reach 2 meters per second. The rainy season on April and the other one in November. The dam will store this excess and will distribute this throughout the year with a constant volume of water. What are the future steps we understand to strengthen the relationship between the two countries? First, to retake the dialogue, apply the good practices of the past. For example, in 1978, Haiti and the Dominican Republic reached consensus to build a dam on the Pedernales River, which is the basin that is located to the south. The agreement was signed by the chancellors from both countries, and it was certified by the presidents of Haiti and the president of the Dominican Republic. Important information to remember: this dam allowed the two countries to extract from the river 250 liters per second, and the budget for the construction of this dam was shared between both republics. This kind of agreements need to be reconsidered for both countries to share their transboundary waters on an environment of peace, equity, and harmony. So, summarizing, these treaties that started in 1929 are not adapt to modern times of demand and climate change. We understand that focusing both countries in these 5 points could strengthen the future relationships to improve the institutional frameworks that are kind of old, a scientific basis of hydrology and hydrogeology, establishing the monitoring network. One of the serious problems we have and is how to share information and how to generate this information. Although we have several measurement stations, we know they are not enough for the 390 kilometers of the border. And finally, within these improvements for the institutional framework, for example, there is a treaty of the Convention of the United Nations on the Right of International Water Courses that was signed in 1997, establishing the rights and obligations of the countries that share international water courses. Dominican Republic nor Haiti are part of this treaty. So we understand that this agreement is important because there are vital points, those that we are experiencing nowadays, as the one mentioned in Part 3 of the Convention that establishes the principle of prior notification of measures projected and indicated in detail the different aspects of this obligation. The essence of the principle is if a state if in one of the states projects are planned, projects that may have negative effects in another state or other state that share international course of water, the state that planned this measure must timely notify the other states about their plans and to find measures and discussions to solve this conflict under a peace environment. This is the message Dominican Republic government sends in order to strengthen our relations with the transboundary rivers in the Republic of Haiti, with the Republic of Haiti. Thank you very much. Thanks, Vice Minister, for intervention. To close the panel, we're going to have a segment of questions, two questions for the diplomatic panel. Important to highlight that, and you will see this in the technical panel. At the end of the day, for us, the main structure of the Americas is regional security, food security. When Gerardo said that we are the farm of the world, it is important, but not only because of the production, it is also about ensuring the navigation. When there was this route in the Paraná River, the boats didn't leave, so no work for those who plant, no income, no GDP. Without this, no investment in education, innovation, technology. If cooperation does not give the specific counts because they have a punctual characteristics which are studies, and we cannot do drilling because the soil of the Guarani aquifer has some specifications. So we really was facilitating the information diplomatic need for agreements. This is an important topic, a pertinent topic. And for sure, we thank you for your words. Now we're going to move to a segment of questions, 2, 3 questions at most for this panel. And we have the Chancellor from Panama, if we can have her on the screen for her to receive the questions. Any question, raising your hands, please. Over there. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jesus Sanchez. I'm the regional coordinator of the Network for Central America. I appreciate the information provided today. I want to ask a concrete question. One of the challenges that we have in the transboundary work is the access to information. It is very important. The work and incidence and diplomacy at the level of political platforms is important, but when we are collecting information, who really work in those territories, transnational, binational territories, we cannot connect all these initiatives, all this money that go to specific projects with the people that are really experiencing the challenges and the opportunities in water management within this transboundary rivers or basins. What can we do for these initiatives we have at the political level, go at the local level? What can we do for the to get the answer of the needs of people living in those territories? Thank you. I'd like to answer the question on the panel. Yes. Well, very quickly. A key point in this project is community participation. Without community participation, this remains at the summit level, technical or political level. Strategy we are using is to have networks at the middle level or the basic level, mayors, and then at the technical level. With all this thing of technology, it is easy to develop technical sessions, information sessions, but I do believe that there is a challenge, as you mentioned, and this is transparency. Normally, communities do not fully know the budget for how much the project for this project is, how is this used. I believe here we need to give it a better priority. But besides that, people need to feel that with this water issue, which is a basic need, they are asked and that they make some proposals as well. A challenge we have is that water gets to the municipality, any municipality, to villages of the Trifinio. This is a challenge. The only way to succeed is in getting together with people, going to the bases, and particularly to be in permanent contact with the progress of their projects, where they are the most important element. And with this, we can succeed, which is to have water for everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else that would like anything? The Chancellor from Panama will complete the answer. Thank you. Basically, in the same line, what we can see is how the cooperation mechanisms evolve. How can this improve? By collecting all the needs and putting them into a document that could be formalized, that could formalize them. The best, and the Deputy Minister of the Dominican Republic mentioned this. We as countries, and this is the suggestion I'll give to our cooperation system with Costa Rica, is to identify a unique document that institutionalize these needs as well as particularities of each region. Locally, I want to add one point. Very often we talk about water administration, water management to protect the environment, to take care of quality, to take care of water. But in Europe, there are mechanisms. I'm not sure if they exist in Latin America, where water is used as an economic development element of the communities, where the countries share and institutionalize budgets allocated, identified for the tourism development in the river. A tourist, in our case, Costa Rica, Panama, tourists that move from one side to the other, and they can use the river for tourism development. And this exists also in the Ring River and in other rivers in Europe, but also as an element of cultural development that directly contributes or helps communities. With this, the interest and the involvement of local communities in protecting the river is much more institutionalized. That may be one idea that we should develop over time, and that may be considered when transferring the support, this cooperation for the local benefit. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chancellor. Next question, Marisa Castro. Thank you. Good afternoon, Marisa Castro from Bolivia's Chancellor's Office. I would like to ask the Panama's Chancellors, what were those elements that you considered in your country to consolidate your adherence to the water agreement? And also, if you can share with us if you have had any obstacles that you need to overcome in this way, just to know about your experience. Thank you. Thank you. I believe that next panel, there's going to be a technical segment where we're going to talk much more about the challenges. I can talk about the political part. Maybe the need was not understood. So first, we had to adhere, but ratified by the national legislation. It is important that this goes through a National Assembly. Probably at the time there was no reluctancy, but the lack of knowledge about the need, particularly because of the effect that our country is not intrinsically has linked the water security with the transboundary rivers. However, the good example we have had, and we continue having with Costa Rica, was our inspiration to move forward. The technical part, I feel that the support we have had has been essential with the system of the United Nations and many of the multilateral organizations that support in training and this raising awareness, because the local participation is vital for this convention that starts the highest. And the signature can be effectively translated into the local implementation. And there we have had several workshops. I have participated in some of them. And the Ministry of the Environment, which is the ruling entity on the political side, is the one that is executing. I believe they are the most appropriate people to mention more than challenge, the sensibilization on the importance of the urgency of the cooperation of transboundary waters in our country. We have had the great support, and we thank this space to United Nations for the support provided.
Thank you, Madam, for your response. And with this, we end this segment of the presentation. I will offer the floor to Sergio Campos. An applause, please, for our panelists and for the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And we would like to invite the panelists of the next segment to come forward. First of all, good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here in this fourth session of Water Dialogues. A special appreciation to ICA, the sister organization, together with the OAS, for welcoming us here. Congratulations and appreciations to ECLAC for organizing this fourth edition of Water Dialogues and for including the matters of the forum. It has been a pleasure to organize this meeting together with the OAS. And regarding context, we at the IDB always say that the Latin American economy flows through water. 70% of our generation of energy is hydro in origin. Most of our exports depend on water. Flowers, beef, soy, whatever. Even the export of mining products depends on water sources. And water security for Latin America is fundamental. So the first thing in my thoughts I want to share with you is that in Latin America, we cannot talk about water security if we do not talk about cross-boundary basins. 70% of the fresh water in our region is in transboundary basins. Basically, this represents 60% of the territory of Latin America. And in transboundary waters, we have basically a huge percentage of the population that lives there. So if we're going to talk about water security, essential for the economic development of our region and for the well-being of our population, we need to talk about our cross-boundary or transboundary waters. Only in Central America, there are 38 of these basins. In South America, 38. So there are many water bodies that we share amongst the different countries. And hopefully the challenge today were a good management of the basin or increasing access to fresh water, sanitation, or disaster prevention, etc. Now we are in an era of climate change that is affecting all countries the same, all the way from the most developed to the most underdeveloped. Today, we are experiencing one of the most outstanding droughts in the Amazon region, the one that is affecting the 8 countries that share that basin. Chile has, over the last 15 years, experienced the worst drought in 200 years. Monterrey, Montevideo, Mexico City today are suffering the consequences of climate change. And unfortunately for our region, drought is a synonym of water shortage, and basically we see the loss of lives and economic losses. So not only should we better manage the water resources, but we must address climate change. And when we talk about addressing climate change, the challenge is no longer, it has to go beyond what we usually have done. We have to work on the reduction of greenhouse gases. Decarbonization has to be a key element in the agenda of transboundary basins. Otherwise, we will not be able to stop global warming. So in this sense, within the bank, we have created, with the support of Aquafondo, resources coming particularly from donations from the Spanish government, Swiss government, the Austrian government, a water security strategy for Latin America based on 4 pillars. 2 principles, 4 pillars. First principle, well, decisions have to be science-based, no longer based on who has the biggest political, social, or economic power. We must make science-based decisions. And for this, technology and innovation will be essential. The incorporation of that technology and that innovation in the basin authorities. And the second principle is that the main axis for development has to be the preservation of water resources. If we do not clearly understand that, well, all of those that rely on water resources, the private sector, the public sector, rural communities, cities, everyone will suffer the consequences of climate change. So in this sense, the 4 pillars are data. The question is, yes, there is discrepancy with data. The number of hydrometeorological stations among the different countries is very different. We have to work with data, with technology. The second pillar is strengthening institutional structure that are transboundary. The third is human capital training. There are very few technical professionals working at these entities or enjoying stability. And the fourth is the development, project development. Projects that are greener, projects that are more nature-based solutions, the development of projects that lead us to decarbonize. So that, from the perspective of the bank, is the context in which we are moving in the transboundary basins and where we are supporting most countries of the region to address this challenge. And for this, we have 4 panelists, very high level. I would like to invite you to come forward. Mr. Pedro Pablo Silva, Director of State Borders and Boundaries of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Chile. Mr. Fernando Cisneros Arza, WRM Technical Specialist of the Amazon Basin Project, ACTO. Ms. Yarid Guevara, Head of the Department of Integrated Water Resource Management and focal point of the Water Convention, Panama, and Ms. Lizette Hernandez, Trinational Executive Secretary, Trifino Plan. First of all, I would like to thank you for being part of this panel, and I would like to congratulate you for the efforts you are making. Allow me to start with the first question for Pedro Pablo. Pedro Pablo, we understand that cooperation between Chile and Argentina has been exemplary. What is the experience among the two countries regarding the 6.52 GDS? Those that do not remember which one, this is an indicator in the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly for transboundary basins, that mention that we need to have transboundary organizations that have to enter into agreements and need to have regulatory frameworks with professionals, with funding allocated to it. So go ahead, Pedro Pablo. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Now I see why the previous speakers have been speaking so quickly. I can see the time there, the clock here. With Argentina, our relationship has been very exemplary, although there is work to be done, as well as with other neighboring states. Allow me to say that Chile has a very long border, more than 100 basins, and among these, I believe more than half are transboundary. And this means several challenges, both political as well as legal, with our neighbors, with which we will share these resources forever. Some of the experience we could share. Allow me to say that Chile has a cooperative agreement according to indicator 6.5.2 of the Sustainable Development Goals in Argentina, and we can advance moderately in managing our shared water resources. It would be better for both states to continue moving forward on this, and I am sure we will do so. SDGs, basically number 6, has been very important. The agreement I mentioned dates back to 1991. Way before that, but this has been pushed by SDGs. And on the other hand, I mentioned that since 2022, Chile is part of the Coalition for Transboundary Waters, and their cooperation therein. We have had the opportunity to share our experiences with other member states. I must refer to the last two reports sent by Chile in 2022 and 2023 regarding SDG 6.52, UNESCO, developed together between the Directorate of State Borders and Boundaries and the Water Directorate of Chile. But before developing these reports, a series of meetings were held with the Argentinian team. That is why I mentioned this. This experience was shared with the Secretariat of the Water Convention. Chile was present at the UN Conference on Water last year in New York, represented by a Minister of Public Works, Minister of the Environment, many officers of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And why do I mention this? Because our authorities, in their comments at the time, mentioned the urgency for improving cooperation in shared water resources. At the conference itself, the Directorate of State Borders and Boundaries organized a seminar for the second semester of 2024 talking about cooperation in transboundary waters, the agenda of which has already been shared. And the date, the specific date has not been specified. Why? Because there is effervescence. Many activities have come to fill in the agenda this year, so we have to find a date that will be reported in due time so that it does not overlap with other activities, because the objective is to take advantage of activities like this as much as possible. And in ending, allow me to inform that both the Director of States of Borders and Boundaries and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs developed a chapter on hydrodiplomacy that will be presented to the World Forum to be held, as you well know, next May. And that has already been presented by the Directorate of Waters of Chile in a workshop on the regional project of the Americas last February in Buenos Aires. I still have time, so I will go to the second question. No. We are a bit limited time-wise. The second question will be for all of you at the end. Okay, fine. So the question to start thinking about it is, how can we strengthen cooperation into the future? Okay. And before I offer the floor to Fernando, I would like to invite you to Francesca Bernardini, who has some closing remarks for the panel. I would like her to come forward. She has coordinated this work. She is chief of the Transboundary Cooperation section of the Economic Commission for Europe. Francesca, welcome. And I offer the floor to Fernando now. Fernando, what is the role of the Amazon Basin Project to better work with transboundary water management, the Amazon region? Thank you, Sergio. Pleasure to see you. Thank you for the invitation, ECLAC, as well as the government of Costa Rica for welcoming us. The Amazon Basin Project was signed by 8 countries in 1978: Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, Suriname, Peru, Venezuela. The organization is really an international organization with a sound institutional foundation, as well as a vision and a mission and a strategic program that all countries from the Amazon region have agreed to. Based on that, we work on South-South cooperation, and that is the role of this organization. As experience within the organization, South-South cooperation has allowed to reduce asymmetries that exist among countries in all thematic areas covered by the organization, including water resources, which has gained great strength over the last 5 years. As a milestone in the organization, we see the transboundary analysis and diagnostic, which was approved in 2018 2018, where the 8 countries identify the main problems, the critical problems within the basin that were common. Basically water contamination, and then other matters related to water security, as the effects due to climate change, weak integrated water resource management efforts, and to address those matters or those cross-boundary issues, the countries decided to develop a programmatic approach through the strategic plan PI, as we call it, through different partnerships. We have been working with the Brazilian Water Cooperation Entity. They have IDB, CAP partners, UNESCO, and with the WMO, and based on the needs and demands of the different countries. Allow me to focus on one strategic line, which is governance. Governance is crucial, and this was mentioned also by previous speakers, and this is crucial for water resource management, multi-tiered or multi-level management. On August 6th last year, the countries of the Amazon region and particularly the water directors and authorities decided to establish a network, the Amazon Network of Water Authorities. That was prior to the meeting of the presidents. Their recommendations were given to the presidents, and the presidents of the Amazon region formed that network. Ever since then, and until the meeting of ministers of Foreign Affairs, they confirmed the creation of this network, and the directors started to create their internal regulations. This is important to highlight because this is an institutionalized mechanism for permanent cooperation to exchange experiences and collaborate. That is the principle that basically guides the water regulators. Another important element is that by creating this mechanism of governance for the entire basin, this is the catalyst to implement other actions, as could be that they defined it. They define the monitoring we are implementing, the development of protocols, common protocols to establish standards for monitoring focused on the basin as a whole. Another important matter I would like to share with you is that of multi-level governance. Over the last 6 months, the Amazon countries have started national workshops where they have invited all sectors involved in management or that participate in water resource management, and they invited the basin committees. A common denominator in all countries is that the strength included in Brazil, the density of stations, gauging stations, that is still not enough to truly understand the dynamics of the region. Just imagine the size of the Amazon region, and we see that common denominator there. So in this sense, one of the principles, and with this I go to the second point before I run out of time, is focused on institutional technical strengthening, and that we are implementing in PAIS is regional monitoring through concepts agreed. The National Water Council has helped us develop the concepts for the water network, and we are working on the program of sedimentation through a common agreement, and the monitoring. What does it want to respond to? What are the outcomes? It is not just monitoring for the sake of monitoring. We want to see what is happening in the basin, both in environmental health, in the vulnerability, the hydroclimate vulnerability, as Sergio mentioned. Drought last year was devastating in all 8 countries and more. We're working on protocols. We have finished a draft protocol. Those protocols now will be driven by RADA, and we have training, particularly in the Amazon region, which is huge territory with such distant places where it is impossible to monitor through stations or basically rivers flow over and they wash away the gauging stations. We are working on better data collection in areas of greater conflict or problems with flooding. we have channeled through the Amazon project we have developed with the Brazilian Cooperation Agency. We have donated data collection platforms with remote information to, in real time, issue warnings in certain areas. And lastly, before I run out of time, we have driven a process to cross-cut the gender perspective in all projects that have to do with water resources. What is interesting at the national workshops is that when we would ask, everybody understood what gender perspective was all about. Everybody raised their hand. But through a methodology proposed by the UN scanner, in the project cycle, in each project, we must identify whether there truly is the role of women. Well, and that has shown that is not the case. So it has been very interesting. And this implies modifying the way we think and articulate of projects. Thank you, Fernando. Alarming data. The Amazon region, 1/3 of the population in the area does not have direct water. 1/3 of the population does not have drinking water. 40% does not, only has latrines. Basically, only 30% have a shower at home. That is part of a reality that needs to be changed, and the transboundary basin management is very important here. Panama is the first country that joins the convention. That is a historical fact, and I hope that many more countries can follow that, because we see the convention. Basically, this is basically lessons learned of what this is all about. Please, could you tell us about the implementation of cooperation agreements as the Amazon Basin project, and if this could help better manage shared waters? You're talking about the water convention? Yes. Okay. In response to the colleague that posed the question to our minister, Panama had the fortune not long ago of joining the water convention, which we expect to take advantage of. As we see it today, the water convention will lead to of opportunities to share experiences that can be adapted or improved based on the needs of our region, and makes us a country that could qualify for these organizations that offer funding for projects that have to do with water resource management in transboundary waters. This is a platform where we can share our efforts in governance. In Panama, we have Law 44 for basin management, where we have basin committees, and these basin committees consist of civil society, local governments, the municipalities, that is, representatives of different towns and different institutions, and civil society with the users of water resources, and non-governmental organizations or grassroots organizations that have to do with the environment. At the Sixaola River, we have this basin committee, perhaps not as strong as the other committees, because Bocas del Toro and Darien are the two extremes, are somewhat distant after the pandemic, because we always say before and after the pandemic. Well, during the pandemic, we had to reduce our presence. But now, through our cooperation with the binational project we have with Costa Rica, we have been able to take advantage of these resources to strengthen the Basin Committee in Bocas del Toro. But in turn, we want to turn it into part of the project I will talk about later. The Water Convention makes us visible worldwide. It also makes us recipients of experiences, as I mentioned, and we hope it can strengthen the effort we have been carrying out hand in hand with our sister nation of Costa Rica, and we hope this is an example to follow, and the different basins that may need. So, as the minister said, we have a binational basin with Colombia, but this is not a very inhabited, and the coverage has not had a significant impact. But whenever necessary, with some of the other basins, we do share with Costa Rica. And with the next question, I will explain what we have been able to share with our friends and colleagues at MINAI. The agreement has basically led us to make visible other proposals that may be needed to strengthen transboundary basin management. Okay, here we have different types of thinking. Some people say transboundary waters could become a source of productive local development and joint development, growth, harmonization, and improvement. But we have the other side. It could be a source of conflict, as we have seen in so many other countries worldwide, as well as many in our own region. Precisely in the previous panel, we heard about how this tradition of cooperation between Haiti and the Dominican Republic needed to be strengthened to continue. So, Lisette, could you tell us how this transboundary management can become a driver of development in every sense possible? Well, thank you. Thank you that we are in the home of an institution that promoted this. ICA and the OAS were the creators, basically, of the Trifinio. The ideal continues to be highly relevant. When the initiative was developed, the objective was to find which matters would respond to the biggest needs of this transboundary area. So we identified environmental protection, economic development, tourism, and particularly that human mobilization that led to the marketing of different products back then. And that continues to be a subject matter that we need to continue working on and promoting. Continuing with the discussion of the previous panel, this experience also allows to put on the table an institutional and political framework at a very high level. But this also requires high quality technical work to develop instruments so that we can work in collaboration and thus implement the most pressing needs of transboundary efforts for solidarity and consensus among our nations. That is why this initiative has talked about agricultural development, tourism, SME or micro SME work based on water resource management and beyond that. It also implies involving us in the most pressing human development needs. We have 57% of the population of Trifinio is in Guatemala, 13% is in Salvador, and the rest in the other country. The levels of poverty are very different. The levels of insecurity, food insecurity, are very different. And of course, the characteristics of productive soils are also demand different types of institutional and political agenda to face these challenges. So this institutional model has that figure, that operational figure, and a structure related to the ministries of the three countries. It receives funding and has the ability to operate locally and to link it to the national policies of all three countries. That experience can certainly help us join efforts with private enterprise, with civil society organizations, and with the communities that are involved in managing these resources. Thank you very much. With this, we could move to the second question. In line with what has been commented, how can we strengthen cooperation in the future to generate greater resilience and to strengthen institutional management and be one step ahead of possible problems and focus more on compliance with the SDG that we have been talking about? As far as we are concerned, in the Chilean case, we want to continue strengthening cooperation. So far, the progress made has been quite modest, but we know this is gradually, step by step. As we advance, we can strengthen activities more. So in this sense, I would like to mention the case of the Silala River, which was mentioned by the Panamanian Minister of Foreign Affairs. This is very interesting because the tribunal basically confirmed the importance of international cooperation beyond the details of the case, which of course it would not be correct for me to mention those because I am not partial, if I can say this. But the International Court strengthened international cooperation and all the duties that result therefrom. What do I mean by this? International cooperation is a principle, perhaps reflected in the international arena or context. Ever since 1945, the Article 1 of the UN Convention Charter, basically in the Stockholm Agreement, our Principle 24, I believe, in Rio. But this is a principle, right? So when we have the sentence of a tribunal that recognized this norm as a common law, when we bring this principle down to multilateral cooperation and we bring it to bilateral cooperation, this is an obligation among states. And with this, we generate sub-obligations that contain many of those we have heard mentioned by the different speakers, the obligation to consult, to notify in good faith, to carry out a transboundary environmental impact assessment. I would like to mention one good practice I did not mention before, and that has to do with all of this transboundary and environmental impact assessment. In Chile, we have a series of regulations that provide the environmental impact assessment when we are facing projects that eventually may cause significant damage regarding shared water resources or any environmental aspect. The border directorate that I represent participates. And why do I want to mention this? Amanda Kamerla mentioned before. I hope I am not being too technical. We have the obligation of the states to carry out these environmental impact assessments. And the contents of that assessment is not an obligation. And that is the interesting thing that Chile is trying to do, trying to adjust its transboundary environmental impact assessment to the SPOC Convention 1997, I believe, that does provide for a standard that has been recognized by the international community as reasonable. This is good practice because why? Because it is putting Chile, and we hope our neighbors also do the same, it is putting them up to that standard, which is reasonable, minimally reasonable. So in that context, Chile has participated in SPOC meetings as observer, etc. Thank you.
Just adding, I believe that, yes, we need to update this environmental impact assessment, and also we need to strengthen the monitoring of the availability of resources in order to anticipate to the different problems. There is technology that let us to do this. This update, this systematic update will be really important. So in order to react appropriately on a context of climate change, very important. I made the reflection here because I mentioned the principle that becomes an obligation. But the truth is that the spirit of the principle or obligation is the same. The obligation is to prevent the significant transboundary environmental damage. The prevention is talking about risk management. So we're talking about integrated management. So the situation is the same. That's why I wanted to mention this case. Go ahead, Fernando. Thank you, Sergio. Good question. I forgot to mention this. So we're working in updating our program of strategic actions. The workshops the countries promoted at the national level have identified the gaps, the current gap that exists nowadays, among them to modernize our systems and to use technology that is the leading edge. For example, the last SWAT satellite that was launched that provides satellite information, but ultimately, practically with a good resolution that allows some hydrometric assessments. There are other aspects such as capacity building. Not all the countries have the same capacities. A challenge, an important challenge within the organizations to reduce these asymmetries and through South-South cooperation. Well, we continue working in deepening the South-South cooperation at all levels, technical level, institutional, and technological levels as well. Yeri? Yes, I want to answer the question of our colleague from the young people on water. I must mention that the binational project being implemented in Panama and Costa Rica has carried out that transboundary analysis. Cooperation is what we always look for. So we cannot the sovereignty of each country and the regulations of each country. So here we have this basin committees, and they have their own way to manage this. This transboundary analysis is sort of the balance for both countries to work because it is an analysis of the transboundary basin, not only part Panama, part Costa Rica. As a result of this analysis, we are developing the strategic action plan. The development is at the technical level now to raise it to the high level. In the countries we are progressing a lot. We are proud of the work. This adherence to the convention and this platform makes us a little bit visible to the cooperation that we have had for years. How the SDG 6 strengthened this cooperation. This year, for the first time, Panama and Costa Rica was sat together on a table funded by the project mentioned, and we were able to revise the report, the preparation of the report of SDG 6.5.2. Each country delivered it, but we check the common data. In this meeting, with the participation of the secretaries of the Transboundary Agreement from Panama and Costa Rica, Midiplan and MEF, which is the agreement for we can have this cooperation, we were able to identify that Costa Rica has an excellent satellite system with aquifers already registered in Panama. Does not have it yet. So in this need to unify some data, we were able to identify that Panama needs to update or using this type of data. This year, a project related to underground water will start, and we're going to generate official data. We have the global databases facilitated by the United Nations where we can identify aquifers that are shared with Costa Rica, and then the validation at the field level while this project in Panama of underground water is there, because this report of SDG 6.5.6 helps us a lot in developing the management of waters in both countries. Thank you. It is important to compare and to learn from the actions undertaken by others. Thank you. In that regard, I want to share with you that we have progressed for the past 2.5 years in positioning our main allies, the 3 member states. This is an important task to highlight, because the treaty led us to make an articulation with the private sector and the cooperation were leaving the strength that we have in any ministry and the instances of each government with the programs and the ruling entities to promote policies at the national and regional levels. One example is the commitment assumed by the International Commission, nominated the Biosphere Reserve in UNESCO, and last September we submitted the report of management for the past 10 years. Even without a defined plan to promote this development in the territory, this year we're going to submit the plan of biosphere reserve management for the coming 10 years. It implies the first subject of conservation, which is water security. In that regard, we are trying to articulate indicators in the territory that will let us to sum the efforts of the member states, the cooperation, the private companies that need to invest a lot in this territory because they use water for energy, for agriculture, for the industry, among others, and that requires a harmonization of this effort to invest in the territory. And here, we mentioned the importance that we still have some challenges where cooperation can facilitate the process of articulation in these topics where the gaps are found. So we're working with programs. We left the emphasis on working just with projects. Now we have 4 major programs, and with that we can progress and develop in the territory. That may be on a program to have 3, 5, 10 projects, but pointing to a global indicator of the territory. With that, we could reduce the dispersion and the duplicity of efforts. This could generate impact in the short and medium term in a more visible manner. Thank you, Lisette. Colleagues, we have heard the vision of 2 countries with different circumstances, different realities, but facing similar challenges. And we also heard the vision and the work of 2 leading entities in relation to the creation of transboundary authorities. Like Olga and Trifino, Francesca, what are the main conclusions? Thank you, Sergio. I'm going to try to speak in Spanish. It's not easy for me because I am not with this, but I believe when we work on a transboundary cooperation, we need to be a little bit ambitious and not thinking that things are not possible. So maybe we're going to have a funny time, but here we go. There are some key elements that are highlighted from this session. First of all, we notice a growing awareness about the importance of cooperation. The most important thing is that there are more and more commitments. And there is an awareness that this is key for water security and in general for the development, for human rights. For border areas, we talked a lot about the border areas that need development because this is the region with more inequalities and problems. Environmental matters, regional integration, peace, and justice. So transboundary cooperation is seen as a solution to this problem. Very important. At the global level, there is also the same trend. And to the United Nations conference of last year on water, the topic of cooperation was recurrent. Many countries underlined the need to strengthen cooperation. The sensitization of the importance of cooperation is very important because, as we have heard, transboundary waters have been a reason of tensions among countries in the region. It is then important to make this change of paradigm. It is very important because, Sergio, you described this pretty well. Challenges are increasing. So we don't have time to lose. It is clear that we need to reinforce transboundary cooperation now. And the Stefan session showed that there are examples, there are good practices showing the way to follow. So there are clear recommendations. We need a strong governance. We have heard about the basins where there is governance, but there are many basins without an agreement, without joint institutions saying they need to be established in this basin. Also, we need to provide it for sustainability to have means and enough capacity for an efficient water management. We have heard that strong governance is a multi-level, inclusive governance that involves local communities, women, young people, private sector. This needs an approach. We need, in second place, we need to strengthen capacities with monitoring information, technology, tools to support the decision-making purposes, and also the human capacities even for dispute settlement. This is something important. It is always something that is linked to the sovereignty and interest. So we need all the tools for that. We need to develop adaptation strategies to climate change. The countries of the region, the countries and the world need to cooperate to develop these strategies. And the strategy is not enough to move from planning to action. So resources need to be moved through economic instruments, public and private cooperation, and to move, as Sergio said, resources for regional programs with benefits for the population is a challenge. And it is also an opportunity. It is important that the countries and the financial people pay more attention to it. And this is not easy, so it is important that the tools available are used. And there were many references of the international law, because we're here for this. We need to realize that these conventions have been negotiated to help countries, and the Water Convention is a vital tool to face these challenges. It offers an efficient framework to strengthen governance and cooperation, to reinforce capacities. We have heard about it, to sustain in the long run, because this is important. So the perspective of long-term, the cooperation efforts, it is also important, as it was underlined, that when committing to the legal framework of the convention and to apply it, risks are reduced for investment. There is a lot of predictability, and donors are encouraged. Bilateral and multilateral donors are encouraged to support the effort. It's also important to highlight that the convention, in relation to legal instrument, does not intend to substitute the existing agreements. I mean, the cooperation framework between Costa Rica, Panama, Trifinio plan. On the opposite, on the contrary, the objective of the convention is to support application and ongoing development by offering a space of dialogue at the global level of experience sharing and capacity building. We have also heard how Panama is proud of being the first country in the region that shows the way to another country. And I hope others will use the framework of the convention and that they follow this example. The secretaries of the convention and the partners are available to help with your effort. Interesting things from today's session is that the commitment to promote transboundary cooperation with the support of many stakeholders. This is important, even at the funding level. So I want to conclude thanking the organizers who made this session possible, OAS, IDB, and the speakers that have shared their appreciations, and the brothers and sisters from ICLAC that give protagonism to this topic. Thank you very much. Thank you, Francesca. A round of hands for the panel as well. And with this, we conclude this session. Thank you very much.
Vale, nuevamente.
Again, good afternoon. To continue with the agenda, we're going to move to the session 4. Session 4 about towards the World Water Forum 2024, the preparatory process. ¿No estás cansado? Te ha sido fatal.
Vale, un par de mensajes de la
A couple of messages from the organization
inmensas disculpas por el
to
retraso,
apologize for the delay, but this is a good indication that the topics are interesting and good. I believe for organizers, it was important to take advantage of the presence of the panelists we have here. So we're going to start with session 4, and please
los panelistas
I ask the panelists and people to cooperate,
en su espacio
taking your seats to begin this session.
Voy a ir llamando a los panelistas.
I'm going to call the panelists we're going to have for this session to come to the front.
Bueno, invitamos a pasar
We
ahora a
invite
Sergio
Sergio Campos,
jefe de la División de Agua y
head of the Division of Water and Sanitation of the Inter-American Development Bank,
a Silvia Chávez, gerente
Silvia
de
Chavez,
Conagua,
Conagua Manager, Fabiola Tabola, the Executive Secretary of Global Water Partnership,
Juan Criado,
Juan Criado,
Christopher New.
Christopher Neal.
Vale, bueno, entonces vamos a empezar.
Okay, let's begin.
Les pido por favor su atención media horita.
Place your attention for half an hour,
Podemos seguir.
and then the
Bienvenidos a
reception we can continue talking. Welcome to session number 4. The name of the session is Towards the World Water Forum 2024, the perspective of Latin America and the Caribbean. I'll help with moderation and we'll take you to this tour. The idea is to give you very quickly and in a concise manner the regional process of the Americas for the World Water Forum that is going to be held this year. This process has been led by IDB, and OAS is co-coordinating with the institutions that are here and many other institutions, and of course with the cooperation of all the member states. Briefly, what we're going to do is we're going to have opening words from Benedicto Raga, the honorary president of the World Water Council, and then a presentation to hear about the regional process and how this process was mature. And then we're gonna hear regional presentations of the coordinators that were responsible of the process and to set the sub-regional guidelines. And then we're gonna move to a closure by ICLAC. They are in charge of the consolidation of the process. Here, I would like to highlight that it is important to the logos, the smaller the logos, the better, because it means that there are cooperation, all of us are aligned, and all of us are promoting the integrated management of water resources. Very important for you that you can have access to this information, because since water being so important does not have any convention or any globalized mechanism. That is why the importance of the previous panel. We do not have an official mechanism, or the sector and the multidimension of the sector in the countries can agree. So that's why the World Water Forum becomes relevant. That is why we need to use these forums in order to promote our vision. So we hope you can take advantage of this session, and after that you can discuss tomorrow or the day after tomorrow with the co-coordinators and with the bank and ICLAC in case of topics of interest you would like to supplement. Without further ado, ask production to show the video of Benedicto Bravo, and then Sergio will be ready for the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like, on behalf of the World Water Council, to thank ECLAC for the organization of this 4th regional dialogue on water in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also IICA for the supporting the organization of this dialogue in Costa Rica. I'm very happy to see that the regional process of the Americas is moving forward. And in this session today, certainly very interesting cases will be discussed and presented on the different countries of this continent. The forum in Bali is going to look very carefully into Latin America and the Caribbean, because many important challenges that we face here are faced by other continents in the African continent, in the Southeast Asian continent, and in the Middle East. We have some important challenges and solutions that have been produced in our continent that can be shared and will be shared with others during the forum. So I am very sorry that I'm not able to be there with you. I wished I could, but my message here from the World Water Council is one of excellent discussions, very good presentations that will be shared with the rest of the world to show the vibrant Latin American Caribbean continent with its with their own problems, but with very important solutions. I would also like to thank IDB and my colleague Sergio Campos, co-coordinators of this regional process of the Americas, for the support. Without it, we would not be able to have such a very important contribution of Latin America and the Caribbean. With that, I wish you a very excellent session, and thank you for your attention.
Vale, bueno, gracias a Benedito por el mensaje y por el video, y le damos la palabra a Sergio Campos, que nos va a explicar el proceso regional.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Tengo que bajar el micrófono. Muchas gracias, Andrés. Una vez más agradecer a CEPAL por incluir el proceso del foro como parte de este cuarto evento de diálogos de agua. Como Benedito decía, el mundo va a estar mirando a Latinoamérica. ¿Por qué? Porque Latinoamérica tiene 1/3 de los recursos de agua fresca del mundo. Y de la manera en la que nosotros hagamos frente a cambio climático, ese recurso hídrico lo vamos a poder aprovechar para hacer una región solidaria con el resto del planeta, especialmente con aquellas regiones que van a sufrir mucho estrés hídrico, que son de las más pobladas del mundo, ¿no? Entonces, el proceso del foro ha sido importante para poder internalizar qué cosas son relevantes y qué cosas no. Y más que el banco, agradecerle a todas las instituciones, Conagua, GWP, la Universidad de Nebraska, CEPAL, el Caribbean Development Bank, UNESCO, que se han puesto en el hombro el proceso de coordinar con los puntos focales, con las diferentes autoridades y demás. La próxima, si alguien me lo puede pasar. Ok. Este es el 10º Foro Mundial. Se han realizado 2 veces el Foro Mundial en Latinoamérica, uno en México y uno en Brasil hace no mucho tiempo. Los foros mundiales, cada uno ha tenido un tema diferente. El tema de este año es aguas compartidas para un progreso conjunto. Va a tener lugar en mayo de este año. Los temas han sido seguridad hídrica y prosperidad, altamente vinculado con temas de cambio climático, por lo de seguridad hídrica y prosperidad. Agua para consumo humano y naturaleza. El ser humano ha llegado a la luna y hoy día no podemos atender el abastecimiento de agua y saneamiento rural. y mucho más aún el tema de igualdad de género en lo que es el acceso al agua y al saneamiento, ¿no? Entonces, el tema de agua para consumo humano y preservación de la naturaleza es importante. Reducción de desastres y gestión por todo el tema vinculado con cambio climático. El siguiente es cooperación e hidrodiplomacia, que cada vez toma más relevancia en la agenda de nuestras regiones. El tema de financiación, porque como decía Mafalda, que es de nuestra región, el dinero no te da felicidad, pero te la financia. Y de innovación y conocimiento. Innovación, si nosotros tenemos esperanza de lograr las metas de desarrollo sostenible, es solo a través de innovación. Solo a través de innovación podemos hacer las cosas más rápido a menos costo. Y la innovación no solo tiene que ser tecnológica, sino social, ambiental, financiera y de gobernanza. Pues si no innovamos, vamos a seguir como antes. Y el desafío no es seguir como antes, ni siquiera ser más eficientes, sino construir de manera diferente. Uno de los grandes desafíos de nuestra región y del mundo, como mencionamos adelante, es la descarbonización. El sector de agua se queja mucho de que no se lo incluye en la financiación climática, pero el sector de agua no está hablando el lenguaje de la financiación climática y tenemos que hacerlo, porque si no el calentamiento global no va a parar, ¿no? Entonces esos son un poco los temas del foro en los que nos hemos trabajado. También hemos hecho varios eventos, webinars, de cooperación entre países, juventud, género, financiación, fortalecimiento de capacidades, poblaciones migrantes, economía circular, y resiliencia en seguridad hídrica. Nos hemos organizado nuevamente, porque en el 2018 nos organizamos también de manera igual, en la parte de Norteamérica con la Asociación Ambiental de Ingenieros Civiles, que está con Dale Jacobson, pero quien ha liderado todo este proceso es Christopher Neal, quien está acá. El Caribbean Development Bank a través de O'Reilly Lewis y Adrian Katzman, el profesor que ha estado trabajando en los informes del Caribe. En la región de Centroamérica, GWP, que realizó un trabajo fantástico, y Conagua en México, cuya labor ha sido ejemplar, Fabiola Tábor y Silvia Chávez, coordinando el informe regional, la UNAM, Fernando González Villarreal, y la región de Sudamérica con el apoyo de UNESCO, Miguel Doria a la cabeza, y con la Universidad del Pacífico, José Luis Bonifaz haciendo un trabajo ejemplar, y como en el 2018 la UNESCO nos va a ayudar a consolidar todos los volúmenes de información que hemos generado, y poder destilar los principales mensajes que vamos a llevar a Bali. El proceso hemos tratado de que sea lo más inclusivo posible. Hemos conseguido 48 puntos focales de los diferentes países. Hemos tenido revisión de desarrollo de muchos documentos
Many
proporcionados.
documents provided by more than 48 institutions. We did not want the forum just to represent institutions and governments. We have organized workshops in different regions, more than 6, in fact, in Brazil, Guyana, Argentina, Panama. We have tried to, as much as possible, involve civil society groups and different stakeholders, and have made a call for proposals to include young professionals that are interested and motivated, professionals, experts, sociologists in these 6 areas of the thematic interest. And we have received more than 350 proposals, of which we will select 3. And the award ceremony will be in Washington at the end of the process. Basically, this is what we have, the roadmap. So far, we began in July last year. We hope to end in May. The coordination of regional groups, sub-regional coordinating, the open call, the different regional workshops, sub-regional process reports, and finally, lastly, the final report that should be ready soon. That it was just a general overview for all of you that have not seen what the process has been like. I just wanted to share that with you. Without further ado, I offer the floor to Andrés to continue moderating the panel. Thank you. Thank you, Sergio, for the presentation. We have about 20 minutes more because I have been told we have to end. So let us move directly into the, 25, okay. Directly into the regional panels. So I would like to offer the floor to Juan Criado, representing the UNESCO for Central America, Mexico, and Colombia. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am sorry that we have such little time anyway. I would like to thank you all very much for the possibility to present this. As Sergio has mentioned, in the case of the regional process of the Americas, particularly South America, the process is headed by my friend Miguel Doria, and I will present very quickly. The next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Let's go through this a bit faster. Well, you know that from UNESCO on behalf of UN Water, develop a national water resource report. These are slides of things that we have been talking about at this session to highlight precisely the global demand for water that continues to grow and that forces us directly to advance in last year's matters that are partnerships and cooperation for water, which is much of what we have been discussing throughout the day. Next, please. There are 7 matters that have been shared with me that are the ones that are considered most important of those key challenges at a regional level. The first of which is to focus on the rural area, and that has been commented by Sergio. We must get that access to potable water, and for small rural nuclei that represents several challenges that show us this effort in a very special light. Next would be to close the water infrastructure gap that we have been discussing throughout this session today. And it was important to attract private capital to reduce that access and quality in water infrastructure. And that has several challenges we have to overcome to advance and ensure the gap is reduced. And one of the things that struck me most was that in the same report, we have been told, for example, that there are more people with telephones than with access to water. And that is a complex truth. We have an asset. This is a first need, but it is totally illogical, and it is crucial. Next. Precisely. Well, we skipped one, but it doesn't matter. Oh, this part about investing in capital training, human capital training. This is evident in all the presentations so far of the different institutions, and which additionally we have to look for that, to build that bridge between the political side and the academia, which is down at with hydrodiplomacy, which is so fundamental, and work on strengthening capacities at all levels for better water management. Next. All the part that has to do with strengthening public state policies. We have been seeing this in different presentations today to how to ensure we have a neutral entity and that can survive the different political changes in the different countries, because in the end, this is a very strong, important state policy in every country. And it is necessary to maintain these policies that have been achieved through consensus over time. Next. and all the part that has to do with integrated water resource management. As you can see, there are several aspects there that are very important, and I will share this with Miguel to strengthen all the governance side, because as you can see here, we have this institutional structure challenge, the political higher authority that has a very important role to play, coordinating among the different as water-related actors, and that has to do so much with that governance and ensuring integrated water resource management. Well, there should be an image. Okay, here it is. This has to do with what our colleague from the IUCN mentioned the earlier on nature-based solutions, and have a comprehensive view of the basin as in the whole basin, because the river that flows into the ocean is important, and we must remember this at all points in time. It plays a very important role in human consumption, so it is very important to make this combination of gray work or traditional work with the nature-based solution. And the last one, to not go beyond my time, the part that has to do with hydrodiplomacy and international cooperation for peace. There are 3 slides, but I will skip through these very quickly just to share a message which I believe is very important in the previous panel, and that this year I've seen very strong in the water resource area, and we are highlighting it here in this regional report. We talk about international cooperation for peace. I have seen this also in Costa Rica. Now we have all this matter of the statement with of peace with the oceans, and this has been driven in the Ocean Summit. That has to do with what is happening with freshwater in the territory, and we have COP16 in Colombia at the end of the year, basically, which refers to peace with nature. So I was struck. We can go through these quickly, but I very much liked the importance precisely of water. And this we have as a cross-cutting element, and this happens the same as with gender in UNESCO. This is all cross-cutting, and this is a connector of all sectors and all different programs at UNESCO. We see that this is a strong message of peace and of finding the way to manage water resources for people, but also for our dear planet. This is fundamental. It is very important to reach this agreement. So that is what I wanted to share in this short time. Excuse me if I went beyond a minute or 2, but I wanted to give time to the rest of my colleagues in the panel. Thank you very much.
Round of applause for Juan for the South American report. Now we give the floor to our colleagues, Fabiola and Silvia, to give us the report from Central America and Mexico. Okay. I know we have your time, but I don't want to miss the opportunity to thank ICLAC Invitations. Thank you very much for opening this space to talk about our regional process with the World Water Forum. Before moving to the challenges and key messages found in this process, I would like to take a couple of seconds to quickly talk about what we have been doing, what we did when we were invited to participate to the National Commission of Water in this process as focal point in Mexico. We saw this as a big opportunity to have a collective process of reflection, assessment, yes, but no assessment like the ones that are a lot in Mexico. And in many other countries, there is an over-assessment. Everybody carries out assessments, meaning that we are not well, we are bad, but we need to take other good practices that made. We need to have this other information of the thing we really have done, and we trying to replicate these good practices in this idea to listen different voices, We held several events, several conversations. We heard the academia in a meeting with them precisely to communicate an assessment developed by the Autonomous University in Mexico, developed with the private sector in the capital city. We also had the opportunity to hear the voice of the operators in their annual meeting. And we also had a conversation about routes organized in conjunction with one of our international allies. So this is the meaning of this process. I mean, trying to include not only the voice of the government, but also the voice of any of the stakeholders as much as possible into our possibilities with the little time we had in the process. And well, the themes used were the same we saw here, the six. So we tried to address the six of them in our report, in our process. But in the case of Mexico, last one, the one of innovation, knowledge, we treated in a cross-cutting manner because it was kind of strategic for us in relation to the other thematic axis indicated. Well, this is in general lines the process in Mexico and derived from these workshops held at the sub-region level, where along with the GWP, there were some challenges and some key messages, issues from the sub-region, Mexico, Central America, that we share. And now I'll give the floor to Fabiola. Thank you, Silvia. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, DB, OAS, CECLAC, for organizing this space. And thanks to you for being here after this long day. I would like to add to the process developed as Sergio described. Sergio described it pretty well at the beginning, but I also want to thank the focal points. They were a key part of the process, in this regional process, and they had the responsibility to develop the country documents that have been the basis to work on the sub-regional documents. Some of them are here. So we want to thank you again for all this effort. These national documents were developed from November to January. It was a record time to work on them, and that was the basis. So for us to work the sub-regional document from January to March, we submit a draft. The Central American document submitted was a draft. We submitted a draft in Panama last February, and the countries continue working on their country documents. They are organizing workshops at the national level to validate this information, along with other institutions that work on the topic. However, there are countries that have concluded the process already. For example, Panama, Nicaragua, El Salvador, they already have the final documents concluded. They have accepted the document, and we are waiting for the rest of the countries. The aim is to have documents that reflect the reality of the country, and that the institutions know that the data that exist are available are reflected there. So this has enabled us to identify some challenges. As Silvia mentioned, we are a similar region. Some of them are going to be similar to those presented by Juan. But this is what this is about, to be able to identify common elements that can identify us as a region. So one of the challenges identified is that the sector level, the safe water and the water sector has a low priority in the government agendas, and this affects the budgetary assignments that exist for the sector. This needs to be reflected somehow in the planning tools, the national planning tools. And this also says that the regulatory and planning documents have some gaps. Some countries do not have their legal frameworks or specific frameworks for water yet. And everything related to information, the need to The need of information is still an important gap to have accurate information for decision-making purposes about the offer and supply, water offer and supply, and this is associated to establishment of information systems for a timely decision-making purposes and the water infrastructure aspect that led us to manage all these extremes that we see. The rurality aspect is still an important gap, as Juan mentioned, in the case of South America. The water quality, there is a limited monitoring about the condition of water quality. However, the results of studies also show that the water quality is not good. It cannot use with a conventional treatment for the different uses, and this led us to the deficit regarding sanitation.
So we need to strengthen these regulations regarding water. Now, as to funding, water funding, a good part of the regulatory frameworks that exist in the region have considered a series of financial instruments or mechanisms. This morning, for example, Costa Rica mentioned the utilization canal and experience a very good practice in the region, and that many countries can learn from this. However, these mechanisms that are considered in the legislation still need much more work before implementation. And we have talked about the difficulty, and Sergio mentioned this, the difficulty to have access to the climate funding windows, and how from the water sector, although this is a priority sector, oftentimes we do not use the right wording, and it is making it much more difficult to focus or to access funding. Another matter regarding where we have found several challenges is risk reduction, disaster risk reduction, and I believe I've already mentioned that here. The climate instruments prioritize the water sector. However, at the time of operating them or operating these two agendas simultaneously, there are difficulties in their coordination to implement joint actions. In general, in the region, there are still significant gaps as to the development of resilient infrastructure focused on adaptation based on ecosystems, compliance with the territorial planning, reduction of human settlements in areas of high risk, basically more sustainable use of other elements in different areas, reducing the damages from, or the damage from hydrometeorological situations. Basically, we continue to focus on the reactive side. So this leads to the need of working on early warning systems for flooding and drought at a national and local level. And here I would like to mention a good experience, a good practice at the National Water Commission. We are developing an early warnings stoplight in line with the National Weather Institute, and this early warning stoplight is a map precisely like a semaphore or a stoplight of all the country, through our historical statistical information we can take preventive measures, and this is at the local level within the whole country. So this is one of the things that is being done right, and that we should share. The other line of hydro-diplomacy and cooperation, we have addressed this extensively here. We coincide with what everything that has been said. The subregion continues to wail from agreements regarding transboundary water management, and this makes it difficult to have regional frameworks and agendas for conservation purposes, to develop joint management plans, and to exchange information. On the other hand, the weakness in the implementation of regulatory frameworks, both institutional as well as financial, at a national and subnational level for basin management, leads to the difficulty of managing a transboundary basin among several countries. And as to knowledge and innovation, which we thought was extremely important for all other lines in this report, We also see many challenges. In general, in the region, there is a weak awareness as to the importance of water resources as well as the value of water sanitation and hygiene. At the government institution level, there is no clear strategy established with the education system and the academic circle to strengthen capacity of water resources. At a regional level, there is limited specialized staff for water resources, basically hydrometeorology, hydrology, adaptation, mitigation to climate change, among others. And this goes hand in hand with the matter of funding, because there are so many resources out there internationally available for climate change funding, but access to this is very limited because we have to develop projects with a climate connection, and there is a lack of capacity among those that develop these projects to defend these cases. And if you allow me 2 more seconds, I would like to recognize a good practice in Mexico, which is that the Secretary of the Treasury has developed a tool, a public policy tool, a sustainable taxonomy, which is nothing else but having certain indicators to classify and identify and monitor those projects that are sustainable rationally and that can be funded with these resources precisely aimed at these projects. This is important to share. Overall, this region benefits from training programs for the technical staff in the sector. However, there is a significant staff turnover at all levels, preventing the utilization of all this training and capacity generated, and this results in having to restart all these training processes continuously and leads to the loss of institutional memory. The lack of involvement of citizen knowledge in generating water information is also important. Citizen science, as it is called, for informed decision-making, that is another important challenge in the region. Excuse me? Your turn now? Okay. With the key messages? Yes, I would propose that we leave it at this. Okay. If you want to. Okay. Without having asked before, yes, we have been working together for quite some time, but it would be important to say that the country report we are in the process of drafting, we have socialized it in such a manner that several experts from each of these 3 lines have helped us with the development of this report. We want it to be a sub-regional report that, as Fabiola was saying, contains all the information coming from the actors in this administration and in benefit and the challenges of water resource management. Thank you, Silvia and Fabiola. We will wait for your report. An applause for them, please. Now we have the sub-regional report. Okay, we have the sub-regional report from the Caribbean, a video. Please play the video. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dwayne, and I am an operations officer within the Economic Infrastructure Division of the Caribbean Development Bank, as well as the water sector lead. The Caribbean Development Bank is a multilateral institution and serves 19 Caribbean states, consisting mainly of the English-speaking Commonwealth nations, as well as French-speaking Haiti and Dutch-speaking Suriname. CDB is coordinating the Caribbean sub-regional process as part of the Americas regional process towards the 10th World Water Forum. The Caribbean is made up of some 28 states and territories and is home to some 43.5 million people. Those people are among the most globally diverse in terms of language, creed, and race, and have varied political and legal systems. The region is also among the most vulnerable to disasters, as well as the impacts of climate change, as many Caribbean countries consist of small island states, making them more susceptible to rising sea levels, storm surges, hurricanes, extreme temperatures, and torrential rainfall. Even for the continental territories of Belize, Guyana, and Suriname that are considered part of the region, a significant portion of population and infrastructure is located along coastlines, increasing exposure to coastal hazards. Long-standing low economic growth and lack of competitiveness have contributed to high levels of national debt and continue to greatly reduce the ability of governments to fund development priorities such as water and wastewater services. The majority of providers of these services are also government-owned and suffer from financial and operational challenges. Given the regional context, the topics of disaster risk reduction and management and water finance were selected to be presented in the regional process. Disaster risk reduction and management is key in the Caribbean as a result of exposure to multiple hazards and high vulnerabilities. Both fast and slow onset events affect the region and the water sector. As a result, interventions targeting all aspects of the disaster management cycle of prevention and mitigation, preparedness, response, recovery, and rehabilitation are being pursued. The most recent intervention in this space is the formation of a Caribbean Water Utilities Insurance Collective, or CWIC, as a segregated portfolio of CRIF SPC, formerly the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. CWIC leverages the experience of CRIF as the world's first multi-country, multi-peril risk pool based on parametric insurance to providing parametric catastrophic insurance to Caribbean member states for over 17 years. CWIC has been developed with inputs from the Inter-American Development Bank, the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office of the United Kingdom, and the CDB, and has three components. The CWIC insurance program offers parametric insurance to the water sector. The parametric approach means policies are triggered by independently certified events, resulting in payouts in days rather than months. The CWIC response program will strengthen preparedness and response by utilities to disasters, including peer-to-peer support in the provision of water, equipment, and personnel. The CWIC resilience program will assist utilities in developing resilience projects through the provision of technical assistance to prepare critical infrastructure projects. In terms of water finance, in most Caribbean countries, tariff levels are low, at best covering operational and maintenance costs, and in some cases not covering capital expenditure. Tariffs across the Caribbean also do not take into account other potential objectives such as environmental sustainability, promotion of access, or quality of service. However, the Jamaican water sector has introduced into their water tariffs what are referred to as K and X factors. The K factor covers capital investment and is a predetermined factor applied to customers' bills to implement capital projects for operational efficiency. The X factor is essentially an efficiency gains calculation that is passed on to the customer on the assumption that the K factor investments would have yielded financial benefits to the utility. The X factor represents a credit on customers' bills, reducing the billed amount monthly. Both factors are monitored by the regulator. Now, procurement obviously impacts finance, and the small sizes of Caribbean economies and utilities mean that individually they cannot benefit from economies of scale. Efforts are underway to test the feasibility of pooled procurement supported by a data sharing platform. The initiative has been well received by the participating utilities, and initial results are promising. So in closing, in small open economies such as those in the Caribbean, collaboration is key. Whether it is at the level of individual water operators, utilities, governments, or donors, the efficiencies to be gained are already evident. We encourage our colleagues in other regions to pursue the achievement of SDG 6 in that spirit of collaboration, which will ensure a win for all. Thank you.
Gracias a Juvain del Banco de Desarrollo del Caribe. Ahora seguimos.
So now let's continue with the agenda, and we give the floor to Christopher Neal from the University of Nebraska. He will present the sub-regional report of North America. Thank you. I want to clarify for the regional process effects, Mexico is included in Central America and the Caribbean and not in North America in this case. So, as mentioned, and our report will have two parts. Dale Jacobs, who is Anderson of the American Society of Civil Engineers, will discuss the infrastructure of safe water and sanitation in the United States and Canada. The situation, the current situation, for example, some of their problems are because of an old infrastructure with many railroads in the large urban areas, led pipelines that cause problems in the quality of the water, and also effects of problems caused because of floodings in the East Coast. Tropical storms are reaching New York and creating trouble, creating problems to the infrastructure of drainage and collection. One example from Nebraska, the Lincoln City, safe water comes from wells that extract water from the aquifer that is connected to the Platte River. And in March 2019, after 2 weeks of negative of 30 degrees negative and 40 centimeters of snow, one day we got to 9 degrees centigrade with rain. So what we saw was a big flooding because the water didn't have a way to filter. The soil was frozen, so the Platte River and all the rivers in the region, at the floodings, there was a lot of losses of cattle, ice hitting bridges, them failed. And the system, and Lincoln system, almost underwater. So that made Lincoln to find a second source of safe water for the future to prevent any future problem. In terms of water for agriculture, was the second part of the report, where our institute is responsible for. This morning, I explained some of the problems of the Colorado River, the Colorado Basin, extended drought, and this causes problems with water for agriculture, because all these water rights are for agriculture, and there is this competition with urban areas. There was a similar phenomenon in California. After 20 years of drought, they have a big storm, floodings, big floodings last year. Another phenomenon in agriculture is the increase of irrigation in southeast of the United States. Irrigation for rice production as well as for other crops. Another phenomenon is the line of Missouri River between Nebraska and Iowa, the line where the irrigation ended and agriculture of natural precipitation began. So what we are observing was irrigation going to east, because farmers are seeing irrigation as a way to assure to guarantee the production the drought times, or the problem that the beginning of rain is coming late. So this is a real phenomenon. And the problem are going to be the loss of water use in the North American East. Jimenez knows about this. The laws in the East are different from the laws on the West. So with this increase of irrigation in the East side, there will be legal problems, water governance problems, and this needs to be analyzed. So the report will touch on all these matters. Thank you, Christopher. A round of hands for the panelists, and we want to thank them particularly because they are this protection wall of climate change. We only use 20 more minutes. Thank you for being here. So I give the floor to close the session and today's event. No speech, don't worry. We have prizes. The water transition, thanks to water transition and the universalization of coverage on community rural use is going to be as strong as the passion and reluctancy we have seen this first day. So we are good. We are okay. So it is late for many people. It's even later, more late because of the time zone. So we want to thank the panelists and you all for the resistance, for the enthusiasm, for the love in this conversation. So I want to thank the first regional processes in the preparation of the report of the Americas for the World Forum as described. At ICLAC, we have the big challenge and the honor to compile the report of the Americas. But to do so, we need you to send the input as soon as possible to progress in this matter. We also need to translate this into English, so we're not going to take it in Spanish or Portuguese. So as soon as possible, we really appreciate you send us at least progress or partial information to compile. So we thank the trust to IDB and to the forum in particular, because they have trust us. At the end of this first day, so we have a lot of energy, we miss water, we are dehydrated, we need to energize and to hydrate. So to do so, we invite you to share and show a little activity in the first floor. We thank our colleagues from AICA and ICLAC, and to the teams that I know who they are. I don't want to abuse of your endurance and time, but Fernando's team, Brian Miguel, the directors from ICLAC and AICA, the water team from ICLAC, they have worked hard to organize each panel. Sylvia and her team, thank you so much, and a round of hands for you all. And now, the promise to get air, to energize, and to hydrate. Wait for you on the first floor. See you tomorrow.
Well,